There's no question animals have this very special trait about themselves. In a moment, Suzanne Allen joins us, first-time guest, as we're going to talk about the healing nature of animals and their purpose here to heal the world. So get ready for that on Coast to Coast AM. And welcome back to Coast. George Noory with you, Suzanne Allen with us, an intuitive healer and medium who began studying mediumship and mysticism in her late teens, and she can connect with all life and soul forms, including animals at their soul level. She has been communicating with animals on a deep soul level since childhood and calls what she does soul speak, a name that came to her through meditation. Clients from around the world have benefited by her work, and she communicates messages about clients' loved ones and pets, present and past, and the information she provides is insightful and transformative. And later on when we take calls, she will talk about your pet too, but we'll tell you what she needs from you. Susan, welcome to the program. First time for you, I understand.
Yes, George. It's so exciting. Thank you so much for having me.
How did this all happen when you were a little girl?
I remember my first little cat that came up to me in the garden, and it just was an immediate connection, and I knew that this was something so special for me. And it ended up being like that. You know, we lived in Brooklyn. You know, we weren't a real big animal family, although we had dogs. You know, we had a dog at a time.
Mm-hmm.
And I just remember my dad just intuitively knew to take me to animals when I'd be upset or you know, crying, or when I was super young. He'd always somehow find animals to get me to. And it just became like a healing force for me. And I just always had this connection.
So when you look at an animal in its eyes,
mm-hmm.
do you know what it's thinking?
I do. I ask for permission. Like, I have an honor for my pets and animals, and that's kind of how I started. I would just send a lot of love, because love is the most healing force in the world. It's love. And I would just look in that cat's eyes or dog's eyes or horse's eyes, and generally I always did it with a photo. And I would just send a lot of love and tell this pet how wonderful it was, and would it want to talk to me? And then it would just open up, and the floodgates would sort of open. And I journaled every single one of my readings, I think, for the first 10 years.
And I bet when you were a little girl, you didn't think there was anything supernatural about this at all, did you?
No, absolutely not.
Thought it was normal.
Yeah, it felt normal.
Mommy, how come Fido can hear me, right?
Kind of, yeah. I think my mother always thought I was a bit odd, but it ended up, you know, later in life, I realized that this is how I feel the most natural, not all those jobs that I had or career paths that I went down. You know, this feels like it's really me, and it feels the most authentic.
And tell us about the healing principles of these animals. How does that happen?
With animals, when you're with them, like, for instance, if you have a pet in your home, and a lot of the owners will agree that they're having communication with them, because they are. So the animal balances you. When I do readings, animals come through and say, I got her through medical school, and the person laughs and they go, yeah, my dog was with me while I was taking all these tests. That's right. So the animal is there to help you. It's not just that you are helping an animal. The animal comes into our lives because we travel in soul families. So that animal has been with you in another lifetime, and they come back. Maybe they were in the other lifetime as a person, but they come back as your pet in this lifetime. And a lot of owners will even say to me, I swear to God, I had a relationship with this cat before. I feel like I knew this cat before. So my feeling is that they're there to help us as healers. And it's very, very important to have these animals. And it's sad. I feel more compassion for the person that has to give up the animal
mm-hmm.
than the animal, because the animal's in the shelter feeling sad, thinking, wait, my job wasn't complete. We didn't complete our mission here. I didn't help this person heal on that deep soul level. That's where the disconnect is. I think people think, I don't have money, I have to move, or I have to get rid of my pet. But there's a mission for that animal and that person. It's a soul connection, and it's very, very deep. And that to me is the sad part.
You know, looking at some of these animals on video from these animal societies, these animals that are in shelters and holding tanks and stuff, and they really look sad, don't they?
Yeah, and I feel the sadness is because, more importantly, they come to us to help us. And when we give them up because of our own stress or whatever we're going through in our lives, that we feel the need to let go of this beloved animal, and it's crisis time when you have to let go of a pet. Most of the time, I would hope it would feel like a crisis to give up your animal. That animal, the sadness in their face is because their mission with the person wasn't done.
I had heard a story one day, Susan, of a family that didn't want their pet and rather try to find a home for the animal. They put it in a car, drove about 200 miles away, opened the door, and just let it out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So there it was somewhere near a freeway, 200 miles away from its home.
Yeah, I don't know if that person is really in their body and a conscious being at that point. I don't know how that disconnect would happen. That's quite sad for the person. I have to pray for somebody like that. More, I mean, the animal will always know who it is, and it will suffer, but it's not going to suffer as bad as that unconscious person that just did this horrible thing.
Yeah, it is. It's unconscionable. I mean, how difficult is it to try to find a family for your animal? Put an ad in the newspaper or something for a free pet, for loving family.
I keep saying this with the rescue that I got two amazing dogs from. You know, I adopted rather than shopped, even though I had my special breeds. I just said enough. I'm not going to buy a dog anymore. But I hadn't had a dog in years anyway. And I adopted, and I've never seen this particular rescue so sad because there's just not enough food. I've never seen anything like the crisis that we're in today. So that's why we have to raise our vibration, raise the light. I feel like the world is definitely changing for the good. I think that we're going to respect our animals more because of this. It's got to come to that at this point because of what you're seeing and what I'm seeing. You know what I mean? So
when we take calls next hour, do you also talk to the people about animals that have passed on?
Yes.
Or you do? So, and you need their pet name?
Yes, I would love their pet name, and then they could just give me a brief. My cat and spirit. I love looking at pictures. That's just my love, to delve into those eyes and that soul.
Right.
But I could just do this just talking to somebody.
Some people love cats. Some people love dogs. Tell me why they have a distinction and a difference.
That I can't explain. I think cats are much more independent and easier, and they're very different. And some people think that they're so much smarter than dogs. They're very, very unique and different.
They are smart.
They're really smart. Yeah.
They're very coy, too.
Yes, exactly.
And they have sandboxes, which is pretty good. I wish dogs had that.
I know. Dogs are much more work, but if you want to get out and exercise, it's kind of good to have a dog.
But you're right, Susan. I mean, there's nothing like looking at an animal in their eyes.
Yeah.
There's a connection there.
That is true.
And I used to have a golden retriever.
Oh.
And just a beautiful breed. But I mean,
beautiful.
They just know things. They know when you're happy. They know when you're sad.
Yes.
And they comfort you.
They do.
What about some of these hospitals that have pets there who know if a person has cancer or not?
Isn't it the most amazing thing?
How do they know this?
Because they're so close to spirit. I mean, they're so much closer than us, and that's what they could really teach us, to just be still and know that you're God. You're part of the God. Because they know that. They can just sleep and be in their sense of who they really are. So they're very, very connected to people. I mean, some of these great stories in the movies that come out. Hachicho, that great Akita in Japan that stayed at the train station and wouldn't leave. I mean, there's amazing stories of heroicism with 9/11. I mean, I think the last heroic dog that was in rescuing people died like 2 years ago.
Yeah, I heard that.
And it was a golden, I think, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think it was.
Yeah, I think it was a golden.
And they just, they go into it not even worried about their own life.
That's right.
They have no fear.
That's right. And that's what they're here to teach us, self-love, no fear, it's going to be okay. And that's where the sadness and the disconnect comes when people are leaving their dogs at an alarming rate in the shelters. At the beginning of COVID, the shelters were completely empty. Nobody could adopt a dog because people were adopting them.
Yeah.
And now the shelters are overfilled.
They're filled again, aren't they?
Yeah.
What do you think of people who breed dogs but do it responsibly? Is that okay?
Oh, of course. Yeah, I have no judgment. I don't, it's like if I'm judging you, I'm judging me. I don't want to be judging me.
Yeah.
I think there are really irresponsible people out there, but the responsible breeders, they really care about the succession of that breed. And that's the most important thing, that they care about the ethics of breeding. Do we have too many dogs? Yes.
Do we have too many people?
Exactly.
SusanAllenMedium.com is your website. Tell me about the medium portion of that for you.
Oh, okay, for me. So, this just came about, and I was doing it on the side, and I never quit my day job, and then all of a sudden dead people started coming into my readings, and it was gentle, and it didn't scare me, and I thought, hey, if this is how they're going to do this, I can do this. So a lot of my business is, personal soul speak. It went from pure animal mediumship and pure animal soul speak to, bringing in departed loved ones. And it just was a natural, it's kind of like when you open that door, but I wasn't expecting that door to open. And it was very subtle. I was talking to this woman's cat, and the next thing I know, I just glanced across my office, and it was a picture of me and my dad. And I was just like glancing, like daydreaming as I'm talking to the cat.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, the photo of me and my dad changed into her dad, and it just was a telepathic thing that I said, oh, that's her dad. And I described him, and I started to bring her messages, and she said, yeah, we didn't get to say goodbye, and that's exactly what he looked like. And it was so healing for her, for me, because every time I do a reading, it's like another level of me gets healed. And I don't look for that, but it's just a natural thing that happens. So that's why this work's phenomenal.
How many people, Susan, who are lonely have an animal?
Not enough. I think every person that's lonely, that's seeking somebody outside of themselves, start with a pet.
Even a hamster.
Anything.
I used to breed hamsters when I was a little kid, and then I would sell them to the pet stores.
Oh, no.
For like $1 a piece or something.
Oh, wow.
I was like 9 years old doing this.
For snake bait or something? Or you didn't know?
And one day, I had a litter of little hamsters, and they're about an inch long, little furry things. And my father used to shave in the basement, and that's where I kept my hamsters in a cage. Well, the wire mesh was a little bigger than the little hamster. And I hear my dad screaming at me. I'm about 12 years old at that time. George, get down here. And he's really upset. And he stepped on one of these little hamster babies, and it got stuck on the bottom of his foot.
Oh, my
God. He never, ever forgot that. Dad's not with us anymore. He's with the hamster. But I will always remember that. And I learned my lesson. Make the wire small so they can't crawl through it.
Don't we all have those stories like that? I used to go to this lake with my parents, and I'd catch all the frogs that I could.
I'd love frogs.
I love frogs. And I brought them home, and I'd stick them in the bathroom tub that my brother used to use upstairs with me. We'd share that bathroom, and he'd freak out.
You're all in there croaking and hopping along, huh?
Because I'd have like 25 frogs in the
that's great.
In the bathtub. And he'd go, Susie, get these out of here.
Did you ever raise tadpoles?
I did, because when I lived in Staten Island, everything was, it was all like mud and you could just catch them. And
the greatest thing is to watch a tadpole morph into a frog.
Amazing.
Isn't it something?
Yeah, just like caterpillars into butterflies. I would try to save all my caterpillars so the birds wouldn't eat them, and I'd bring them in, and it would be amazing watching these caterpillars turn into butterflies.
I must have put 200 frogs in the creek raised from tadpoles.
Oh, wow.
Little ones, bullfrogs, all kinds of frogs.
Amazing. That's amazing.
I used to love that stuff. I mean, it was just amazing.
It's beautiful.
So how do animals have the healing potential and properties about themselves?
Well, they're so connected to spirit because they don't verbally communicate. They telepathically communicate. So,
I mean, do they know
yeah.
that something's wrong with somebody?
Yes. I mean, even a dog that you're not connected to, but that you live with or feed, because we have two dogs, and one I'm extremely connected to, and the other one is more like my husband's favorite. And I never thought that I wouldn't be connected to that one. It's very, very interesting that a dog will choose its special person. When I don't feel well or I'm having a bad day, that dog will come up to me and put her ears back and look in my face, and she knows, and we have a conversation. And she wants to hang out with me, to help me. So they totally know. They totally will follow you around, and they want to help. See, that's why they're really here ultimately. That's why they were created, to help balance us, to help put us more in a meditative state, because the meditation is key to everything. The meditation is key to healing. It's key to connecting to your pet. And, you know, if somebody says, I can't meditate, Susan, I always say, you know, meditation is a practice. It's never going to be perfected. The thing is
That's
to just
true.
try to meditate, because when you meditate, you're not just connecting to something higher than you. You're also connecting to your pet.
Well, who's doing the healing, the individual or the animal?
Well, the animal will amplify it and to a degree that that you can't do it on your own. That's why I love animals so much, because they will amplify the healing. They'll teach you who you are. They'll teach you how to love yourself if you can't. They just teach you, you know, the beauty of how they love us, and it's all through the power of love that really, really heals us.
Do the animals know what they're doing?
Yeah,
that they have that kind of influence on us?
I feel that they were born to do that, yeah. I feel that that's why they came to us. But, you know, we have people that it's not just irresponsible breeding, it's irresponsible people that sometimes teach dogs how to be not so nice.
Well, that's true.
Right.
Like fighting dogs and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. That must drive you nuts.
Well, it drives me nuts when people try to find homes for their dogs on Nextdoor. This wonderful, silly app where you don't go that route. If you have to give up your pet, you call a responsible rescue.
And they'll come take care of it, won't they?
Yes. You may have to pay a fee, but, you know, you could raise a fee to donate to a responsible rescue, not an animal shelter, because they're being euthanized like crazy right now. And you're seeing beautiful...
Yeah, and they're not telling people about that.
They're not telling people because they have no food and they have no room. And this is almost every city across the country right now.
Susan, when we come back, I want you to tell us how to pick a proper veterinarian for your animal, because that is so important. One who cares about the animal, is not in there just for the money. And give us your tips on that when we come back in just a moment on Coast to Coast AM. Next hour, we'll take your calls with Susan Allen. If we're talking about your pets, she'll need your pet's name and a specific question from you, and she will then run with it on Coast to Coast AM. And welcome back to Coast. George Noory with you, along with Susan Allen, as we talk about the healing properties of pets and some of the incredible things they do. Susan, nothing is more important to an animal than a proper veterinary treatment. How do you pick your good vet? Do you know? What kind of tips can you give us there?
It's like kissing a lot of frogs before you meet your prince, to be honest with you.
Ribbit.
But the best way to tell is a lot of vets now are coming out of veterinary school with the ethics. It's not so much, let me use every medicine I have and let me do surgery right away. So I'm finding like the newer vets are coming out a little bit more crystal clear and not so money oriented.
Good.
But if you have an old pet and it's sick, and this is no judgment on people that try to save their pet and will do anything to save it. Generally speaking, like, you don't want to put in old animals that I talk to don't really want to be put through any surgeries or anything.
They just want to go away, don't they?
No, they just want to live with you until they decide to go away. And I get a lot of end of life calls, and I help a lot of clients when they're scared and they don't know. And it's hard if you don't trust yourself, but animals will tell us when it's time.
Yeah, they will. Some of them run away.
Yeah, exactly. That is very true, George.
Yeah.
They do run away because they want to be alone.
They want to be alone, and they don't want to have you go through the sadness of watching them wither away.
That's true. And it's sad because, a lot of vets, just like in any medical school, the first, 2 years is all about pharmacology. So what medicine? They're learning about all these drugs, and they're sentient beings, so they're so, sensitive to anything that we put in them. So I always say with animals, less is more, and I prayed for the best vet. Like, I went into spirit and I meditated, and I just spent a little bit of quiet time to figure out who could be the right person for me.
God forbid when your pet dies in the house, what do you do with it? Who do you call?
Oh, that's like the greatest gift if an animal just crosses over naturally on its own. What a gift. I would say just let the pet sit in the house for at least 2 hours with you till you get used to the fact that it's transitioned, and then I think there's crematoriums. I've never had an animal just pass on its own in my house.
I mean, where the person goes, you call 911 and they come and take him away.
Yeah, exactly. But I think there's, pet crematoriums. My vet carried my pet out.
I guess you could call your vet. I guess they have numbers for that.
And they'll come and pick it up. I mean, it's not legal to bury your pet in the backyard. I wish it was in L.A.
Right. Good point.
Yeah.
Good point. Why do smaller animals tend to live longer than bigger animals?
That's a really good. I think that's more of a vet question than a communicator question.
Yeah,
there's big animals,
but it's true. It's a true statement.
It is, but I read for animals that have lived 17 years and they're big. So
and that's pretty long.
That's really long for a big animal.
And a cat that goes 19 years, is that pretty good?
That's amazing. I had a friend that her cat, she was a healer, her cat lived 26 years.
That's huge.
Isn't that amazing? And it's energy, it's like doing healing on your pet. It's amazing. I teach that, and it's totally doable. Like we all innately have abilities, but it's what you choose to spend your time on. Like some people like murder mysteries and to read books. I choose to meditate and heal pets.
In your career, what has been one of the most comforting things you've done with an animal?
There's been so many. I think like the messages that I bring to let the person know that there's evidence. This dog, I remember, she's still my client, but this dog that came through was talking about how big his nose was, and he was telling me to tell her about his big nose.
It was Jimmy Durani's dog, right?
And she said, "You're not going to believe this. I have a whole song written about his big nose." So he's just giving me evidence that he knew what she does and what she's up to. I love those kind of stories. They're fun and uplifting kind of stories. And, one horse I was working on kept saying, "I really don't want to do this anymore. I want to retire. My back legs are really hurting." And I kept telling the manager of the ranch, and she's like, "No, he still likes to work." And what do you think happened? 6 months later, I got the phone call from the owner, and she said, they told me that if I don't retire him now, I won't get to retire him. And I visited that horse in retirement. He lived another 2 years, and he lived with a mini horse in pasture. So, you know, they do tell you what they want and need. Sometimes we don't listen, you know. And I'm not accusing anybody of not listening, because sometimes people can't hear the messages, and that's why they call me.
You're probably too young to know all of this, but they used to have a lot of television programs based on dogs. Lassie.
And what about Mr. Ed?
Mr. the horse, Rin Tin Tin, who was a shepherd, I think.
Yeah, I loved Lassie.
I mean, those were classics in those days.
Yeah, well, animals are pretty special. I grew up with a grandfather that could not stop watching the Tarzan movies, and he would just be fascinated by them. And I would sit next to him because I would just love the expression on his face.
Do you know who the Tarzan was on early television?
No.
And movies? Johnny Weissmuller.
Oh, that I think that's what my grandfather.
He may have been the original Tarzan.
Yeah, he was probably the original.
That's pretty darn good.
Yeah.
So, what has been one of the most heartbreaking things you've had to go through?
Let's see, the most heartbreaking.
And I know there's some times, I'm sure.
Yeah, there was a heartbreaking. I had this amazing woman. She's very well known, and she was doing a lot of contributions for me to teach and to teach animal communication. She's an amazing soul. She's like to me, you know, she's given all her money to children with cancer. And her dog got injured, and she called me, and she said, what do I do? And I said, well, let's get him to the hospital. And she lived in Arizona, and she called me and said, they want to do this, this, and this. And I said, I want him to have a second opinion. Send me the scans. I'll get my vet, this orthopedic surgeon. No, this is the best hospital. And sure enough, the dog went into surgery, and they had to close the dog back up because they didn't have the right screws and rods for his leg. Can you imagine that these vets actually gave this dog anesthesia, put him to sleep, opened him up, and had to sew him back up? And I'm like, oh, my God. So I can't, you know, I can only do so much. For me, that breaks my heart because I loved this woman. She was so good to me and my clients, and she helped so many people. But, you know, I can only do what I can do, you know, and she didn't want the second opinion. That kind of frustrates me.
Wow, that's pretty remarkable. We're going to take calls next hour with Susan Allen. She needs the name of your pet, and then, of course, ask her a direct question. Are these animals just living or also deceased?
Either or.
Either or. Okay, very good.
Thanks, George.
That's a great job. And your website, of course, is your name, SusanAllenMedium.com. Do you take clients on?
I do, yeah.
How does that work?
They can book directly on my website.
And how long are your sessions?
I do a 20-minute, and I do a 50-minute, but I give a lot of information.
And they're primarily about pets?
You could pick a personal soul speak or an animal soul speak, but I'm not guaranteeing that if you do a personal, that your dead pets won't come through. Because it's like when you open that faucet, you know.
The spigot is running wild, right?
Yeah, kind of. You have to train spirit. They're like puppies.
Tell me a little bit about this article about you.
Oh, the article. Yeah, this woman contacted me from the UK, and I'm so leery. I'm like, how did you find me? How do you know me? Like, because
Who are you? Who are you? Right?
Yeah, and it's also like, do you believe that I'm talking to animals, or are you a super skeptic that's going to make fun of me? Like, it doesn't really matter. I'm not so egocentric anymore. It's like, hey, I'm out there. Say what you want. I really don't care what you think of me. I'm here to give a message, and I don't really care what people say. But she wrote a beautiful article, and she wanted all my childhood pictures, and that was kind of fun, digging up all those pictures of me feeding deer at 5 years old. And it was a fun story with my dad. Like, it was terrifying. It was the middle of the winter, and all these deer ran out of the mountains because they knew I had food. And I was this little kid, but I was not scared. I'm never scared. with animals. I'm just not scared. I mean, I'm not going to walk up to a wild elephant, but there's this peace that I have around animals.
Or a lion.
Yeah, exactly.
Tell me, in your own words, what is going through an animal's mind when it's dealing with a human being?
Oh, like they're looking at us like, why are we stressing out? And why are we not happy with just being able to breathe like they are? They wake up happy. Like, why are we not following their, like, what they show us? You know, when my dog wakes up in the morning, I have 2 dogs now, they're thrilled. They're like, it's a new day. And
they're jumpy and they're all excited and everything else.
Yeah, they know they're going to go out. They know they're going to get a meal. Like, be happy. Look forward to this day. You know, it's like, it goes by so fast, and we're here really meant to be here to really love each other and enjoy this time.
Have you heard stories about people's animals that have passed on, and then let's say the people are in bed and they see imprints walking on their bed?
Oh, totally. It's happened to me.
What the heck is going on?
It's their soul. They're jumping on the bed. I mean, I slept at a friend's house because I was looking for a place, like a vacation house, and he let me stay at his house. And the next morning I woke up really groggy. I walk into the living room, and there's a ghost cat laying on my and I knew it. I was like, I know he doesn't have a cat. And it was a big, giant, gray cat. And there's a name for these cats. And because I trapped like 17 cats before I left New York. That's a whole nother story. To get them homes because I didn't want to leave them. I was like, I wasn't a crazy cat lady, but I was feeding and housing these outdoor cats. So I knew conscientiously. I was moving to LA, and I could not bear a winter, you know, for these cats.
Yeah, now you've been bearing rain and rain and rain.
Exactly. But I called him up and I said, Chris, before you bought this house, did the lady have cats? And he goes, no, but we did. And he goes, that was my cat, the big gray cat. And then all of a sudden, you know, his wife jumps on the phone and she's like, this is the hardest thing to answer. Like, is he okay? Like, everyone always feels like they did something wrong if they gave away their cat or they put their cat to sleep or their animal to sleep. That's the biggest haunting, you know, question that people have ever had that I've met. And it makes me so sad because animals don't want us to carry that. You know, they want us to be okay.
Well, you brought up something interesting. How do you really know whether you should put your pet down or not? How do you know that? That's heartbreaking.
It's hard. It's the worst. You do know, but then you second guess it because it's not the natural order for us to take a life. That's not natural. So of course we're going to second guess it, but those animals are in captivity. They're not just going to wander off and get eaten by a wolf, and they're not going to just wander off and stop eating and just die because they have you keeping them alive on a day-to-day basis. But, you know, we know, but we go, oh, could we have gotten another month? Should I have done it that time? Should I? And that's like kind of where I come in because I can help with that and make that transition easier for the person because it's devastating. It's the worst.
It's like losing a family member.
You are losing a family member. Absolutely. That is a family member. I have never experienced grief myself like I did when I lost my Frenchie in 2019. And, you know, I was so attached to that dog, and I knew it would be bad when she went. And I'm helping people with end of life with their animals, and I'm so compassionate because I know how much I love that dog. But when that dog crossed over, it taught me another level of compassion, you know, to just sit with somebody's grief. And that's the thing that I think people suffer too, because some idiots will walk up to them like they did to me and say, listen, the best remedy to get over the dog that you had is just go get another dog. I mean, can you imagine? Nothing ever replaces the dog that you lost, and you need time to grieve that loss.
Does As we continue our discussion with Suzanne Allen about animals and their healing properties and their incredible abilities, we'll also take your calls on Coast to Coast AM. And welcome back to Coast. George Norrie with you along with Suzanne Allen. Suzanne, what I'll give you when we go to calls is the animal's name and whether it's alive or not, and then we'll go to the listener and they can ask you a question. Will that work for you?
Yeah, sure.
Great. Now, since you've been doing this since a little girl, did you realize at that point that you had these abilities, or did you think this was just normal?
I just always felt normal. I didn't think it was special. I mean, I just didn't. Yeah, I never thought it was anything special.
Did you ever get scared as a kid?
No, not even in my 20s. I heard my mother from the grave telling me to go to the emergency room screaming, and I didn't think anything of that either. And I did go to the emergency room, and she saved my life. So
what happened to you? Do you want to say?
It's fine. I was having something called an ectopic pregnancy.
That's when the baby's born in the tube, right?
Yeah, exactly. And I had 1.5 pints of blood in my uterus, in my abdomen, and I was dying. And they gave me the last rites, and I had just made it. I had just made it to the emergency room, and I heard her screaming, and she was only dead 6 months.
Oh. That is amazing.
And I didn't stop at that point. I just kept plowing through life. I was always very, very anxious, and the key is to meditate, funnel that energy so I could communicate to souls. That's really what the anxiety was all about my whole life.
Does a certain animal possess a certain ability to communicate with us better than the other animal?
Yeah, I don't think so.
So cat's not better than dogs, dog's not better than frogs, they're all the same?
I've even communicated to a frog that bit a fish. My chiropractor had a bowl in her office, and she's like, "Can you talk to this frog?" We put them together, but they're okay together. And the frog was super aggressive. And I said, "You have to separate them."
That is amazing.
So no, you can communicate with all life. Trees have life. A blade of grass has life. I mean, it's energy. It's all energy.
Okay, let's go to the calls. Let's start with a cat called Midnight that has deceased. It's passed on.
Okay.
Let's go to Jackson in Layton, Utah. Welcome to the program. Hi, Jackson.
Hello there. How are you today?
Great. Welcome to the program. And what would your question be with Susan?
Well, I just wanted to have an experience with her. My cat died about 10 years ago, passed over.
How old was it at the time?
10.
16 years old.
Okay.
And we were so close, the cat would wait for me at the door when I'd come home at night for work. Mm-hmm. It was just weird things, like a dog. It acted like a dog most of the time. And I'd come home, and it would come over and...
Is that a black cat?
Yes, completely black.
Yeah,
except for a white spot on his chest.
Well, I got that from Midnight, but black cats are incredible, aren't they? I mean, I had
They're
a black
wonderful.
cat. I mean, the UPS guy once said to me, that cat acts just like a dog. And it's really, it just reminds me of your Midnight. When I feel into Midnight soul, it's like having a dog cat, right? Like you had that experience of, and that cat ate really well. I'm just connecting. And she's talking about, and I never get sexes right in spirit, so I'll call a boy a girl, and it doesn't matter to them unless they're very, very clear.
Soul's a soul, right?
A soul is a soul, yeah. But that cat said that you fed her really well, and you would give her some table food sometimes, and she really liked that. I feel like she didn't really want to go. She didn't really want to leave you, but I do feel that she needed to go. She needed to go, like the body was failing. Do you understand?
I agree.
Yeah, I felt like the body was failing. But I do feel her around you a lot. Do you sense her or feel her?
All the time.
Yeah, I feel her around you a lot because that's like a soul pet. So, you know, the beauty of that is that she'll just wait for you on the other side, and then you'll all reincarnate together again.
That's great. Thanks, Jackson. Hope everything works out with you. It's really remarkable how these animals function. Do they reincarnate?
They certainly do.
Now, when they I've asked this about human souls, but when somebody reincarnates, do you lose the ability to contact them once they've done that?
No.
It's like a split soul or something, right?
I don't know about the split soul. I just think we're multidimensional, living in different times at the same time. Like, we're living so many different ways in so many different galaxies in so many different times. And because I had that in a meditation. You know, I get a lot of this stuff just in meditation. A lot of the stuff that I learn is in my meditation. Not self. It's like connecting with the higher beings.
Ever had an animal that is alive whine about the kind of food you pay them or give them?
Of course.
They don't like that stuff, do
Yeah,
they?
they'll tell her I don't want the damn chicken. I like the turkey. Why'd she switch me? Or where's that jerky treat she used to give me?
Yeah, exactly.
You know? But people know. See, we know instinctually what they really want. We kind of lose touch with the connection with them. So we'll just arbitrarily switch food and not realize things, and then all of a sudden, you know, somebody calls me and I'm like, "Did you give them tuna like a few weeks ago?" "Yeah, I did." Well, they really want that again, you know.
That's funny. Next up, we're going to Callie Rose, a dog that is still with us. Callie Rose, and we're going to Kristen in Rapid River, Michigan. Welcome to the program. Hi, Kristen.
Hi, thank you. This is my dad's little dog. She's an English bulldog.
Oh, I love them, and I love that name, Hallie Rose. What a great name.
Callie Rose. She came to us. My brother bought her the day after my dad's other English bulldog died.
Oh.
So we've had her a year. He's had her a year and 3 months. And when she came to us, she came from a breeder, and it was only $400 instead of, $4,000. And she's 2 years old.
Now, these are the dogs that look like Winston Churchill, right?
Right.
They've got that funny look to it.
Yeah, she didn't know how to play, and she didn't know what toys were. She didn't know what a dog bed was. She would flinch when you would sweep with a broom.
Oh.
We think she wasn't treated well, but she's very spoiled. She's very loved. But 2 weeks ago, she went on a walkabout, and she was gone from 7 in the morning to 9 at night.
Oh my God!
My 85-year-old dad let her out to go potty, and he had to grab the phone, and he came back out, and she was gone.
Oh.
And he called me in Michigan and said, "Will you put that on Facebook?" And I did. 3 hours later, she was found.
Oh, that's great. In good health, everything good?
Yeah, she's a great little dog. She just, every now and then, when I let her out, I never go off the porch. I watch her.
Cats tend to come back better than a dog, don't they, Susan?
Cats, it's funny because I had the connection with a cat that didn't want to come back because he found better food someplace else, and the owner was just distressed. So cats will, they don't usually come back better than a dog, but they do know their home. I just, for me, I don't tell people how to live their life with their pet, but I don't have outdoor cats, and I never take my dog out without a leash. I'm kind of like a micro mom. I'm a helicopter mom with my pets. So I would tell your 85-year-old dad not to just let her out anymore on her own, because she already knows now what it's like out there, and she's having a good time.
She likes the freedom, right?
She likes her freedom, and if he does it again, he may not get her back.
Plus, how many people would steal the dog that was running around loose?
The English bulldog. They're $4,000. I don't steal animals, but I wouldn't want to give a dog like that back.
No, that's true. That's true. What do you think of microchipping a dog?
I've heard, all my pets are microchipped, because especially when you get them from a rescue, I think it's very smart. I've heard, from homeopathics, it's not good, it causes cancer. But you know what? So does everything else. It's like, it's the Joker in the deck. I would microchip your pet because that's the best way to find it.
Absolutely. Next up, let's go to the cat. It's called Daphne. Daphne. The cat's still alive. We're going to Susan in Roseville, California. Hey, Suze, welcome.
Hi,
Hi,
George. And
how
hi,
are you?
Susan.
Susan
Doing
to Susan.
good.
Susan to Susan.
Yeah.
So your cat's name is Daphne. It's living?
Yeah, Daphne is living. She'll be 8 in August.
Okay.
She was born with a couple of heart defects, but she's doing real good.
Yeah, she
But
seems
what? Yeah, but what I'm concerned about is about once or maybe twice a year, she gets nauseated or something, and I don't know what it is, but she starts throwing up, and I have to work hard to keep her from getting dehydrated, and then I have to take her to the vet. Once in a while, she'll get diarrhea, but not all the time with it.
Yeah.
And I was wondering if you know what is
And it
causing
just only happens like once a year?
once or maybe twice a year, not real often.
I feel like she's exposed to something, like something in the environment. Maybe it's some type of allergy. That's what I'm picking up. Does it happen the same time every year?
Not that I know. No,
Yeah,
it really
haven't
doesn't.
been able
But I notice that she eats real fast. Do you think she's eating too fast and not?
Yeah, I
chewing
do,
her
and I
food?
also think cats do throw up. It's just unfortunate that she gets dehydrated when she throws up, and you have to run her to the vet. But cats throw up. You know, it's part of like what they do. It's part of the not so pleasant part of having a cat is that they throw up a lot. I mean, I have a cat that throws up a lot, and I feel that it's also I feel like it's something in the environment. I don't know why she's throwing up the exact time, if she's not throwing up the exact time every year, but something is going on around her that makes her anxious and makes her throw up. And I don't know what it is, but I feel like it's a particular sound outside. I don't know if you could sort of see around the time that she does get sick and throw up, if there's some type of sound outside that she doesn't always hear. I'm just like hearing a very loud sound. I hope that helps.
Thank you so much.
Oh, you're so welcome.
I'll try and keep track of when she does
Yeah,
it.
because it's like an anxiety thing.
Could be. She is kind of a nervous cat.
Yeah.
Animals get nervous, Susan?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they're just like us. And they pick up on our neurotic tendencies, too. Like, if we're running around and we had too much coffee, your animals will be more sensitive to that.
Next up, we're going to a dog named Jake that has passed on. Gretchen is with us in the state of Washington. Hey, Gretch, go ahead.
Hi, how are you?
George.
Great.
Oh, I'm fine, Susan.
And can I ask you, how long ago did Jake cross over?
Oh, about 4 months ago.
Oh, that's
I'm
pretty
sorry for
recent.
your loss.
Pretty recent.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I'm just seeing him, and I just feel like he's still very, very connected. And he shows me like a man that he would have been with too. Like, did you get him from somebody, or do you have a man that comes to the house, or I feel like a connection to a man besides you?
My husband and my grandson.
Okay, because I feel like the connection's real strong with the man. Not that he doesn't love his mommy, but I just feel this connection to the man, that he still helps the man. And would you understand, like, your husband, because your husband's heart hurts for the loss of him. I still feel like maybe he doesn't talk about it, but I still feel like your husband's heart hurts. And
boy, you nailed it, and I think it's my grandson more than my husband, though, because it was really my grandson's dog, and we ended up with him, but he was the smartest dog that I've ever had in my life. I mean,
how old was he,
you
Gretchen?
were thinking. He was about 12.
Yeah, he was a soul pet. I mean, a true soul pet would leave their mark on you like that, and they'll always be with you during a major time in your life.
Mm-hmm.
That's important.
Oh, yeah.
for you to get through that time. And it's not always the bad stuff. It's sometimes amazing stuff that they're just there to guard you and watch over you. But he hangs out because he hasn't left. I feel him in your house. I feel him around your garden. I just feel like he just sticks around, like he's both in heaven and he's also with you.
He likes it, right?
Yeah.
Jasper, I think my other dog really misses him too. I think I don't know, does he say anything about my other dog?
No, because I think Jasper feels him. I mean, they don't. They can't play anymore together like they used to. But I just feel like they still snuggle.
Okay.
Yeah, I still feel them snuggling.
All right, thanks, Gretchen. Interesting. Now, when you get these perceptions, Susan, what's going on?
I sometimes I could almost taste what they would eat, or I could feel what they felt, or they tell me about their owners. If I read a dog that was just driving the owner crazy, but the dog was telling me she wasn't walking it, and the owner wasn't breathing good at night. So she was giving me like a warning for the owner, and the owner said, yeah, I took on 20 more hours at work, I'm not sleeping good, I'm not walking the dog, I'm not getting my exercise. And the dog just would communicate that to me, like I'm having a conversation in my head with the dog.
And with reincarnation of an animal, does a cat come back as a dog, or does it stay as a cat?
No, it can come back as anything, but if the owner really wants the dog to come back, like if an animal dies suddenly, if it was killed in a car accident,
those are the worst.
Yeah, those are the worst. The animal, it's like in flux, so an owner can just talk to the soul of that pet and say, I'd really like you to come back. Can you make it quick? There's that communication. We are so much more capable of communicating to light beings and animals than we're aware of. And if we knew that we had that ability, we'd feel a lot better about everything.
Susan's website is Susan Allen, ALLEN, medium.com, linked up at coasttocoastam.com. She'll do specific readings for you as well. Is there any kind of animal that you don't handle?
No. I mean, I talked to what was that? A Russian hamster. I mean, you're a hamster person. It was a Russian. I don't know what it was.
Really fluffy, wasn't it?
Yeah, really fluffy. Exactly. I talked to dogs. I talked to mice. I talked to wild animals, gophers. This lady said to me, I don't know what's going on with my garden. I think it's gophers. We don't know what to do. Like, this is a major organic farmer in Topanga Canyon. And I said, the gopher just said it's the deer. Have you seen deer prints? And she goes, yeah.
That's amazing.
I go, the gopher's telling me, she didn't eat your vegetables, it's the deer. That's kind of fun for me that I could get those kind of messages.
And how do they come to you? How do they flow to you? Do you have to go into a trance state or anything like that?
No, I just meditate in the morning, and then right before my reading, I do like a prayer, and I do like a connection prayer to connect, to give the messages of love and to connect with love. And when I do that, when I come from love, I get the best messages, It's just putting yourself in a happy, loving place. Even if you spilled your coffee or your dog pooped in the house, like you just have to forget about all that and just put yourself in a great place.
We're going to come back in a moment and take final calls with Susan Allen right here on Coast to Coast AM. On our next Coast to Coast program, pharmacist Ben Fuchs joins us from criticalhealthnews.com to help us with some health tips for the first couple hours. And then later on, Steve Colburn joins us to talk about his research about Mars and also strange evidence of past civilizations. So make sure you're part of the program. And welcome back to Coast. George Norrie with you, Susan Allen with us. Our final segment here as we take your calls on your incredible animals. What an incredible ability you have, Susan.
Oh, that's so sweet. Thank you. I feel very blessed.
Do you sometimes get bothered by animals trying to sleep? You can't get to bed. They keep bugging you. Susan.
No, I don't have that. When I close out a session, it's like the end of my session. The only animals that bother me is the ghost animals that I owned that jump on my bed.
And make those imprints, right?
Yeah. Oh, you know what? The other night I was having dinner with a friend, and her cat's sick, and all of a sudden she worries about this cat so much, but the cat came in to talk to me, and I was like, while we're eating, I said, "Are you okay? Does Mom have to come home?" And he didn't say anything, so I knew he was okay. But, man, it was very real.
Oh, we have a whole slew of calls for you, not enough time, so let's get as many as we can. You
Let's
ready?
do it.
Who's up next? We're going to go to a dog that has deceased named Honey Bear.
Honey Bear.
Christina's with us in North Dakota. Welcome to the show. Hi, Christina.
Hi, Christina.
Hi, George.
How are you?
It's an honor to talk to you.
Good to have you with us. And Susan's with you, so what's your question on Honey Bear?
How old was the dog when it passed, please?
She was, we're not sure exactly. She was rescued, so we're assuming around 11.
Okay, because I felt 14. So
Are you serious?
Yeah, I think she was older than you thought she was because she's saying her back legs bothered her a lot.
Oh my gosh!
And she said that she said the food was amazing. Like, did you find yourself cooking or giving her more table food or human food towards the end of her life?
Oh my gosh! Yes, I started cooking her organic things that were good for her, and she loved it so much.
Yeah, and you loved her so much, and she loved you so much, and she said that the last couple of months were like the best of her life. And she's also saying that like whatever you gave her did help the pain, but she felt ready. She felt like she was ready to go, and she was older than you thought she was, sweetie. So you did great with her. I'm so sorry for your loss.
Thank you. But she's happy? Tell me she's happy?
Very happy. I mean, because she's got mobility again, you know, and that's everything, because you don't want to see them, you know, in any kind of pain or discomfort, if you know what I mean.
Oh, I so know what you mean. I love her so much. Will I see her again, do you think?
Yeah, I think she's going to come back to you. I think it's going to be a smaller dog.
Okay.
All right. Thanks, Christina. Better the dog comes to her than she goes to the dog, right?
Yeah, let the dog come to her.
Is there such thing as a heaven or hell for animals?
No.
I didn't think so.
No, they're all great.
Next up, we go to the dog is Bruiser, and it's passed on as well. We're going to Byron in Springfield, Ohio. Byron, welcome to the show. Thank you for calling.
Hey, thank you, Gina, for putting me through. Thank you, George, for taking my call, and Thank you for Susan for being part of the program.
Thank you.
I'm just wondering what, he's 17 and a half years old.
Okay.
I was just a broke kid when I got him. My neighbor brought him over. I ended up walking up a couple of blocks to the Dollar General to get... he got a bag of food and a toy.
He says he's really proud.
People dishes.
He's really proud of you. He's talking about how proud he is of you. I feel like he was really like your mentor in many ways. That's what he's telling me. And he's saying you turned out real well, and he feels like, I still feel like, is your father in spirit? I mean, I don't know why I would see that. Do you have a father or a grandfather in spirit that would have been in the military or worn a uniform?
Grandpa did, yeah.
Yeah, because I feel like he's taking care of Bruiser. I feel like he's got Bruiser,
wow.
and he's taking care of him for you until Bruiser comes back. And if you want him back, you can probably have him back. You just have to ask and see if that soul will reincarnate again.
Well, I mean, I'm an over-the-road truck driver, so I can't have nothing, but...
Well, he's always around you anyway, because they stay with us, even if they passed when we were kids. They kind of always watch over us, so know that.
You mentioned guilt earlier. I think I should be hanging from a traffic light beside, after I had to put him to sleep. But
no.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, George. I know that's kind of dark, but I hope that's
no, you did okay.
Friendly.
It's how you feel. It's feelings, and your feelings are real. But don't go there. You know, your dog. You did such a good job with them, and he stayed on the planet so long. They only want us to feel happy and joy that they're free again.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks, Byron. I appreciate it. You know, it's interesting, the lady who called about the shelter dog that she picked up.
Yeah.
You really don't know how old they are, do you?
No, you really don't. And the shelters don't, either they don't tell the truth or they really are a bad judge of dog age.
What's the oldest dog you've ever heard before it passed on?
I think I just read something recently that said it was like 33.
Wow.
I mean, could you imagine?
I guess those things happen. They happen with people.
Yeah, they do.
How about a cat?
Like the oldest I heard was my friend Susan Davis, that she also passed away. She had a cat for 26 years.
That's a long time. It really
Amazing,
is.
right?
Next up, the dog is named Baba Booey, Howard Stern's producer, and it's still alive. John in Salt Lake City, welcome to the show. John, thanks for calling. Go ahead.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. Yeah, Sue, I got quite the zoo going on at my house. I have Bubba Booey's bull terrier, and he's like having a cinder block on a leash to move.
Those are great dogs.
Yeah, I love him to death, and I have an Australian Shepherd, a Maine Coon cat, and a African gray parrot.
Oh, like wait a second. I almost said bird because I saw a bird, and that bird runs the whole show.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah.
I kind of need to know what's going on with Bubba.
The bird.
I got long-term COVID, and my legs, it's really affected him.
Aww.
And he gets so tough on me, and I used to be a real tough guy, but he's just 24/7, just off the wall.
He wants to get out. He wants to move, right? He's just got a lot of energy.
Yeah, and he just hurt his back leg too, and I just kind of wonder.
I think he's going to be okay. It's a sprain. I feel like it's a sprain, so you could just give it a little massage.
Okay.
I don't think it's anything major that you have to worry about. He's just wild. But the parrot came right in first. Those are amazing. I love birds.
Yeah, it goes my parrot, my cat, and then my Australian Shepherd. And Bubba's at the bottom of the list. Everybody picks on him.
Did you ever call Howard Stern show with the Baba Booey story?
Yeah. I used to listen to Howard Stern. We had another bull terrier. We called him Pugsley, and my wife called him Bubba. And this one, I don't know why. When he came to us, today he's Baba Booey.
I love that.
And he's a good dog. But anything else I need to know about him?
I think he needs just more exercise. He needs to get out more for sure.
How important is having a backyard for a pet?
Well, I mean, a dog is really, they want to be with us on a walk. I don't love that people leave dogs out like all year long, and just like that's not what a dog is for, to leave them out in the yard.
Right.
But I'll have a bunch of controversial people telling me, "Oh, my dog loves to be outside," But they're companion animals, they're pack animals. They want to be with us, and having a yard's great if you're out there with them. Not to just leave them out there. That's my opinion. That's just my opinion.
Next up, we're going to a cat that's missing named Sarah, S-A-R-A. We're going to Lisa in Salt Lake City. What happened, Lisa?
Hello?
Lisa?
Yes, can you hear me? My cat, Sarah.
Uh-huh. I feel like the cat's alive, and I feel like the cat's in an apartment building. Like, I see a tall building. Do you live near, like, where there would be apartments?
Okay, wait. Yes, there's apartments all around. The corner from my house is a large white apartment complex, a fourplex.
I would put some signs over there.
Does somebody have Sarah, you think?
Yeah, somebody has that cat.
Now, okay, so is it on my block, or would it be somewhere like in the suburb around me? Because there's many apartments.
Yeah, I just saw it white. Is it a white building, you said?
Well, it's a white, what is it? It's a fourplex. So there's two below and two on top, and it's the corner from my house. I'm about 3 houses down from the corner, and they're directly across the street, about two houses down the street across from me.
I would put some signs up all over the poles or in the lobby of that building.
Was there a name leash on it or anything like that, Lisa?
Well, actually, no, she didn't have it on her. The weird thing is that I've lived here for almost 3 years, and she's always been in my yard. And she sometimes leaves and goes up and down the streets. The neighbors know that she's my cat. I would not think that a neighbor would have taken her.
I feel like somebody's new in that building that doesn't know and just likes the cat and decided to feed the cat. But I do see your cat like trying to sneak out the door and come home.
I keep on putting out to her to try to escape and come back home if she got captured by someone who thought that maybe she was just a stray. And I know that sounds silly to say such a thing, but I'm trying to telepathically tell her I love her and I'm thinking of her always.
Oh, yeah, she feels you.
And she's feeling my love and knowing. So she's trying to escape, you're saying, out of window.
The cat's trying to get out the door.
I had a voice. Now, this sounds really crazy, but about after 2 weeks or almost 3 weeks after she was missing, I was praying outside and I was crying at about 3 a.m. And then actually, after I was praying, I was just sitting there trying to calm down. I was meditating, and a voice very clearly came to me, a very calm male voice, tender, loving voice came to me and said, have faith.
Yeah, have faith. You'll get the cat back.
He will return. And everyone's like, no, someone's got her. They fell in love with her, and they're not going to let her get outside to escape.
Well, that brings up an interesting question, too, Suzanne. Isn't it better for a person who finds a stray, no markings, no identity, rather than give it to a pound or a shelter to keep it?
Well, right now, the crisis with the shelters, they're destroying pets. So unless you're checking every shelter for your stray or your animal is microchipped, chances are, I think it's better to keep it and put signs up. Try to keep the animal safe and put signs up that you found an animal. That's just my opinion.
We've got a cat that's alive named Emmanuel, and we're going to Jillian in London, Ontario. Welcome to the program. Hi, Jillian.
Hi. Yeah, I got my cat from someone who was abusive, and he seems better now, but I was just going to foster him, but then I felt a connection. Do you feel that he and I are meant?
Totally.
My cat died 10 days earlier.
Oh, yeah, keep that cat.
No,
that
I don't want another cat.
You don't want another cat?
Well, I didn't at the time, but then I met him, and I was like, I think we're supposed to be together.
Yeah, I totally feel that, and thank God you got him. I'm so glad.
How many animals are too many animals, Susan?
I guess if your neighbors call an animal control on you, you have too many animals. I don't judge. I mean, I would, if I could fill my backyard with dogs, I would, just to save them. Not that I would want to keep them in the backyard.
Do all the pounds try to find owners for their animals?
The pound situation is really grave. I saw an owner hitting his dog, and I called the rescue that I really trust in California, Code Red Canine. They really find great homes, and they deal with the dogs nobody wants.
Do they have any legal standing?
Meaning?
Well, can they enforce?
No, the problem is I called them and they said don't call animal control because the dog will be euthanized anyway.
That's right.
That's what the degree of where we are right now in Los Angeles. It's just horrific.
And I bet it is a enormous problem, isn't it?
An enormous problem because I'm seeing these beautiful dogs, purebreds, not even being held long enough to find their owners, and they're being euthanized, and it's tragic. I mean, I'm reading things that people are leaving their dogs in apartments, locking the apartment and moving out of state. It's just nuts.
Susan, what's the procedure for people who go to your website and want to set up some kind of reading?
I have 2 readings, Animal Soul Speak or Personal Soul Speak. So one's going to be strictly animals unless some dead people come in.
All right. Thanks for being on the program. Keep in touch. You did a great job for a first-time guest.
Oh, thank you, George. It was such a pleasure. I've heard so many all my clients are like, why aren't you on George's show? We love his show.
Well, now you are, and you'll be back.
I've never really heard, for example, the voice of one of my cats. Not the voice, but I can look at them, and we both have an understanding. When I'm alone with one of my cats, I can look into its little eyes, and absolutely there's an understanding that passes between us. And this is with all three of my current cats. That would be Yeti, Abydos, and Adali, our little adoptee from the Philippines. So I expect that the next several hours that we spend with Amelia Kincaid are going to be very enlightening. I really feel very strongly about this, and it's something that I've thought deeply about for years and years and years. Our cats are all inside cats, and so our contact with them is constant. It's close, and I have come over the years to certain conclusions about animals, dogs, cats, and other animals as well. It's just that, the cats have been close to me. So when we get back, one of the most renowned animal communicators on the planet, one of the top 100 psychics in the U.S., Amelia Kincaid. I'm Art Bell. Amelia Kincaid, what a pleasure it is to have her on the air, is the author of Straight from the Horse's Mouth, How to Talk to Animals and Get Answers, and The Language of Miracles. A celebrated psychic teaches you to talk to animals. She's an international speaker and was featured in the top 100 psychics in America. Her unique abilities have been the focus of countless magazine and newspaper articles worldwide, and she's appeared on several national television programs. Amelia's true passion is assisting animal rescue organizations in Africa who create safe havens for elephants, cheetah, and white lions. In 2002, she was honored to accept invitations to Buckingham Palace to work with the household cavalry of Queen Elizabeth II and to whisper with the hunting horses of Prince Charles. In a moment, we're going to talk to a lady who talks to animals. I'm Art Bell. Amelia Kincaid, welcome to Coast AM.
Thank you so much, Art Bell.
Honestly, it's a pleasure to have you here. I've just been dying to do this, and I don't know where to begin. Yes, I do. I'd kind of like to know, if you wouldn't mind, how the very beginning of this manifested.
I had a funny feeling you were going to ask me that.
Funny feeling.
I just want to thank you on behalf of your cats for having me on the air tonight. I think they were the ones that really instrumented this.
Oh, I couldn't agree more.
Mm-hmm.
I think so, too. I've got so much to say about them, but I'll hold that. I want to know how it began for you. The very first inkling that came to you that you had an ability that perhaps others have not yet developed.
Well, the beauty of what I teach is that I absolutely know beyond the shadow of a doubt this is a learned skill. It's not a gift. It's a learned skill. It has to do with developing neural nets in the brain, as does any sort of talent where you might have had some God-given talent to begin with. But it's no different from learning to play the piano or learning to play the violin, learning to ski, learning to play football. I mean, all of those things have to do with neurophysiology and the way brain chemistry operates. But I'm going to back up now and tell you, in the very beginning, the way this started for me was that I had a very cantankerous cat. I had a very noisy kitty that I had gotten from the pound in North Hollywood, and I snuck him into an apartment building where I wasn't supposed to have a cat. And every time I left the apartment, this cat would go off like a fire alarm. And this is the opening chapter of my first book. His name was Rodney, and he was an orange tabby cat, what I like to call the Honda Civic of cats. That is a very common model. It's the orange needle-nosed redhead, loudmouth needle-nosed redhead. And he got me kicked out of one apartment building and was about to get me kicked out of another apartment building. And there was a woman coming to town to work with my vet. And this lady had the very mysterious reputation of being able to talk to animals. And I took this cat to see this woman, and at that point, I was a complete and total skeptic. I'd never heard or seen a person who could telepath with a cat.
How old were you at this point?
I was about 23.
Okay.
And she so completely blew my mind. This was Beatrice Lydecker, by the way. I didn't call her by name in my book, and I will, in case she's listening. Beatrice Lydecker was one of Johnny Carson's favorite guests, and she actually made Ed McMahon cry when she spoke to his cats. And that was a couple of decades ago, so that was even more controversial than this is now. And she was one of the first people out there really in front of the firing squad saying, of course these animals can think and feel. Of course we can learn how to listen to them. And what Beatrice did in that moment, the first thing I put the cat down on this metal table, at a vet's office where a cat would normally, jump down and hide and be terrified. Rodney looks up at this woman with a look on his face that I'll never forget. Like, as if to say, what? What? What are you doing?
What, yeah.
And she's staring at the cat. This doesn't make great television. It's not like your eyes roll back in your head or your arms spin like windmills. It doesn't look like anything.
Mm-hmm.
You're quietly learning how to pick up the pictures inside their minds, feel their feelings, feel their emotion, do a body scan, feel what sort of sensations they have in their body. It's a very reflective, quiet, meditative process. So she said to me, I'm asking him his favorite food. And he says, chicken. And I thought, great, I'm getting hoodwinked here. What kind of an idiot doesn't know that a cat likes to eat chicken?
Mm-hmm.
And then she says, it needs to be white breast chunks in a light sauce. Okay, that sounds like him. And then she said, I'm asking him his favorite place to sit. And he tells me that he likes to sit on the back of a peach-colored armchair in your den that has a big bay window overlooking it. And across the street, through that bay window, what he can see is a wooden fence, and behind that wooden fence is a little white terrier. And he goes over there and makes that dog bark. All right, at this point, my jaw hit the linoleum. I mean, I could have fainted. I had a peach-colored couch in the den, and across the street was a little white terrier. And I didn't know that he went over there and made that dog bark.
Yeah, that would get your attention, all right.
Well, she went on to describe what my friends had said to him the day before. That one of them had said, oh, look at those 3 little stripes on his head. Isn't he handsome?
Really?
And described the neighbors. That the next-door neighbor had 2 little girls that were letting him in to be fed, and that's why he hadn't been hungry lately. Which is something I now encounter all the time.
That's pretty convincing.
Yeah, because my greatest honor is to have doctors and vets come to my workshops. And there are so many variables to rule out when you have an animal that's not eating. Everything from a bad tooth to grieving the loss of a mate to stomach cancer to the next-door neighbor has a little girl that's letting him in to be fed. And whatever she's giving him is something better than what you're giving him.
Yeah.
So
what was Rodney's problem? I mean, what caused Rodney to, that must have been the center. Once you became convinced that this lady was the real McCoy, then you'd want to know, okay, what's Rodney upset about that's getting me booted out of apartments?
It was separation anxiety. She told me that he had come from a warehouse in a very grubby part of Los Angeles where he had to scream in order to be fed, and that the workmen would only throw food down to the cats if they could hear them. And her diagnosis was the last thing on earth I wanted to hear. She said, you need to get another cat. And I went, oh, no. I already have one too many cats. That's the problem to begin with. She said, oh, no. If you get him a wife, it's going to solve all his problems. But this is another thing that is so true so often. If you get a female dog, if you have one dog that's misbehaving and you go out and you get him a female dog, The female dog will herd the bad dog around and say, you know they don't want you to pee on that. You know that humans don't like you to bark like that and wake them up. You're not supposed to do that, but she'll nag him. But I went out and found a beautiful little black and white coquette named Betty. Rodney fell madly in love with this cat and never meowed again at the top of his lungs. All of his emotional problems were gone.
Wow. All right, so at this point, you're a believer. I mean...
At this point, yeah. She had sold me, but I didn't think I could do it.
Right. So what did you do? Get hold of her and say, teach me?
Well, she was teaching a little tiny workshop that was kind of the seed of what I now teach. And I went into that workshop thinking I would be the last person in the world who could do it. And when we actually got into the meditation, I mean, it's a form of concentrated prayer. And I can explain that far, far better. And we actually have the luxury of time.
We do.
Oh, it's beautiful. But when we made the connection to the dog, because I want to answer your initial question, I started taking pages and pages of notes, and I started crying, and I couldn't stop. So she had asked us, has this dog ever had puppies? Mm-hmm. Well, there's so many things that I want to tell you, and there's so many things to talk about. But basically what I did is I merged consciousness with the dog so that I'm in her body looking out her eyes. Now we have far more sophisticated ways to describe that. But in that moment, I found myself in the dog's history. One way to look at it could be memory banks, but I don't think that's really a sufficient explanation. What we're talking about is holographic information, that every living being on the planet is having a holographic experience of life on Earth. They're thinking in pictures, they're feeling feelings, and they have sensation in their bodies. So I went into the dog's experience, asked the question about the puppies. I found myself skimming 2 feet off the ground because I was in her body. And she was in front of a trailer home with an enormous pine tree in front. And I ran over and sniffed a pine cone. And the pine cone smelled better than anything I've ever smelled in my life. And I worked with a dog trainer on the BBC once who said, and this has been confirmed many times since I first heard it, if you unrolled a dog's nasal passages, they'd be the size of a football field. And if you unraveled a human's nasal passages, they'd be the size of a postage stamp.
So you were actually able to feel the heightened, tremendously heightened sense of smell that we all know a dog has.
Right. And then, as her, through her eyes, I ran over to a chain link fence, and behind the chain link fence was a black lab mix type dog. And I felt this incredible love for him. And then I felt a gush of sadness, and I heard the words, "Mother took me away in the divorce." And then I went forward in time and asked about the puppies. And in her body, I looked down and saw an incision on my abdomen and felt excruciating pain. You know, most vets send these animals home without painkillers.
Yeah.
And a hysterectomy hurts. So I felt her pain, and I heard the words, if I had ever wanted to have puppies, it would have been with him. But Mother had to move us in the divorce. And she said, now that I can't have babies, I take care of all the neighborhood cats. Well,
now, the implication of that is, though, that that dog understood divorce.
Absolutely.
They certainly would understand a parting, but did they actually, would you actually say that they understood the concept of divorce?
Oh, sure. How could they not?
Well, I can understand they would certainly be aware of the parting, the fact that it occurred, but to understand the actual concept of divorce is another jump.
All right, well, let's say that here is this animal who's witnessing the fights, the tears, the pain.
Sure.
that were going on in the relationship in the household before the divorce.
Sure.
They're feeling the feelings of the people. So they're already picking up all that energetically. They know exactly what the people are thinking and feeling. If we take away the idea of outer edges of things, and we start looking at what could be called implicate order instead of explicate order. Explicate order is looking at something and seeing the outer edge, the form. Mm-hmm. Implicate order is seeing inside the energetic field and feeling inside the energetic field. Then, if all living beings are thinking in pictures, when your cat looks at you, your head might as well be a television set. They can see the thoughts, they can feel your feelings.
All right, then they have a better defined sense of psychic ability naturally than we do.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, the human animal is the only one that's taken themselves out of the chain, out of the harmony of nature, so that we're not aware. I think that what I teach people to do is to reconnect with that awareness. Intrinsically, we all have it. I think that it's more likely that we shut it out. It's so painful that we shut it out.
So you actually can put yourself inside, for example, a dog, and feel yourself rolling along at a couple of feet off the ground, smelling a pine cone or whatever else a dog might smell. So you actually know how a dog feels. Sure. And what it senses.
And what we call Gestalt, the body scan, is being able to go into the body and slowly feeling your way through every organ, every muscle, so that you can discover what's going on physically inside this animal. There's no other way to find out whether it's a psychological problem or a health problem.
Well, right. How's your batting average?
Oh, that's a very funny and tricky question. 1,000, I'd have to say.
In other words, I take it you do consults for people. You get together with the people and their animals, right?
I teach now.
You teach.
So this year, I'm teaching in 12 countries, and I lecture in about 32 cities in about 12 countries every year. So what I do is I bring together huge groups of people into a seminar, and I teach them how to do it.
Mm-hmm. Well, all right, let's circle back a little bit. You said that it's something everybody can learn. Now, I talk to psychics and remote viewers and people of all kinds of disciplines, and inevitably they all say kind of the same thing. But then they all also admit that there are people who are natural in these areas, and there are some others that are kind of thick as a brick. And while everybody might be able to learn it to some degree, there are naturals, Amelia. You're obviously one of those, and so you kind of say, well, everybody can do it. I'm not sure everybody can do it equally well.
Okay, I will definitely agree with you.
Okay.
Not everyone can do it equally well, but that's exactly the same as if we went and picked up a book of piano music, and this is a book of Mozart sonatas. Now, if you can't read music, and you open that book, it's a bunch of little black dots. But if you can read music and you open the first page, you hear dun da 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 dum dum dum, because it makes sense to you.
Sure.
And the more you practice, and the more disciplined you are, and the more determined you are, it has everything to do with practice and patience with yourself.
But you can get to the point where you can actually enter that animal, see what it sees, hear what it hears, and know what it thinks?
Absolutely.
Wow. All my life, I've wanted to know. I've spent my time with cats, so, I guess I'll put my questions toward cats. I've really wanted to know what they think, what they think of us, what they think of humans, what they think of their surroundings, what they think of. My cats happen to be inside cats. I don't let them out, Amelia, because we have coyotes here and other things, cars that could do damage to them, and so I don't let them out of the house. They seem quite satisfied remaining in the house. They do love to look out the window at birds and whatever else they can see and chatter their little teeth about, but they seem eminently satisfied with their life. But, gosh, Amelia, I've wanted to know what they think about.
Well, that's the beginning. The beginning is the unconditional love. Here's a crash course. If you were to look at it this way, all living beings, all human beings, are thinking thoughts. We're sending out frequencies into the world around us. So we're all functioning as radio stations. And some scientists have said that human beings think up to 40,000 thoughts a day.
All right, I'll tell you what, Amelia, we're already at a break point. Hold tight. No, when we come back, Crash Course is where we're going, and that's exactly what I want, is a crash course. So Amelia Kincaid is our guest. She is able to know what animals feel. She's able to be inside of them. She's able to talk to them. We'll be right back. This is one of the best animal communicators in the United States, maybe in the world, a top 100 psychic, but she aims it all at animals, and she's the first one that I've ever spoken to that can actually get inside of an animal, be walking 2 feet above the ground, as an animal would, see through its eyes, hear through its ears, smell through its nose, the heightened sense, the incredibly heightened sense of smell that a dog would have. And I've got quite a few stories for her, but in a moment, we're going to get a crash course on how we can do it. Once again, Amelia Kincaid. Amelia, welcome back. I very much want to hear this crash course on how, and I think of myself as pretty sensitive, but I've never made it inside one of my cats. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, a crash course. How can we begin? How does it work?
Well, we have to change our entire worldview. So a lot of this has to do with perspective. I mean, if you're going to have the same perspective that you've always had, it's not going to enable you to be able to move your consciousness in a new direction. We have to look at things differently in order to access different types of information.
Okay, how? Look at things in what different way?
Okay, here's one idea. What you're looking at when you look at your cat, or an elephant, or a pine tree, or a dragonfly, is an energetic field. And the latest discoveries in quantum mechanics, this is what's so fascinating. My latest book was mentored by Captain Edgar Mitchell, who you've probably spoken to, the Apollo astronaut.
Oh, I certainly have, yes.
Yeah. Ed might very well be the most brilliant mind of the 20th century. And when I approached Ed, I said to him, I can telepath with animals. Why is that? And I deliberately singled out a man that I thought might well be the most brilliant man on Earth. Ed designed the space station, for those of you who don't know, and walked on the moon, and was a professor at NASA, and is the ringleader of the Institute of Noetic Science. So he collects the most brilliant quantum physicists and scientists in the world, and they talk about things like this, like supernatural ability. Now, Ed is the first to say there's no supernatural. If it's happening on Earth, it's natural. There's no such thing as metaphysics. If one human being can do it, it's physics. So these things must fall within the laws of physics. Now, within that idea, when I said to Ed, why can I do this? He said, oh, well, it's because of a latest discovery in quantum physics called quantum holography. And it has to do with how you navigate through the zero-point energy field. The zero-point energy field is our new name for God. In this idea, we're all within one enormous organism. Everything, if you were to say it's not space between you and your cat, you're not a separate particle. The cat's not a separate particle. We're in one ocean of indivisible energy. And the entire ocean of energy is vibrating like a symphony. Then you could swim out into the energy and enter the energetic field of the animal, because we're going to take away the edges. Now, in implicate order, that cat is a galaxy of light. That's atoms and electrons. It would look like you're looking out into the galaxy. That's a different perspective. So we're looking at this as if it's an energetic field that we can access. The idea that we're all trapped inside these little carbon bodies is yesterday's news. I mean, what we're discovering now with non-locality is that we can reach out into the world around us with our minds, and that we are basically all cells in the body of God. So
I think I agree with you, and I'm pretty much aware of all of that. I've been doing a lot of research into consciousness myself, so I'm with you all the way there. I'm interested in the actual practical steps, whether it's a mental discipline that you begin with, how you start this out.
It's a mental and an emotional discipline. So let's say that you're operating like a radio station, and you're sending out those 40,000 impulses into the world around you, and you're singing a particular song, and that's the vibratory rate that you send out into the world around you. So you're creating this wave of energy. That wave of energy has a rhythm. Your thinking process has a rhythm. Now, most people have a very volatile, maybe even negative thinking process, or at least it's extremely busy. Mm-hmm. For all the people out there that are thinking, oh, I've got to go pick up the kids after school, and then I've got to drop this off, I've got to get the tire fixed, and blah, 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 I've got to make my taxes, blah, blah, blah. It's loud. Now, a cat is going to be on a different frequency. And every animal, it's not that all cats are on the same frequency and all elephants are on the same frequency. Every single being is individual. But it's as if they were different channels on a radio station. So what I teach people to do, in order for you to tune into a different channel so that you could hear, what is my horse needing right now? What is he trying to tell me? Right. You would have to turn your program off. Now, this is where we get into the meditative process. And this is a very Buddhist idea, although it kind of transcends all religions. If you were able to turn your thinking process off, and you don't have to sit in silence for hours, you have to be able to turn it off for a second and turn off your emotions. So whatever it was that you were feeling, I teach my students to move down. So you're moving into a deeper part of your body, literally, so that your identification is in your heart, not in your head.
Okay.
That first direction, down. Or to think about the bottoms of your feet and how your body connects to gravity. You're moving yourself out of that very busy, busy head where we get ourselves into so much trouble. Then moving your focus back into your spinal column. Just to think about your spinal column as being this beautiful matrix of sparkling light with spinal fluid, like billions of stars moving up and down your spinal column.
Okay.
We move you back out of your emotional body. So now you're in your soul. You're in the spirit and the essence that you were before you came into this physical body, and what you're going to take with you when you leave. So that it's a consciousness of connecting to the God within you. And when you're in that sacred, silent space, there's no space, there's no time. There's no separation. So you're moving into the most silent, beautiful, harmonious, peaceful, grateful energy that you could ever imagine. Okay. And from there, you send out love to the cat. And you literally form a bridge of energy between your heart and the cat's heart. You already have that with both of your cats.
3. I have 3 cats.
Oh, 3 cats. I'm sorry.
Yeah. I've got kind of a story for you, Amelia. My wife, Ramona, died, and Actually, you know, my cats at that time were about the only thing that kept me alive, if you want to know the truth. And so I spent a lot of time with them, curled up with them, and they kept me alive. I mean, I came as close to communicating. Some interesting things happened. They did keep me alive, Amelia. And
they saved your life, didn't they?
Yeah, they did save my life. Absolutely. No question about it. They saved my life. And I couldn't leave them alone. Had it not been for the cats, I would have been alone, and I wouldn't be here now. I can guarantee you. So we stayed very close, curled up, cried a lot. Just, you know, all the big questions of the universe came to me, and I can't even describe it, actually. And then months later, I ended up going to the Philippines, where I met a woman. And before I left, I had these long heart-to-heart talks with my cats, and I promised them they were coming. They were going to come with me, period. They were not going to be abandoned. Boy, I just really laid it on them. And it worked. It worked in the sense that they came without difficulty. They didn't go berserk. It's as if they understood what was happening. And then when I returned to America, I went through the exact same thing. And boy, did they understand what was going on. They understood the packing. They understood what was about to happen. They understood when the cat carriers, we used Actually, transporting my cats was more expensive than transporting myself by a large margin. We used this wonderful door-to-door service, and they understood what was happening.
Oh, of course they did.
I had these long talks with them, and, for example, Yeti, who's a very bright cat, he would just sit there and stare into my eyes as I told him what was going to happen and promised him that there's no way on God's green earth he was going to be abandoned. And he'd be with me the whole time. I promise. Boy, you could look into his eye, you could look into his soul, and you could understand that he understood, as did Abydos. And then on the return trip, we adopted a little cat in Manila, a little street cat in Manila. Boy, what a joy she is, and brought her back. And she is so close to... Anyway, you know, I'm just rattling on here, but I had these long discussions with my cats, and I know they understood. They grieved with me. They understood when I took them away.
Do you
they
know
understood
what
when I brought them back.
Arrogant idea it is that human monkeys have come up with, that we're so much more intelligent than all the other living beings on this planet? I mean, that's the other enormous paradigm shift that we have to make.
Well, we can talk.
Is that we have to eliminate the idea that we're somehow more intelligent? I don't think so.
Well, we can talk. We have the ability to vocalize as you and I are right now. Other than
and
that...
birds have the ability to talk, especially mockingbirds. If we were going to single out an animal that can communicate better within its species, ants. Ants can communicate better and have the most harmonious society of almost any other species on this planet. What about termites? I mean, how do they communicate with each other when they're creating some piece of architecture that is beyond our wildest dreams? They have to say, hey, Bob, would you go pick up that block and bring it over here? Because I'm building a pyramid. I mean, of course they can communicate. Lions hunt in telepathic formation. All animals can speak to each other. The only one that's gotten bumped out of the chain is us, because we're so obsessed with ourselves that we're just not open to communing.
Well, I believe that. Our minds are so busy with the needs of the world.
Nonsense. Human nonsense. And one of the things that I teach, and it's so counter to the bestsellers in America, you don't need to have the bazillion dollars. You don't need to have the soulmate. You can look into the eyes of your cat or your dog or your horse And understand, it doesn't get any better than this. There's somebody right there that needs your love and your compassion and your understanding. And I am so utterly filled with joy. I mean, every time I look at my cat, I think my heart's going to explode. And is it not proof that God exists? That something created these animals. Something created this harmony and order and beauty, this symmetry, the poetry of a cat. I think they're Mother Nature's masterpiece. I'm sorry for all the dog listeners out there, but I finally had to come clean with that, and I get asked that all over the world.
Well, I agree with you. And I too, serve up apologies to the dog lovers. There are many out there, and I'm sure they have their own fan club. But for me, it's cats, and they're just such special animals. So, in other words, like many other disciplines, like remote viewing and many other things, you quiet your mind.
Mm-hmm.
But you say then just go down, let your...
Into what we're talking about. I mean, it seemed like a segue, but it wasn't.
No, I'm going to try this, so I want to really understand it. You let your consciousness go down. You said
into your heart.
Yeah, into your heart.
Getting as silent, as quiet, as reverent as you possibly can. Then I reach out to God, Goddess, all that is, into the universe itself with a sense of gratitude, knowing that we are all one, that the cells within the body of God should be able to communicate with each other, and they can. And then you reach out toward that animal. So it's heart, God, animal.
So at the point that you get yourself isolated, as it were, and all of the world around you has gone away, you can then reach out only with intent to a specific animal.
Mm-hmm. And it's what we're talking about. When you are so blown away by the beauty, by the love that you feel, the reverence for that animal that you love more than any other creature in the world, you're completely present. So what this is about is concentration, it's respect, being so completely present in the moment.
Amelia, is it like an OBE?
It is, because this is the same thing as remote viewing. It's a form of remote viewing.
All right, well, there have always been certain...
You can leave your body and go into the body of the animal. There's no other way to do a medical scan except to leave your body.
Okay, how do you get past the fear part? I had one spontaneous OBE, but I've had several near OBEs, and there's a certain threshold that you've got to get past to make that jump. And there's a little bit of fear associated with it. I mean, when you leave your body and or enter the body of another, there's some fear associated with that.
Mm-hmm.
How do you get past that?
It's your love for them. If you're watching your cat dream and you're wondering, what is she thinking?
Yes.
And you're so enamored with the beauty of this cat, and you're looking at her whiskers and her fur and smelling her breath and her and then the love overtakes the fear. And one of the things that I also teach in the workshops is that you might not necessarily need to go into the body of the animal, because you're going to feel their pain. And if we're exploring a question that's really painful, my students are going to get in there. They're going to feel that backache. They're going to feel that toothache. They're going to feel that grief. And it can be very overwhelming.
Right.
And they may go home that night and throw up. I'm sorry to say, it happens a lot. Or they walk out with the lamb's toothache. So let's say that you stay anchored in your body, and you're sitting in that beautiful frequency that is your own spirit, the most sacred acknowledgement of the God within you. So what's happening now basically is not that you're communicating with the animal. The God within you is communicating to the God within them. Or even better said, you're listening to the God within them. So it's not scary if you're staying in your own body. And what I teach is to get in there like a fireman. A fireman doesn't go in to get burned. A fireman goes in to locate the problem and then pull out as fast as you can.
As safely as you can, yes.
So you don't get burned. You get back into that column of light in your own spinal column that's connected and grounded to the earth. And from that place, you can start troubleshooting. And you can start sending out love. And you can start figuring out, how can I help? How can I heal? What can I do to bring more comfort?
Is the animal, in this case a cat, aware that you are now in a mode of communication with this animal that you've never been before? In other words, is it aware that suddenly a channel of communication is open that's never been opened before?
Yes. Yeah, and this is, it's an advanced question, and it's a fascinating question. And it's something that there's that music again.
Yeah.
I'll hold this thought.
Okay, we'll come right back to it. It is an interesting question. In other words, I guess we're both humans and animals aware of each other in a peripheral way. But when you get to that depth of communication, is the animal aware? Good morning, everybody. Amelia Kincaid is my guest. She's one of the best psychics in the U.S. She's one of the best animal communicators in the world. And we're getting a few secrets tonight, kind of a crash course on how to do it yourself, and it's well worth giving a try. I've been listening very closely, and I can assure you I'm going to give it a try. In a moment, we're going to discuss what happens when your animal realizes you're sort of in a new mode of communication with it, one that it's never felt before. And by the way, if you go to my website, or the website, coasttocoastam.com, and click on my webcam and do a refresh, that's Dolly. I ran and got her during the break and took a quick photo. That's Dolly. That's our little adoptee from the streets of Manila. Back in a moment. A few weeks after I arrived in Manila, and got the condominium, a beautiful condominium in Makati. Our cats arrived, and Aaron immediately took to them, fell in love with them, and, all was well. Well, we would take a walk every day to the Pancake House was close by, and we'd go eat at the Pancake House because there was something approximating American food there. And on the way to the Pancake House every day, here would be this little cat. Most Manila cats are wary and they'll scratch you, and most Filipinos won't get anywhere near a cat because they know they'll get scratched. But not this little cat. She would walk up and rub on my leg and jump in my lap and just was, like that, right? So one day it happened, and I finally said, actually, Aaron said it, let's take her to the condo. And so I picked her up, carried her to the condominium, walked past the guards who were laughing like crazy, because they knew I'd been suckered, took her up, gave her a bath, gave her a meal, and she wouldn't let any of my other cats anywhere near me. She would chase the other cats away and then run back to the base of my feet and take possession of me. And she just wouldn't let any cat near me, and I was afraid she was going to hurt the other cat. So anyway, long story short, we took her back to the street, left her there, and every day we'd see her. It took about 3 more days. Again, this time we said, that's it. Okay, she's ours. Took her home. The guards laughed again, and we ended up immigrating her to the United States, and there is the picture of her right there. So, Amelia, welcome back. The question was, when you achieve this state and you actually actually get into an animal or get into a state of communication with an animal that's so close that you're both aware of it, is the animal, in this case a cat, aware that you are there?
Yes, very much so. The simplest explanation I can give you is that they're going to pick up the pictures in your mind. So if you're asking them a question, you're sending a particular frequency. Now, let's say that we have an animal on the stage, and I'm going to ask the group, let's ask this cat, what are you afraid of? They send the frequency of fear. They go into the body, the energetic body of the animal, maybe the memory banks of the animal, and I say, write down the first thing that comes to your mind. Is this cat in love? You're going to send them the frequency of love, of the joy of seeing another cat that just makes your heart sing. Write down the first thing that comes to your mind.
Okay.
So this is how we teach the class. You send them fear. Fear is a frequency. It's a wave of energy. You go into that library of records, which is their body. You locate that particular experience, which is almost like walking into a Blockbuster video store and saying, I'm going to look for this particular movie. Now, what traumatized this dog? I'm going to pull that record down and read it. So that's how we can find particular pieces of information. It's by sending different frequencies. We send loneliness, we send sadness, we send are you grieving, we send what makes you happy, what's your favorite activity. We can ask anything about their food, their medicine. Does the medicine have some sort of other reaction? Does it give you a headache? Does it upset your stomach? Okay, so the idea there is that it's almost like being a dolphin. Another way to look at this is that we're developing our sixth sense. We're sending a laser beam, like a flashlight, into the animal's experience to ask a question. It's going to light up the holographic experience that matches the frequency of the feeling. Okay. So we can ask anything about their emotions or their history or their relationships.
Can I ask you this? I understand that many times you're looking for, I don't know, something that might be physically bothering an animal or something that emotionally is bothering an animal, but I've always sort of wanted to know, take a generally healthy cat, for example. What are its, I mean, we all know what our daily thoughts are like. They're busied and full of taxes and all the rest of the things that this time of year brings. But what about a cat? What is a cat's kind of daily thinking? I'm going to make
you ask yours, Art. When you get home today, I'm going to make you ask yours.
I'm going to give it a try, but right now, I'm asking you.
All right, cats are a very different breed because they're asleep 90% of the time.
That's true.
All right, so this isn't like a squirrel or any sort of an animal or an elephant or an animal that's awake and busy and very present in the world. The cat is already walking between worlds. They're our most mystical creatures on this planet.
Well, they're nocturnal, and so am I. So I'm generally awake when they're very awake and playing in the middle of the night. I keep the same hours my cats do, put it plainly. And so I've always been kind of curious what a cat, a generally healthy cat, thinks about.
They're all individual, and they all think about things. I think one of the biggest paradigm shifts is how similar all of our experiences are on this planet, that we're all experiencing very similar things. I mean, I have so many stories and so many things I want to tell you. I'll give you for instance. When I was in South Africa, I went to a cheetah sanctuary, and I went into the pen of each cheetah and asked a whole series of questions, and I had national news on me, so I was under a lot of pressure. I went into the pen of a cheetah named Joseph, and I said, "What's going on? Are you okay?" And he said, "No." And I said, "What happened?" And I got a wave of sadness. Okay, that's the emotion. That's called clairsentience, clear sensing in Latin, where we can feel the emotion. Then I take it a step further. What's attached to this emotion? I saw a female cheetah. I said, "Okay, what's her name?" I hear the name Charlie. Then I saw 2 cheetah cubs, and he said, "They got sent away." I said, "Okay, where'd they go?" He said, "Up north." I went, "Okay, I think I know where that is. It's a different cheetah sanctuary." "Why did they send your mate away?" "Because they're breeding her with somebody else." I said, "Tell me something funny. Tell me something crazy that you eat that no one would ever believe that you like to eat." And he said, "Squash." "Tell him I love the squash." I said, "Okay, that's ridiculous, because I know for a fact that cheetah don't eat squash." I said, "Well, what do you do for fun? What's your favorite activity?" He said, "Tell him I love the baby bottles." the baby bottles that they tie on the ribbons. All right, now, one of the properties of telepathic communication, the way that you know you're not manufacturing it, that it's coming in from the outside, speed. Now, when the telephone rings and you know who's on the other line before you pick it up, and you go, oh, that's my mother, it breaks your normal thinking process.
Mm-hmm.
Because the thinking process that you're manufacturing has a rhythm. Now, when it's non-local information, it's simultaneous. All of a sudden, bang, your mother comes into your mind, or you smell her perfume, or you hear her voice, or you hear her calling your name, or you in your own mind say, oh, that's my mother. Same thing, something's wrong with someone that you love. When you sense there's a traffic jam, you shouldn't go this way, you should go that way. It happens incredibly fast. The second property is that you couldn't have made that up. I wouldn't have told the African National News that the cheetah said that he likes to eat squash and play with human baby bottles, because I don't want to make a fool out of myself on national television.
Sure.
So the quality of left field, that it's so strange. You ask the dog his favorite food, and he says, cream cheese on a bagel. And the person says, oh, I gave that to her last night. So that's the second property. The third property is the level of emotion. If you're with an animal and you get hit with a wave of sadness, or you suddenly get a pang in one of your teeth, and you go, whoa, I should have this cat's teeth checked.
Mm-hmm.
Or you feel their nausea, or you feel the pain in their lower back.
How do you delineate between what the cat's feeling and the same problem remote viewers have and your own imagination?
Because you check your instrument first. If you are a completely clear instrument, let's say that you don't have a bad knee, or let's say that you do, and you're aware of that, so you log that information. Then we ask the donkey on the stage. This really happened in London. Incredible story. I had 150 people in a room, and we had a donkey on the stage. And the owner said to me, the guardian, is the donkey in any pain? I look out and I ask the question. I look out into the audience, and dozens of people had one hand over their left jaw. And they were all kind of going, ow. It was really obvious. Then I started walking around, and 3 people in the audience had drawn something that looked like a little lightning bolt. Now, this is getting to the dun-dun-dun-dun-dun stage.
Yeah,
sure where they're making mud mountains in their living room. You know that scene from Closing Encounters.
Yes, of course.
Now, I experience this on a daily basis, that we'll get a group of people, and half of them will come up with the same name. They'll say, oh, this cat's favorite other cat is named Baxter. Or, they get something very similar. So I'm used to this. Well, in this case, I asked the group, what happened to the donkey? All these hands go up, and they say, her lower jaw on the left side still hurts. One of her teeth is broken. And then the guardian of the donkey said that her horse had kicked the donkey in the mouth, had broken one of her teeth on the lower left side. She'd seen a vet 3 times, and her question was, is the donkey still in pain? Now, that's how available it is. If you check your body and you scan your own body and you say, okay, I know this isn't coming from me. Same thing with your emotions. I'm not projecting this pain on the animal. I'm going to sit in absolute silence and clear out my instrument so that I can listen. And then you tune into the frequency of that particular being, vibrate on their frequency. So you're basically flatlining. You're not thinking or feeling. You're only listening. Then all sorts of information is going to come in. With these cheetah, first of all, the person who was keeping the cheetah told me that they would throw squash into Joseph's pen so that he could play with them. He'd bat them around. And they tied human baby bottles on a carousel. And that's how they would exercise the cheetah. And he had a mate named Charlie, and they had had 2 cubs, and she got sent up to DeVilt. So they had taken his mate away, and he was absolutely miserable about it.
Sure.
So if you're asking me, I'm going to take this a step further, what do cats think about on a daily basis? I went into the next pen, and I was working with a cat named Kaya. I said, tell me a big secret, because, you know, the news is here, and I want to really prove to these people that you are incredibly intelligent and that you can communicate with us. And Kaya said to me, I ran a body scan on him. He was lying down. He hadn't stood up yet. He said, and this is how we can ascertain where the pain is in their body. My focus kept going to his bladder. And I went, ouch. Does this still hurt? He said, no, I'm fine now. But I had 2 cases of cystitis. He said, tell the humans thank you. Their medicine worked. I said, when was the last one? He said, January. And I was there in November. I said, what else is going on with your body? He said, my legs are uneven. So when I stand up, my hips hurt because I've got hip dysplasia. I said, did you have an accident? He said, no, it was a birth defect. I said, okay, tell me something really marvelous. Tell me a secret. He said, well, they're writing a book about me. And I said, about all the cheetah in the sanctuary? And he said, no, just me. He was very happy about this, very full of himself. Well, when I got the keeper to come over, he stood up, had extremely uneven hips, which I couldn't see when he was lying down. They confirmed he had had 2 bladder infections, and the last one had been the prior January, and that they were keeping a journal called the Kaya Journals, which was an online book. And I had asked him, what's the book about? And he said, it's to educate human children about the plight of the cheetah. Wow. Cheetah are going to be extinct in 2015. And the cheetah know this.
They know they're going to be extinct.
Of course. And how could they not?
What an overwhelming sadness that knowledge would carry with it. My God.
Well, another one, I went into her pen, and I said, who's your favorite person? And she said, Bob. And I said, what does Bob look like? And she said, well, he's tall, brunette. I said, okay, who else do you love? And she said, oh, I love the black and white dog. I said, you've got to be kidding me. I didn't know Cheetah played with dogs. And she said, oh, no, my best friend's a dog. And tell Bob I just love him. Well, one of the things that happens a lot is that the people will argue with you. All the keepers said, we don't know who you're talking about. There's no one here named Bob. But the black and white dog was a sheepdog that she had grown up with and was actually on the property. And they would put the dog in her pen, and the cheetah would play with the dog. Mm-hmm. And I was on the way out of the sanctuary, and a guy walked in and was introduced to me, and it was Bob. And he was a new volunteer, and he only took care of Jaja, this one particular cheetah. Now, I'm talking about the cats at Cheetah Outreach in Cape Town. So you asked me, what does a cat think about? Well, they think about the same things humans think about.
Well...
they don't build rocket ships and fly to the moon.
And they don't file tax returns.
They don't file tax returns, but they think about their relationships. The one cheetah was telling me how much he missed his mate, how much he missed his children and was worried about them. They were getting relocated. They were getting sent to another sanctuary. He knew that. They're aware of their health problems. They're thinking about that. They're aware of the games and the toys and the things that they play with.
Uh-huh.
And the most profound connection there was with Kaya, who knew about the book.
Yeah, that's incredible. All right, here's one for you, Amelia. Cats, as you well know, from time to time, play with things that aren't there. You know, they will pounce on absolutely nothing. Roll around on the floor and play with something that's not there. And I've wondered all my life.
What are they seeing?
Yeah.
Well, here's another, for instance, for you. I think I put this story in the first book. So this was in Horse's Mouth. That I was working with a cat, and the cat would go to the bottom of a staircase. She was a very, very old cat, and she'd look up the stairs and scream. And she was doing this every night. Mm-hmm. And the women that owned the cat were so concerned, saying, "What is she yelling at?" Because she'd scream at the top of her lungs. And I asked her, "What do you see?" And she showed me the spirit of a golden retriever. And when I told the women, they burst into tears because their golden retriever had passed away the year before. And they had said to her, you know, in prayer, "When it's time for the cat to go, will you please come get her?" The golden retriever took the kitty. She died very soon after that.
So it was getting close to her time.
Right. Our spectrum of what our eyes can see is so minute. And the spectrum of what our brains process is very small. Cats can see things that we can't see. It doesn't mean they're not there. It just means that we can't see them.
Well, that was exactly my question. If you've ever been inside a cat and looked out through a cat's eyes at one of those moments, I'd just love to know what it is that whatever it is that it sees. We'll be right back. Good morning, everybody. Amelia Kincaid is my guest, a top psychic in the U.S., a top animal communicator worldwide, and obviously she's done a lot of world travel. And I'm going to go right back to this question about the unseen things that cats apparently see that we don't. And I'm going to sort of rephrase the question, so we'll be right back. Well, okay, Amelia, you told me a very specific story about a cat that would cry at the base of the stairs and the German Shepherd. The Golden Retriever. Anyway, what I was sort of after here, Amelia, was so many times a cat in a joyful moment, and I know you're looking for problems and, you know, trying to diagnose things a lot of times when you communicate, but a lot of times a cat in just a pure moment of absolute unbridled joy will be seen to be playing with something on the floor that obviously we can't see, but it's something the cat either sees or senses or something. I have no idea, but it's a moment of joy. It's a happy invisible something.
Yeah, it is. It is. I did one talk show here in America, and the cat gave me the name. I said, "Who do you love?" And she said, "Oh, I love it when Hope's in the house. Hope's my favorite person." And the woman burst into tears. Her mother's name was Hope, and she had just died. So her mom was in the house. Now, I hear this every day. This is a daily occurrence, and it's a daily occurrence with all my students. I have a woman in England, and the language of miracles, I profiled my 20 best students because my entire purpose was to prove it's not just that I can do this. Everyone can learn, depending on how much discipline and how much determination they have.
Okay.
20 students getting names, dates, details, medical information, histories, incredible things. One of the most incredible students I have is a vet, and she can actually see inside the animal's body before she cuts them open. She's a surgeon. Her name's Dr. Julia Bertram. She's spectacularly brilliant. And when I first met Julia, I was teaching a workshop in Germany. She also speaks German, so she came to see me there. And I am getting around to answering your question. We had a cat on the stage, and I said, "Who does the cat love?" She got 3 things in minute detail: a brown and white guinea pig, a black and white cat, and a little goldfish. Well, the guinea pig had just passed away, but the spirit of the guinea pig was still in the house.
So you're telling me they're seeing and playing with and interacting with spirits?
Absolutely. Just because we can't see them, I see that one of the other paradigms is that the other side isn't out there somewhere. We're cohabitating the same space with other dimensions. So if your ex-wife, who is now in heaven, is in your living room, your cat is going to see her. And if she bends down and pets the cat's heads, they would tell me that. Or if you have all sorts of different spirit beings in the house that the cats are playing with, they can tell me what they are, whether they're mice or elves or whatever.
Okay, that absolutely answers that, and it's kind of what I guess I suspected. Can you talk to any sort of animal? And I guess right on down to insects. You mentioned insects, so you can literally communicate with any animal?
Any living being is thinking, feeling, having sensations, and can be accessed through a quantum process. So even if, our scientists have some pretty absurd ideas, really condescending and ridiculous ideas, like lobsters have no feelings because they don't have a central nervous system, or that any sort of insect that doesn't have a nervous system that mirrors ours, therefore can't think and feel. Well, unless you can actually talk to them and find out directly, what does a cricket feel? What does a rat feel? How much can a mouse feel? I have one story, and I think this is in the Language of Miracles, where I was talking to rats. And the rat said to me, "Tell Mommy that I'm with Susie." And Susie, and explained to me that it was a blonde woman who had passed away. The rat that I was talking to was in spirit. She had passed away. And then the woman told me that her mother's name was Susie, and that she was blonde, and laughed and said, well, the rat couldn't possibly be with my mother. My mother hated rats. But every living being can be accessed, and you can have a conversation.
Okay. All right. Once you've realized all of this about living beings, all living beings, then it invokes a lot of questions about, for example, eating animals, performing experiments on animals for the benefit of human beings. All of that jumps out at you as you realize that they're as sacred as the next living thing. Now, how do you feel about that?
I think that it's going to take a lot of time. And over the decades, things are gradually starting to evolve, if we're here long enough to even have things evolve. I'm a big believer in free-range food. And I think there's a big difference between having some animal that was factory farmed. There's a difference between death and torture. We're all going to die. And I'm not promoting the people out there that are going to live their life off steak. But the point being, if an animal is tortured every moment of its life, I'm more concerned about the quality of their life than the quantity of life. Mm-hmm. I think there's a big difference between a lamb that was standing by the side of the road out in a beautiful field with its family under the stars in the rain in New Zealand and a lamb that is in a factory farm being tortured daily. I don't think we have the right to do that. I am 100% anti-vivisection. That means I don't believe in laboratory animals at all, under any circumstances.
Yeah, well, once you embrace the rest of this, you would have to feel that.
Yeah, I don't think we have the right to torture other animals. And so much of the research about vivisection indicates it doesn't work anyway. There are over 100 types of cancers that can be cured in rats that can't be cured in humans. Things don't necessarily cross species lines the way that we think they do. And if we could learn how to simply tune in, they could teach us, and we could learn more about our bodies by using our intuition.
Now, maybe you can answer this. Obviously, or at least, on the outside, some animals are clearly, from our perspective, more intelligent than other animals. Is that, in fact, true? And as you talk to these animals, is that apparent to you?
I don't believe in that kind of hierarchy. And I think if we're judging it against human intelligence, if we're comparing it to, is this fox as intelligent as a human? Well, it may be the most intelligent fox within the arena of what it means to be a fox, or to be a badger, or to be a sparrow. It's a completely different paradigm. Our idea of intelligence is a hierarchy that simply doesn't work. That's yesterday's science. And so much cruelty has been rationalized in the name of that we're more intelligent than they are. No, we're not. Some of the most intelligent conversations I've ever had in my life were with rats.
With rats?
Rats are incredibly emotional and intelligent beings. And the fact that cats are in laboratory animals, are in labs, it's just the work. If there is a devil, it is his work.
So you can't measure things from a human perspective of intelligence, and you might find a rat to be as intelligent or able to convey ideas to you as much as a cat or a dog?
Absolutely. And when we do embrace that, and we're able to reach out and say, what can you teach me? We can learn more from elephants and from lions and from deer. I mean, they all have things that they need to teach human beings. And we've put them beneath us. Therefore, we can't learn from our environment. We certainly aren't protecting our environment. We're not doing anything.
No, we don't seem to be. That's for sure.
Champion and cherish these beings that are dependent on us.
All right. You have something called X-ray vision, or what you call X-ray vision. Is that fair to say?
It's fair to say, and that's what I'm talking about when I said the vet can see inside the body.
Right.
Okay, let me give you a thumbnail sketch of this. Let's say that we're looking at a horse, and we're going to do a medical scan on that horse. That means we're going to go into the body of the horse and very, very gently and slowly feel our way through that body, only with the horse's permission. Because sometimes animals don't want to do that. Mm-hmm. But if they do want to do that, every organ is vibrating at a particular frequency. So it's as if it's all in harmony like a band. The liver could be the string section, and the stomach could be the flutes. I mean, it's a crazy analogy, but it works. Now, let's say that one of those organs is out of balance. So it's not vibrating at the proper level where it should be. It's going to be out of tune. Or it's going to feel off. If there's cancer in the body, it's going to be like there's timpani crashing over the flute solo. So if there's something wrong within the energetic field, you're going to feel it.
Okay, well, this is obviously at the very next level. In other words, establishing some kind of communication in the way you described earlier in the crash course. And now what you're describing is going to be the next level of learning, because you're talking about sort of scanning and recognizing individual organs that are not vibrating at the right level.
Mm-hmm. And you'll get little tinges of pain or discomfort or nausea in your own body. Now, the first level really is a mental ping pong, where we do something very simple, like what color is the dog's food bowl? We may have 100 people in the room, and so many people say blue and white, blue and white, blue and white, blue and white. The exceptional student may say blue and white striped with a little brown bone in the center of the ceramic bowl. And they're spot on, because they're able to go into that animal's mind just for a moment and envision that you're hungry, look out the dog's eyes, and see what color's the food bowl. We say, is the dog in love? What does his favorite other dog in the whole world look like? I can't tell you how many people within one room will say, oh, it's a little white Bichon, it's a little white scruffy poodle, it's a little white something. I mean, one of the ways that we know that this works is because there's so much uniformity It's scientifically impossible. And then when they start yelling out names, it's shocking. When you've got a whole group of people saying, oh, well, the owner's sister's name is Jessie. Jessie, Jackie, she's blonde, it's her sister, blah, blah, blah. And then all those people are right. So we may start with very simple things like favorite food, favorite activity, what's your favorite toy look like, where's the cat's favorite spot in the house. And I'll actually have people who can draw the entire house. And where is the couch? And where are the windows? And it's oftentimes the most skeptical students. They'll come in saying, oh, I can't do it. They end up being spectacular. The medical gestalt is a little bit more, and then the emotional body. You're going to pick up a lot of the different feelings from the animal. And you may hear those pieces of information in words, you might not. And Dr. Mitchell helped me describe this. It's not that the animal's talking to you. It's not that they're sending you thoughts in English words. Because my German students hear the animals in German. Mm-hmm. My Norwegian students hear the animals in Norwegian. You're going to pick up the frequency, and your brain makes sense of it, and your brain turns it into something that you understand.
Okay, we know what reasoning is, Amelia. I think I know what reasoning is, working something out in my mind. In your communication with animals, is there a sign that animals go through any kind of reasoning process?
Far, far more than people give them credit for. I'll tell you one of my favorite analogies. You'll love this story. I've got a cat who helps me teach my workshops in England, in the Lake District in England. And when we first brought this cat in, we asked the cat what's so special about the other cat at home. Well, the other cat at home is blind. The cat in the workshop was taking enormous pieces of tree trunks and dragging them into the house, and was leaving tree branches in strategic spots throughout the house. Well, the woman kept taking the tree branches and hauling them back outside and leaving them in the yard. Well, then the cat who could see would bring the tree branches back in. He would leave one at the base of the stairs. He would leave one in front of the television so that the blind cat couldn't get behind the TV and get tangled up in the cords. He left one at the corner of the kitchen to show where to turn to get into the kitchen to get to the food. The woman finally realized the cat was creating borders for the blind cat.
That's amazing.
So when he got to the bottom of the stairs, he knew he had to turn right. Now that is tool making, which is what Jane Goodall was so famous for when she discovered that chimpanzees use tools. And wouldn't you call that reasoning?
Yes.
I would.
Yes, I would too.
I think that's undeniable.
They do help each other out, don't they?
Well, that's amazing.
That's amazing, but I had one cat, Amelia, that helped one of my other cats who was not actually my new cat, who was not housebroken, and Abby Dose would go back and help this cat and show this cat how to dig and then turn around and poop and, cover it up the way cats instinctually do. Well, this cat was having a little trouble with that instinct, and Abby would go back and actually cover it up and show the cat how to do it. Sounds crazy, but trust me, it happened.
And probably so that the other one either wouldn't get in trouble with the humans.
Exactly.
So she was sparing the other cat the humiliation of getting in trouble.
That's exactly right.
I mean, for every story that there is out there, and the next book I'm going to work on is about animals who save lives, of animals who jump on the bed, wake the person up from a deep sleep in the middle of the night, and this is a true story, and then the woman found out that her bedspread was about to catch on fire because her space heater was too close to her bed. Well, her little dog jumped up on the bed, frantically scratched her face and woke her up and saved her life. Now,
yes, believe me, I've read these stories on the air. I know it's true.
Is that not reasoning? I mean, I don't think we can. I don't think we can write that off as instinct.
No. Here's an off-the-wall question, and I had it happen once, so I'd love the answer to it if you think you might even know. This lady has a cat who, despite the presence of 2 cat boxes, poops right outside the box instead of inside the box. Have you ever heard of that?
Oh, sure. And I'll tell you, there's a very practical solution to this. I have an igloo. So she has to climb up some stairs and into a plastic igloo so that she can't hang her little tuchus over the side. Sometimes it's just because they say, well, I'm standing in the sand. And they don't quite realize. Now, if there's a wall there, they don't have any choice. Mm. Everything's going to stay inside the box.
So something they have to climb through to get into the box.
It has a lid on it. So there are walls. Unless it's a deliberate protest. And it could be a protest against something, that the box isn't clean enough or the cat's upset about something.
Okay, and only you talking to the cat or somebody capable of doing what you do could find that out for sure. All right, Amelia Kincaid is my guest. When we come back, we're going to open the phone lines, and I know many of you have zillions of questions, so if you think you've got a good one for Amelia, the numbers will be coming up. I'm Art Bell. Music, as almost all of you know, I think, can take you to a completely different place. It certainly is true for me. I can be in the very worst of moods and throw on a set of headphones, listen to some of my favorite music, like the stuff you hear on the show, and it'll just take me to a completely different place. And Ethan in Chico, California asks, I was just wondering what cats and dogs think of music. Do they enjoy it? Do they understand what it is? Do they, I would add, get taken to a different place in the way we do? We'll ask Amelia in a moment. Well, all right. Our guest is Amelia Kincaid. The Language of Miracles and Straight from the Horse's Mouth are her books. I'm assuming you can find them on Amazon.com and all the normal places, Amelia, correct?
You bet. Thank you for that shameless plug.
No problem.
I love
Thank you for being here. What about music?
Well, they absolutely love it, but not all animals like the kind of music we think they like. If there's a piano in the house, the cats are going to tell me about it. Cats love piano music. I've always had jazz cats myself. So they love jazz. But, you know, people who leave the radio on thinking that animals are just going to want to hear human jabber and commercials, that's not necessarily true. One time I had a workshop where the teacher was a parrot. And I said, what's your favorite thing? And she said, when Mommy sings to me and dances around. Oh. And a lot of the people in the room got the same thing. And one time I spoke to a German Shepherd who said his favorite thing in the world was when Daddy would ride it with him in the pickup and sing to the ridiculous music on the radio, which turned out to be, Clarence Clearwater Revival?
Sure.
And my own cat, Mr. Jones, who was one of the stars of The Language of Miracles, who's now in heaven, his favorite piece of music, and the only song he would ever sing along to, was Chopin's Nocturne in E minor. And whenever I played this one particular song, I promise you, I'm not making this up, my big Maine Coon cat would come out and meow along to it.
That's what I've got, by the way. I've got 2 Maine Coons.
Oh, they're so close to my heart.
They're brilliant cats. They're very smart.
They're very, very special, magical.
All right. I've got a lot of people who want to talk to you, so let's see what we've got out there. Mike in Ohio, you're on with Amelia Kincaid. Hi.
Good evening, Art and Amelia.
Hi, Mike.
Hi, Art. I have 4 cats inside and at least 3 outside that I take care of.
Yeah.
Amelia, it was either Edgar Casey or Seth that said that the sphinxes of Egypt, which there are many of, represented that the soul was drawn here initially to the cat's body. Then after reincarnating, could the soul inhabit the human body? So, Amelia, I wondered if you had ever experienced anything that would verify that idea.
All the time. and this is so controversial, and it also eliminates that idea of human hierarchy in a food chain. If I'm working with animals who are telling me that they used to be human, or if I've got a horse that says it used to be a cat, or a cat that says it used to be... Now, this happens all the time.
Very controversial. You obviously believe in reincarnation.
Oh, sure.
And you believe in cross-species reincarnation.
I didn't set out to prove that. And even when I wrote the first book, I didn't think that that was true. I thought that animals pretty much stayed within their own species boundaries. And then, over time, I've seen it happen too often. And I had one gal who came to me for a reading years ago, and her little dog said that, her ferret said that it used to be a black and white dog that had died the year before. And the girl burst into tears and said that the reason, and the spirit told me that it came back as a ferret because she wasn't allowed to have dogs in her new apartment building. So he wanted to be with her, and he had to take another form, so he came back as a ferret. They'll come back in any form that they can in order to be close to us.
That's remarkable.
And the African shaman believe, and have always believed, that their ancestors are lions, and that the lions are sacred beings, and I work down there with those shaman. And they do believe that humans and lions are interchangeable. And even Casey didn't necessarily believe that all species can reincarnate as other species, although I think that now we can, but that dolphins and humans were interchangeable.
Wow.
Which means we better take a closer look at how we're taking care of them.
I guess so. David, in California, you're on with Amelia.
Amelia, first-time caller. I love listening to what you're talking about. I had a finch come to me one day and come in my bedroom, fly in my house, needed healing, and I'm a healer. And I healed it, and when it left in the morning, I carried it out in my hand, and it was ready to go. It was healed. And it turned and looked at me, and I could almost hear its voice, and it said, thank you. Now, my question that I wanted from that time to get better at speaking to the animals, I feel very awkward at speaking with them. What, if you could give a little more detail of exactly how you accomplish that, what is exactly going on in your thinking and what you're feeling at those moments when you're speaking to these animals?
Trust your first impulse. When the information comes in from the outside, it's lightning fast, and you're going to get a flash of a picture, a word, a feeling, a taste, a sensation. It's subtle and it's quick. And if you learn how to send a thought, isolate one single thought as your question, send that thought, and then go black. Move into that silence inside your own heart, where you're sitting in absolute quiet, feeling nothing but love. The information comes flying in. And then you learn how to listen to things that are moving that quickly on such a subtle frequency.
All right, Amelia, let's say you're in a house with 3 cats, as I am, and you want to specifically speak with or understand the feeling of just one cat. Once you're in the place that you described in the crash course earlier, is it merely your intent that will establish the communication with the animal you want to establish the communication with? Is it just your intent that will enable that?
It's your intent. You're directing your consciousness. So you're directing that flashlight into that particular cat. Now what's going to happen is they're going to yell over each other. That one of them's going to say, yeah, well, I don't care what he thinks because what I want is this. And you never listen to me, Daddy, because I've been trying to talk to you all along, and what are you doing? They will do that.
Okay. All right, and you will hear that.
And pretty soon you're going to have a party line with all 3 cats saying, oh, my God, he's listening.
Yeah.
For the first time, we're all going to talk at once.
Right. That's kind of where I was going with that question about whether they are suddenly aware and even shocked by...
They're shocked. The first thing that happens every time I walk... If I go into a zoo, the animal's going to say to me, why can you hear me?
Yeah.
The orangutans, the gorillas, They're going to say, "Why can you hear me?"
Okay, Margie in Oregon, you're on with Amelia.
Hi, Amelia. After I had a beloved cat put to sleep, I felt, I guess you'd say, a mental connection with him in the spirit realm, and he was very upset that he no longer had his body because he still felt alive. And a few months later, this cat showed up at my door that looked exactly like him, and I always wondered, did he... I wondered if he went and found a cat that looked like him so that he could be with me vicariously through this other cat, or if he actually possessed this other cat.
I love your show, Art. Because where else can we talk about things like this in America on national radio?
Nowhere.
It's a very advanced question, and you're right on the money. One of the things they can do is they share space.
Oh.
And sometimes you'll say, well, my cat all of a sudden started doing something that he's never done before, but my old cat used to do this.
Exactly. He did that.
Okay,
yeah.
This is no different from a person who can channel angels or entities. The cat can channel the other cat. The other cat can visit you through the body of your new cat. And yes, they can do a walk-in process where one spirit actually leaves the body and another spirit comes in.
Oh.
But I feel like in your specific instance, I think that your other one is sharing space and visiting you. Mine do it all the time.
That's something very different. So sharing space, meaning they just sort of allow the other spirit to inhabit that body.
My vet sees it so often, she calls it piggybacking. That the one that just died comes into the body of the one that you have. And these are the things that I hear all the time. That the new cat has never jumped into the bathtub and played with the water. The old cat used to do it every day.
Yeah.
The old cat dies, and all of a sudden the new cat jumps into the bathtub and plays with the water.
All right, Daniel in Houston, you're on with Amelia. Hi.
Amelia, how you doing?
Hi, Daniel.
I got kind of a weird problem, I guess. I've got one of these automatic cat box cleaners. And
they don't like those very much.
They hate them. Oh, my God, they hate them.
How's that working out for you?
Well, mine is working out fairly well, except for the old man in the house, who I've had about 10 years. He's a Siamese cat, and his name is Worf. And while he was in the house all by himself, he used the cat box without any kind of problem. But when I recently got a second cat and then a third, excuse me, he will get into that box and he'll strictly go on the right-hand side of the box, and then he will scrape all the sand from the left-hand side to cover it up, thereby making it so it won't recycle anymore. And he's been doing this over and over and over.
Now, that's reasoning.
Huh?
That's reasoning.
Is he mad at me? Is he trying to tell me something? And is there anything I can do to retrain this guy?
Okay, I would sanction him off. If you can give him his own separate box in a separate room, that's what I would do.
Well, they'll all go take it. I had Comet, who was kind of mentally challenged because he had been starved as a kitten. And so he was scared of everything. And somebody sent us one of those automatic cat boxes, and he thought that thing came straight from the devil. He wouldn't have a thing to do with it. Anything that moved automatically over what he had just done, or when he just left it, was just straight from the devil as far as he was concerned.
Well, they make a horrible noise.
They do.
I tried it once, and I had 4 kittens that would run for their lives and then stop using the box because it has this terrible mechanism in it, like a monster. I think, now here's the difference, though, Art. You're saying that they would all use the box, but that's before you learned how to talk to them. If you know how to talk to them, and you give the old king of the house his own box and his own room, and you tell the other ones, you do not touch his territory. He is the king in this house. He's got his own box. He's got his own stuff. Give everyone their own possessions. When you can talk to them, then it's going to change things.
Okay. So you could even explain, look, this is an automatic box. It's not going to hurt you. It's simply going to clean things up after you're gone. Don't be worried about the noise. And you could impart that message.
Right, but it certainly sounds like he's protesting the presence of the other two cats.
Oh, yeah. Well, it sounds to me like he's figured out a way to jam the thing up.
Pretty hilarious. What a smart guy, huh?
Yeah, what a smart guy. Lee in Columbus, Georgia, you're on with Amelia.
Hi, Amelia. Hi, Art. How you doing?
Fine.
Hi, Lee.
I've got kind of a touching story and a little bit of a question. We had a dog. You know, we had her, ended up having her about 20 years before she passed away. But her and my grandfather were real close. My grandfather passed away about 12 years ago. And when he did, I'm sorry, it's kind of hard for me to tell it. She howled like she was in terrible pain for about 4 hours the day that he died. We lived in Georgia, and he lived in New Jersey. And, we didn't tell her that he died, if they were coming to visit, we'd tell her he's coming to visit. She'd get all excited. And they said she howled when he died, and the day of his funeral, she was with a friend of ours, and he told us that all day she would not stop howling at all. The whole day, like she was in pain, like, her heart was ripped out. Her friend was gone. But, my question for you would be, me and my wife had a rabbit. It passed away. My grandmother had a stroke. They were shocked that she survived. About 2 weeks after she had her stroke, the rabbit passed away. And I've always heard that close family animals will give up their lives almost to save a human life. Do you believe in that?
Absolutely. And see, these stories, I could go on for years and years and years saying animals can think and feel and telepathy is real, and then you can prove it to me in one story by saying that a dog that wasn't even in the same state as the man, it cries all day the day that the man dies. Absolutely they're in contact. Absolutely an animal can shoulder the burden and even take on the illness that someone else has in order to slow down the person's passage. But a lot of the time they go together. And
well, there's no question about the psychic ability of animals. It was 2020, I think. I'm sure you saw it, Amelia. If you didn't, you've got to. Did a piece testing dogs. And what they did is they would put cameras. They put cameras in the home. And then they would have the owner start home at an unusual time of day. I mean, after all, an animal knows the time of day when the owner usually comes home, but they would fool the animal, and they would start the owner home 5 hours ahead of time. Inevitably, and without question, and 2020 showed it, those animals knew the owner was on the way home.
Art is the work of Dr. Rupert Sheldrake.
Yes.
And Rupert actually took my workshop in London. He was keynoting the field conference, the quantum physics conference, and they brought me in as the animal link. And Rupert actually took my workshop, which was one of the biggest compliments I've ever had in my life. But the book is called Dogs Who Know When Their Owners Are Coming Home.
Right.
And he's done the most extensive scientific research with double-blind experiments and cameras. And yeah, you can't deny it. The dog would run to the door 10 minutes before the person comes home, no matter what time of day the person comes home.
Is it because, Amelia, because they don't have the busyness that we humans have, that their psychic abilities are naturally enhanced, naturally stronger than ours?
No, I think our abilities are that strong. We have our abilities shamed out of us. In Western culture and in our modern world, we were taught that we're not supposed to be able to communicate with animals. We're not supposed to trust our intuition, so we're constantly second-guessing ourselves.
Well, exactly, but they do have a lead on us in that while I'm sure they have little daily concerns, they don't have the kind of lineup of to-do things that human beings have. Or maybe I'm
Oh, we are their to-do list. We are their main concern. They're focused on us.
Okay.
And how much they love us. That's all they think about all day.
That's unconditional love. Amelia Kincaid is my guest. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have a question for her, you know the portal numbers. From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I'm Art Bell. Amelia Kincaid is my guest, and here's something for her to consider with the break that's coming up. We touched on the environment, not very heavily, certainly, but did touch on it. Right now, one of the things that's wrong with our environment is the bees are disappearing. The bees that pollinate our crops are disappearing. Where are the bees going, and what the hell is wrong? We'll ask in a moment. Amelia, I don't know if you've been following the stories or not, but bees across the United States are disappearing. It's terribly worrisome. They pollinate very important crops for us, and perhaps you haven't seen the stories and haven't had a chance to speak with a bee lately, but we'd sure like to know what's going on.
Wow, that's fascinating. I'm actually going to have bees in my workshop in England this summer for the first time, and I haven't followed that because I'm not in the country very often. But our ecosystem is so fragile, and what we're doing as we disturb everything through global warming and pesticides and pollution, we throw off the balance. And Mother Nature is an equilibrium-seeking creature. So she's constantly trying to heal herself. So she's trying to set things right. I mean, my first instinct would be that it has to do with fertilizer and pollution and pesticides.
That's probably right on, I would imagine.
Something to them must not smell right. You know, one of the most amazing new discoveries in medicine right now is about wasps. That not only do they have dogs that are sniffing cancer, there are wasps being trained to sniff cancer, bombs, and dead bodies.
Wow.
And they do it with a sugar substance. So they're giving them a treat, and the wasps are actually able to smell cancer. So they must have such an acute sense of smell. And my first instinct is that something doesn't smell right.
Okay, well, if you get a chance to commune with a bee, please let us know. It's very, very worrisome, and you might look into it when you get an opportunity. They're disappearing all across the country.
Wow.
Joan in New York, you're on with Amelia.
Hi, Art and Amelia. Thank you so much for taking my call, and good morning.
Good morning.
I have a 14-year-old little male peekapoo who's sleeping right here next to me. He's 10 pounds. His name is Pumpkin, and he's ready to cross over. I just want to mention a little something about him. I had a profound past life experience where I was a walking teacher in the Holy Land, and when I went to cross over, I sat down beneath a very huge tree, and I put my staff down, which I carried with me when I went from place to place. And as I felt my own energy leave my body, the energy out of the staff came out and moved with me, and to my amazement, it was Pumpkin who is with me now, and I knew instantly that he was my constant companion then in that life as he is in this life. Now, what's happening with Pumpkin is he is choking and coughing and having spasms in the throat, and I wanted to know how 3 times the vet wanted us to put him down, but I didn't feel he was ready to go. I wanted to know how I could make him as comfortable as possible.
And how do you know?
Friend.
And how do you know when your animal's ready?
Right. Ask him to give you a sign so that he can let you know when he's ready to go. And he will.
He'll let you know.
He'll let you know. Now, whether that's crying out in the middle of the night, that's the most common thing. Whenever they're about to cross, they see spirits who come for them at 3 or 4 a.m.
Yeah.
And they usually pass in the early morning hours. But you can call your angels, your ancestors, to come take him. And this is going to go in the most perfect divine timing. and he's going to have a beautiful, peaceful passage. And I do feel it soon. I think you're right about that.
Okay. Jenna in Washington, you're on the air with Amelia Kincaid. Hi.
Hello, Art and Amelia. Thank you for taking my call. I really appreciate it. I'm calling tonight because our dear cat Simba disappeared in December. And in the past few weeks, we've received a few phone calls of possible sightings of her around 1 mile from our home. And I want to know, what can I do to bring her home? I mean, I'm feeling confused about it. Does she not want to come home? Can she not find her way? Is it really her that they're seeing? And I'm putting all my energy out there to visualize her coming home safely. And my whole family have had dreams of her coming home safely. And I was just really excited to hear the topic tonight and want to know. Yeah.
You're in your most receptive state right before you fall asleep at night.
Okay.
So right before you fall asleep at night, reach out to her in your mind. And from a physical standpoint, one of the things you can do is turn on your porch lights or flicker the porch lights and say, run toward the flickering light.
Okay.
Now, if you upset her in some way, do you know of a reason that she would have left?
A possible reason, she left Christmas Eve, and the night before I was really upset at FedEx, and I was screaming on the phone. And 2 months before that, we brought a new puppy home.
Oh.
So there's a couple possible reasons.
Yeah. Well, the dog is more likely.
Okay.
But you can speak to her, listen to her right before you go to sleep at night. And if you need to negotiate that dog's going to be put out of her space so that she can have her castle back,
okay,
then you can negotiate this.
Great.
Okay, well, that brings up another topic. For example, Amelia, if you have two cats and you bring a third into the mix, as I did not long ago, you're in for, 2 or 3 months of...
hell.
Well, yes. Yes.
Yeah, hell.
Yes. And then at some point, I'm not sure what happens, but I guess it's always worked, but it's taken time. And finally, they all are friends, and they will all sort of curl up in one big cat bundle together now, but it's taken a long time.
Well, it does. It does.
Is there a way to hurry that process along?
Well, no. Not really. One of the analogies is that we say that if you had one cat and you go out and you get another cat and you bring the second cat home and you say, okay, look, you're going to be living with this other cat for the rest of your life. That would be like if someone went out and they said, okay, Art, I have an arranged marriage for you. I found a woman. She's East Indian. She doesn't speak any English, and she weighs 280 pounds. But she's your wife now, and you're going to be living with her for the rest of your life. Have fun. That's what our cats feel like. Our cats are like, what the? I didn't plan this. I didn't pick this cat out. And we thrust these animals together and say, love it, get along. Yeah. Now, one of the solutions is that when you bring in the new cat, say to the pre-existing cat, I got you a pet. I got this new cat for you. So you teach the new cat all the house rules. You're in charge. You're still in command. It's your territory, but you teach them everything about how to live here, how to help the people, how to get along in this household.
Yeah, that would make sense to a cat, all right.
It does make sense, and it does work better.
Jennifer in Tennessee, you're on the air with Amelia. Hi.
Hi, good morning, both of you.
Good morning.
Yes, I am visually impaired, and I have had several pets and been acquainted with several other animals, and it has been my experience that within I'd say up to the maybe third or fourth time I've seen that animal, a particular animal, they will realize that I have a disability and will tend to either look out for me or realize that they need to stay out of my way, otherwise they may get stepped on. And that just, to me, shows extreme intelligence, because there are people who can see there are humans who can see who don't realize that.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Isn't that amazing? I'm so glad you called. I had a guy come to one of my seminars who was a Navy captain, and he trained seeing eye dogs for the blind. And he said it was a regular occurrence that the humans would say, oh, I see this, I see that, I see, landmarks in the neighborhood, that there was no way that they could know were there. And when he said, how is it that you could see those? The people say, well, I saw it through the eyes of the dog.
Or, even the dog. I've had a service dog before, and I'll tell you this, he was the closest friend I have ever had.
Oh.
And I had to return him due to circumstances out of my control. But for the 2 years that I was with him, I never felt alone, and I never felt unsafe.
How beautiful.
Well, I guess, Amelia, somebody in her condition, if they could learn to do what you do, could actually see through the eyes of their companion, yes?
Right. Yeah, I worked with children in Mexico City this last summer that were not only blind, but they were also deaf. And there are animals that can help guide these kids. And if the children can actually learn how to be more in tune telepathically with the animal, of course that child's going to be safer.
Well, say. All right. Kathleen in Applegate, Oregon, you're on with Amelia. Hi.
Hi, Art and Amelia. What a great program. I'm just loving this. I have a spirit medicine and interspecies communication practice myself in Oregon, and I agree with Amelia that the animals are here to teach us. And my question, given the grim state of the world, with what the humans are doing to themselves and to the planet, what are you hearing from the other species, Amelia, about how we can save ourselves and the planet? In my daily interspecies work, including with my neighbors, the Sasquatch family, I'm really getting that it's dropping into our hearts, that there's no substitute for that. It really is a work of the heart. And I just wanted to hear what you were getting from the other species.
Well, we're here at 10 minutes to 2. We're going to cut to the chase. I think what we're doing on this planet is we're educating people for the next planet. I think we're educating people to learn how to take care of a planet, live in harmony with the world, the water, take care of their atmosphere, take care of their trees, take care of their animals. Because this is just one blink in time in eternity. And we can't either colonize Mars or go anywhere else with the education level that we have. Because what we've done is we have completely trashed and destroyed our planet. So what would make the next world any better than this if we don't learn something new? And what this is at this moment is a last-ditch educational effort to try to raise consciousness as quickly as possible and get people to learn how to love and care for their other living beings. Yes. But it's not just for Earth. It's for eternity.
Yeah, and for our souls. Billy in Iowa, you're on with Amelia.
Oh, good morning, good morning, good morning. I have a question. I tend to bring home a lot of the stray cats, and I help them and try to find homes for them and everything. And I made the mistake of bringing home one cat that was sick. She has feline AIDS, and there's no vaccination. There's no cure for it.
Right.
And all 7 of my cats that I've had for a couple of years now have been exposed to that. So I'm scared to death that it is a death sentence for all of them. And the one, I took the cat and they put her down, and it's like the vet said that I should just have them all put down to avoid.
Oh gosh, no, absolutely not.
Okay, and it's like it's been
absolutely okay. They develop immunities more than we give them credit for. Now they're out being exposed to cats that have leukemia and cats that have AIDS. Now this is no different from a human virus. You're not going to catch every virus you're exposed to. If you were, we'd all be dead.
Right.
Okay, we're exposed to things every day. What I would do in your situation, I'd put them on some really good vitamins, and you can get vitamins at PetSmart or Petco. Boost their immunities. There's a herb called olive leaf. And
what is it called?
Olive leaf. And it's the only thing that we know of that is antiviral, antifungal, and antibacterial. It helps fight viral infections and just boost the immune systems. And tell those kitties every day, you're strong, you're healthy, you're fabulous in every way, you have perfect, radiant, dynamic health, you're not going to get sick.
Yeah, it's like I've been crying and telling them that I am so sorry, that I did this to you.
Well, maybe you haven't. Now, should the other cats at some point, Amelia, be tested?
I would, but at this point, just because they've been exposed to it does not mean they're going to get it.
How soon would she likely know if they've got it?
If there are any symptoms. If you're looking for runny noses, runny eyes, upset tummies.
Okay. A cat that gets this kind of leukemia will have what kind of lifespan ahead of it?
It varies. I've known cats that had feline leukemia that lived out their entire lives. Some carry it, some are exposed to other cats, and the other cats never get it. It's not a death sentence.
Okay. All right. Ashley in Michigan, you're on with Amelia Kincaid. Hello.
Hi. I always wanted a dog, but unfortunately we live close to a highway, so we always have chosen against that. Well, I ended up getting a kitten, and she's about a year old now, and she plays fetch. And she,
I love that.
literally brings, those little milk cap rings, that the rings when you untwist the milk jug?
Yeah.
They come off. She just loves those. Those are her favorite toys. And I was just wanting to let everybody know that, you don't need to go buy your cat toys that they're not going to play with, because there isn't a cat I haven't known that doesn't love these.
Well, you know what? I think you're so right about that. Because no expensive toy would ever take the place of one of those plastic things that comes off a milk carton.
That's right.
That's it.
A bottle cap, those are their favorite things. But
Yeah,
I love kitties that fetch. A lot of Maine Coons will fetch pieces of candy.
Yeah?
Yes.
It's a Maine Coon trait, too.
Well, thank you, and I just wanted to let everyone know out there that they're the perfect toys.
Oh, gosh. Well, enjoy her.
I will. Thank you.
Okay, is there anything that we haven't covered in the interview? There's just so many people that want to talk to you, but we're coming to the end of it, Amelia. Is there anything that we should have covered that we haven't?
Well, we could do about another 426 hours, I think. This went by quicker than any interview I've ever given in my life.
Well, you can kind of sense it from the calls. We're all animal lovers, and so it's... I don't know. It's very close to my heart and very close to obviously many hearts out there, and so yeah, we could do a lot of hours on it. Your books again are available. Aren't they? Still on Amazon and so forth and so on.
Yeah, they're both on Amazon, and also my website, Art, is just my name. It's www.ameliakincaid.com. It's 2 Ks, Kinkade, and I have a listing on that website of my schedule. Everywhere I'm teaching, the books are available. My meditation CD has a very, very slow, thorough medical gestalt.
Okay.
And that's about learning how to get inside their body.
Out of time. Amelia, thank you.
You're welcome.
And good night. It was a wonderful interview. Listen, everybody, I'll be gone next weekend in Los Angeles for that award. A great honor indeed, and I will see you the following weekend. From the high desert, I'm Art Bell. Good night.
Midnight in the desert, shooting stars across the sky. This magical journey will take us on a ride, filled with the longing, searching for the truth. Will we make it till tomorrow? Will the sun shine on you?
Up next, investigative reporter Cheryl Jones joins us with an incredible story on animal telepathy. I'm really looking forward to this. If you own animals, you're going to really love this. If you don't, you're going to like it too. We'll be back with Cheryl in a moment on Coast to Coast AM. And welcome back to Coast. George Noory with you. We are back with our investigative reporter, Cheryl Jones. She joins us monthly. Cheryl, next time we see you, it'll be in February, as the year is clicking by already.
It flies by. I think we should slow things down a little bit. Give us a chance to catch up.
I wish we could. Do you think we'll ever be able to slow down time?
I don't think so. I think it's speeding up on us, and it's speeding up at such a fantastic speed that it's hard to catch up.
Yeah, it really is. Do you own pets?
Yes, I do. I have an Australian Shepherd. Her name is Ellie.
Well, you know the love of an animal, to be sure. And animal telepathy is even more bizarre and strange, isn't it?
It really is, and it's gaining a lot of interest and a lot of more serious interest by the science community too. But so many times you just look at your pet and you think, I just wish I could tell what you were thinking.
Absolutely. Well, you jumped into it with this monthly report. Tell us about it.
Okay. My guest tonight is acclaimed celebrity animal psychic and author Amelia Kincaid. She has 6 books, and they're available in 32 countries, including Soulmates with Paws, Hooves and Wings, The Language of Miracles, a celebrated psychic teaches you to talk to animals, and most recently, Whispers from the Wild, listening to voices from the animal kingdom. And Amelia says all animals use their natural psychic abilities to talk among themselves and helps us understand how to talk with pets and hear what they're trying to tell us. Amelia works with animal rescues in the U.S. and Africa and connects telepathically with all sorts of animals, large, small, in the wild, domestic, cute and fuzzy, and terrifying and deadly. Tonight, she shares how to tune into, talk with, listen to, and help heal our pets. Here now is our conversation.
Amelia, welcome to Coast.
Thanks.
It's so good to have you here tonight with us.
Well, I'm thrilled to pieces.
That's terrific. A great way to get started. Amelia, for our listeners who may be hearing you for the first time, even though you're world famous as a cult movie star, you've devoted your life to the welfare of animals and teaching people how to communicate with them. And you were also featured in the 100 Top Psychics in America by Simon & Schuster. Tell us a little about your amazing background and how you got so involved in animal healing through communication and telepathy.
I think there are a lot of people that are very gifted from birth, and they might not be able to break down a process so that they can teach it to people who think they have no intuitive ability at all. And when I first discovered this, I thought I had no psychic ability. I mean, I thought I would be the only person in the room who couldn't do it. So back at that time, this was in the 80s, there was this woman coming to town who would drive all over America and visit all the different veterinarian offices that would have her and solve the problems that they couldn't solve. And it was Beatrice Lydecker. She had gone on the Johnny Carson show and read Ed McMahon's cat on live TV and made Ed McMahon cry. It was because Beatrice Lydecker had come to North Hollywood and she was seeing animals at the veterinary clinic. And I took my cat in to see her, and he described the inside of my condo. Now, if you could imagine, I'm walking in cold. I've never experienced animal communication. I don't really believe in it. Here's this woman who has this reputation for being able to talk to cats. And she goes on to tell me his favorite place to sleep in my condo is on the back of a peach-colored couch with white flowers on it. And the view that he sees from there is out a bay window, and across the street is a wooden fence, and behind the wooden fence is a little white dog. And he goes over there and makes that little white dog bark. Well, there was no way on earth she could have known. I mean, who's got a peach-colored couch? I had one peach-colored couch, and that was his favorite place to sit. And I knew that little dog across the street, but I didn't know my cat went over there and made that dog bark. So she went on to solve problems and answer questions that were utterly mind-blowing. And that was just opening the door. That was the threshold. She taught a workshop that is now the seed of what I teach. I've evolved some of these methods over the last 30 years. And what I'm teaching is that everyone has this faculty. We've simply been taught that we don't. So we grow up thinking that we don't have intuition or that we can't trust ourselves. And when I put people in a room, whether it's 5 or 500, what we discover is that everybody, to some degree, has psychic ability. It's a matter of learning how to access the part of you that can receive information from the outside. Well, that comes as a pinball machine of information. It comes in pictures, thoughts, words, tastes, smells, little video clips in your mind, and trust it.
How does it work, Amelia? How does a telepathic healing physically manifest itself in the body?
Well, we're using the other hemisphere of the brain that's actually connected to the universe. So you can call it God, you can call it the 0-point energy field, that we're in an ocean of electromagnetic vibration. So what you're sitting in is not empty space. You're actually in an ocean of information. So right now, everyone who's listening to this has television waves, millions of television waves flying through the room. We don't acknowledge that. But if you put a television in that room and you turn it on, you're going to expect it to work. Now, the channels adjust to different vibratory rates. I teach people to ask questions and get answers from animals, whether they're alive or in spirit. Those animals that are in spirit lead us to the humans that are in spirit. And it becomes this endless labyrinth, this web of information that you learn that the other part of the brain is not creating, it's not manufacturing art. We've thought in the past that composers and artists were actually manufacturing information. And the truth of the matter is they're listening. Beethoven he woke up in symphonies. And I also have had those experiences where I wake up in a Beethoven symphony. Now, I'm not creating it. I'm listening. I'm listening for it. So with animals, what people do is they think a thought, they say things to the animal, and then they don't stop and listen. So you're able to take in information without the use of language. And we're actually doing it all day, every day. We just don't give it enough credence. The healing question that you asked involves being able to use that energy. I mean, in Star Wars, they call it the Force. Use the Force, Luke. It's co-creating with the divine creator. It's inviting this help and understanding that when you ask for help, you can get it. And then being able to direct that energy where you want it to go. My job is to convey the information of what is this person supposed to learn from this experience.
Amelia, how do you get in tune with what's happening with your pet? Does telepathy with animals require a specific state of mind by the human, the mindset, or a special prayer? How do you teach people to communicate and talk with their animals?
Well, the hardest part is simply getting people to quiet their mind and quiet their emotions. So when we're in a state of grace, that grace is being present with all your love, and it transcends space and time. So let's say that I'm in Africa and I'm looking into the eyes of my favorite lion, who more than likely will bring me her babies and her husband, or my favorite elephant who pushed her newborn calf into my lap. They're not supposed to do that. It's a very naughty thing to do in Africa, to let them touch you, but she did, and I did. She was showing off the baby. It's moving into the heart instead of the head. And when we can completely do that so that we are silent and we're just feeling that Spirit of God within us, that spirit of life and connection to the divine, then that same spirit is in all of the Creator's creations. And every living creature on the planet is a cell on Mother Nature's skin. So we're all part of the same organism, this living, breathing organism. And the only creature that's gotten out of the harmony of nature is the humans. All the other animals are living in perfect harmony. They don't take more than they need. They don't pollute. They don't destroy. Everything's in perfect harmony with the plants, the water, the stars, the oxygen, everything. And when we're in a state of grace and peace and joy and happiness and gratitude, and we're sending nothing but that unconditional love to our animals, saying, yes, I know you're doing something that I wish you were doing. If we can put that judgment aside and say, why are you doing that? And really care about a point of view. And it may be something we don't want them to do at all. And it can be tearing up the rugs or peeing on the dress or whatever they're doing. They have a reason for doing what they're doing. And when we care about them and I say, I love you, I care about you, and what's important to you is important to me. So when we send them nothing but love, this admiration to the point that you burst into tears, that you're looking at something and it's so beautiful. It could be a butterfly, an eagle, an owl, a cheetah, a penguin, a hawk, a fox, a wolf, giraffe, all these creatures that are so exquisitely beautiful. And when our entire focus is on adoring them, that's when the magic happens. That's when all of a sudden you might see a picture, you might hear a voice, you might taste a taste. And it's simply undeniable because I've watched hundreds of thousands of people wake up to this truth when I'm teaching, no matter what country I'm in.
Can anyone learn to access telepathy with their animals, the whole process of it, or would it be only a token few who have the God-given gift? Is it possible to learn these techniques yourself?
Absolutely. Every single person can learn. I mean, everyone is going to have a different skill level. People all over the world are waking up to this idea. And I really think this is what's going to heal the human beings and calm us down. Let us understand that we're in an incredibly beautiful world and we have a responsibility to save it. It's much easier for me to teach children. My perfect age is about 12 because both hemispheres of the brain are fully operative. So when I've got kids and they don't question the information, you just let the other hemisphere of the brain try to make sense of it. But we're not relying on the analytical, critical hemisphere of the brain. We're relying on the hemisphere of the brain that can listen. And we can also say that that's in your heart. We can say that's in your soul. Your heart is forming a bridge to the animal's heart. And information travels back and forth on a wave of light. It may sound very esoteric, but it's no different from the way your computer works or the way your television works or the way your telephone works. Everything works this way. It's accessing a frequency and matching that frequency until you can actually hear what the animal is thinking.
Boy, she's spot on, isn't she, Cheryl?
She sure is. It is all about tuning into the right telepathic frequency. And like I said before, how many times have you said or heard someone say, if only my dog, cat, horse, whatever, my bird or my hamster could talk. You just want them to talk. You can see it in their eyes. Well, apparently there's a way that we can help that to happen. And it could be that they're speaking their language on a frequency. They're trying to communicate that to us, but we cannot hear it because we are not tuned in. It's a nonverbal communication or telepathy between humans and pets, and it is being taken a lot more seriously today on a scientific basis. In the 60s, there was a fictional story and film of Dr. Dolittle, the man who claimed he could talk with animals and hear what they had to say. And I think Amelia kind of represents a real-life, modern-day version of Dr. Dolittle.
I think so, too. And it's amazing how many calls I get during the various open lines about people who call in about their animals who are seeing the dead by glancing into space when you can't see anything.
Yes, and I've known friends who've actually felt the presence in their room or on their bed or whatever, and they swear to it. I tell you they do.
What's part 2 all about with Miss Kincaid?
Coming up in my conversation with Amelia, she explains how to act upon what we access telepathically by truly listening to our animal companions so we can gain the power to help them heal. It is a lot more difficult than we think it is, George, but Amelia tells us how to do it. And she shares some amazing stories, sometimes way too close for comfort, and sometimes in the face of danger.
Does she miss the cult movie business anymore?
Well, she says that she's fully satisfied with the work that she does. Her passion is to help animals and help people understand how to communicate with animals. She travels all over the world. She's an international speaker. She does workshops. So I think she's fully, she has her plate full.
We'll be taking your calls next hour with Cheryl Jones. I'll be joining in as well. We're going to do it in an open line format, so jump on board. I had a guest on last night, Cheryl, who is convinced we never went to the moon, and I kept citing Edgar Mitchell as being the friend of ours when he was with us, and he went to the moon. I'm convinced of it.
I had a conversation, did an interview with him, and asked him that very question. And he said to me, I said, what do you think about when you hear people say that we didn't go to the moon? And he said, I think they're idiots. But that's Edgar. That's Edgar. He holds back. He held back nothing.
I mean, he came up with some valid excuses about, Van Allen radiation belt and things like that. But still, I'm a believer that we went to the moon, and we went there at least 6 times.
Well, Edgar was known as the 6th man to walk on the moon, and he was a genius. It would be hard for me to comprehend that he could have been fooled by being in a simulated circumstance. But, hey, what do I know?
Or would have fooled us. He wasn't that kind of guy.
Right, exactly. I believe Edgar really believed it. It would have been hard to have fooled Edgar.
I was looking at the schedule ahead for the next couple months, and we're going to have some great programming with you, and I'm excited. I mean, I think 2022 is going to be a good year. I think COVID will slow down, and I think we get back to normal again.
Well, I think we just need to plan on that, because if we don't focus on that turnaround happening for us, we wouldn't want to continue going down the road we're going on. So we do need a boomerang turnaround.
Cheryl, give out your website.
That is just my name, Cheryl Jones, with 2 L's, CHERYLLJONES.com.
What's the story behind the 2 L's?
That's a long story, but
I knew there was a story behind it. I knew it.
I was born with 2 L's, and then as a youngster, maybe 3rd or 4th grade, I got tired of writing this big, long name. But all my friends had short names, and they could write them very quickly. And I said, this is too much work, so I decided to drop an L. I mean, that was very, very intellectual, wasn't it? And eventually, the name Cheryl became more common, and I thought, well, when I started out with this name, there weren't too many Cheryls around, and now they're everywhere, so I better add the L back, and so I did.
Super. We're going to come back in a moment with part 2 of Cheryl's interview with Amelia Kincaid, the animal communicator, talking about animal telepathy right now on Coast to Coast AM. Next hour, we'll take calls with Cheryl and me in an open line format, so get ready to make your calls about animal therapy or just about any question you might have about the things we've investigated over the years. Jump on board. And welcome back to Coast. George Noory with you, along with Cheryl Jones. Cheryl, I think anybody who has owned a pet knows that it becomes part of the family. You know that?
Oh, it absolutely does. They kind of rule. they take over.
They do, in a good way.
In a good way, yes. They really have a lot to give back, and there really is something to looking into their eyes and trying to figure out what they're trying to tell you.
Absolutely. Well, let's jump into part 2 here with Amelia Kincaid and you. Go ahead.
Yes, George, we are all connected. Amelia tells us that humans, animals, other life forms out there, we can only imagine the stars and the planets. They're waves of energy and light that lasso us into a state of being together. We exist in this place at this time together and with our animals. My guest tonight, Amelia Kincaid, acclaimed psychic, one of the top applauded psychics in America, will share with our audience this time how we can tune in better and be a part of the healing of our pets when they need it. Does it start with animals in the wild or with the animals we call and treat like members of our family that live in our homes, or does it start with us? She says we can tap into whatever cosmic universe is offering to share us, but the key is to take time to listen. My conversation with Amelia during our first segment proves she has much to say on that, but only if we apply it to our life, and perhaps we can speak and learn from our animals too. So now, we discover when you face the bite of danger, even possible death, you exercise those skills. You do not run. You stop and listen. First, though, Amelia shares more insight into healing with telepathy, and we start with our animals.
Amelia, how do you help people help their animals at home through healing, how to deal with a pet illness and figure out whether it's a toothache the pet has or a stomach ache? How do you help people in this area?
If people start studying animal communication and they make this a daily discipline, this is a spiritual practice, that you're going to meditate, you're going to pray, you're going to listen to beautiful music. I have lots of meditations that I've recorded. And when I'm teaching, we actually have pictures of the animals so that we all can tune in, we all can help. Learning to carve out the time and listen, simply to sit with that animal and listen. Invite into your body what that animal is feeling. Learning how to use your body as an instrument instead of just sending out thought and sending out emotion, that we're learning how to reverse the current and gather information, bring it in from the animal. Then you might get a pang of pain in one of your teeth, or you might get a stomach ache, or you might get a backache because you're feeling what's happening inside their body. Now, I am flying in the face of the idea that we're all trapped within our own physical bodies, because we're not. Your energetic field extends far outside your body. It's an energetic connection that makes it possible. So when people learn that they can listen, and then they need to learn that the animals are reacting to our emotions. So if we're stressed out, they're stressed out. We're upset, they're upset. We're nervous, they're nervous. They can't help it because they're in our homes and they're living with us and they're reacting to us. So when we're in control of our thoughts and we're sovereign from our emotion, we're able to catch ourselves, even if we're afraid that there's something wrong with the animal that we love. And we're able to turn that around and start saying what we do want and being patient, saying, yeah, everybody gets sick sometimes. That's okay. I understand you don't feel good today. Sometimes I don't feel good. We're going to watch this illness and see how you feel. Sometimes they need a great night's sleep. They need a good meal. They need some rest, especially if we've been upset. Then being able to pray together, connect together, putting on beautiful music, having great smells in the house, laughing, playing. We're sending great energy to that animal. And when I'm working with one that's sick and I'll start funneling healing energy, you're perfect in every way. Every cell in your body is filled with light and joy and laughter, and you're getting stronger by the minute, and tomorrow you're going to wake up feeling 10 million times better than you do now, and you can be sick as long as you want.
Amelia, what types of healing and cures from animals and pets have you most often seen through this process of communication that you talk about? Can you share some specific examples of telepathic healing of pets? What you actually get, see, feel through the process? Is it words, pictures, health condition that comes back to you? Or is it like remote viewing?
It's all of the above, Cheryl, and that's what makes it so fascinating, because I learn something new every day. I see new things every day. When we talk about animal healing, we generally talk about humans impacting the animals. Let's say we've got a group of people that are all going to pray for a broken bone, whether a horse has a broken leg or a dog has a broken hip or any sort of a healing problem. We think of it in those terms. And the opposite is also true. Say one night I had hurt my knee. Now, I didn't have a cast on my knee. There was no indication that anything was wrong with my knee. I wasn't even limping. I was just lying in bed going, wow, my knee really hurts. I woke up in the middle of the night, my cat was on that knee. Now, how would he know? Not only did he know that knee hurt, he knew he could do something about it, and he did do something about it. He healed my knee. Cats are consummate. They're the most brilliant healers.
What about pets that are in the process of passing or have passed to the other side, Amelia? Many people say they still feel the presence of them around.
Absolutely. And this is another thing that I hear all over the world. I hear it every day. In my own experience, it's really dramatic. I had a very big fat chocolate Persian, and I called him Doc because he was my doctor, my psychiatrist, my workout coach, my clown, my shrink. He was an incredibly funny and wonderful cat. And this rescued Persian, I think Doc was the star of my second book, which is called The Language of Miracles. I think it was in that one. He died a long time ago. He died in 2010. And I can be wide awake, lying in bed, and I'll feel him land on the bed. He shakes the bed, and he marches up the covers and indents the covers. I can reach down and touch him, pet him. I can cuddle him. I can hear him purring. It's almost scary. And now I hear this story from thousands and thousands of people, that it might not be a human that got through to you, to prove to you that there's life after death, to show you it's a transition into another dimension. But there is no such thing as death. It's a different body that they're in, a lighter astral body. But the animals are the ones that prove it to people. And sometimes they see a shadow go through the kitchen, or sometimes even things get knocked off. I'll leave a room and I'll come back and everything will be on the floor. The window's not open. The air conditioner's not on. There's nothing in the room. My spirit guides are cats. They like to knock things on the floor. They think it's funny. But it's the most wonderful experience when you get visited by an animal, even in a dream, and you can get some comfort to your grief.
Can animals actually understand different languages? We're used to speaking to our pets in English. What about that?
There are words that they will take in. Like they know no, obviously, or treat, or dinner time. But for the most part, they're not responding to the language that we speak. They're responding to the thought and the emotion and the energy we're sending out. Now, let's say that a woman's got a dog who attacks other dogs or likes to take off when she's trying to walk the dog. She can have the vision of the dog attacking another dog. She's going to visualize what she doesn't want. She's going to say what she doesn't want. She'll say, don't attack the other dog. Then she tenses up. She freezes up. The dog's job is to protect the woman. And when I talk to the dog and say, what are you doing? The dog will say, well, she was scared, so I needed to protect her. Learning how to send the opposite is a real discipline. The animals take their cues from us.
Amelia, have you ever been in a life or death situation around an animal? What's been your most dangerous predicament you've been in?
I have one encounter with a black mamba, and I wrote about that in my latest book, in Whispers from the Wild. And it was really my most profound moment. Because if you know anything about them, they're one of the most dangerous snakes on earth, and they're one of the fastest snakes on earth. So you literally don't see it. They'll strike you like lightning, and they can do it from so many feet away that it's astonishing. And I found her in my kitchen, and I did something that no one would ever do. I actually got on my knees in front of her, because at this point I was dead already. She was maybe 6 feet from me, and big. She was coming out of the cabinet. So I see this head. I see the cabinet door open by itself, right under the sink where I've been unloading groceries. Then she starts rising into the air, and rising and rising and rising and rising. The next thing you know, I got an 8-foot black mamba in front of me. At that moment, you are looking death in the face. There's anything you can do about it, because if she wanted to kill me, I'd be dead already.
Yes, one bite from a black mamba can be fatal in just a few minutes, can't it?
It's an ugly way to die. You actually get paralyzed and go blind before you die. And I told her that I loved her and that I was so grateful that she came to see me and that I was in her territory and that I was sorry that I startled her. And I had the most transcendent moment looking at, and they can smile. She smiled. She danced in front of me, and time stopped, Cheryl. I could see dust particles in the room. It was like something out of a movie where you go into slow-mo. And I had this heart-to-heart connection with her. And I asked her when she's ready, I would open the door and she could just let herself out at her own pace. I said, keep going. It was so incredibly magical.
Amelia, if there's one message you want people to take away from all your work with animals as pets or other animals in the wild that we coexist with here on this earth, what would that be?
It would be to be able to sit down with your own dog or your cat or your horse, turn off your phone, don't check the news, have a moment of grace and silence, tell them how much you love them, and just ask them, is there a message? Is there something that you're trying to teach me? What is it that I don't see? What am I missing? What do you want to tell me? And sit and listen. And you're going to find that you can receive messages. Just enjoy them for a moment and let them teach you. They are our greatest spiritual teachers.
Where can people find out about your body of work and contact you?
The site is just my name, and the last name is spelled Kinkade, like the Scottish painter. It's a little tricky. Amelia, Amelia, Kinkade, Kinkade.
It's been so delightful tonight, Amelia, to share time with you and to hear your experiences and amazing animal stories with us right here on Coast, and sharing with us your insight and tips on how healing works with animals through the process of communication, whether it's through talk or telepathy. Thank you so much for being here with us.
Thank you so much for having me. What a perfect way to start the new year.
How about that, Cheryl? Good job.
Well, she was quite a delight. I think I'm going to have another conversation with my dog and see if I can do better this time.
Do they have the ability to read your minds?
Oh, I think so. They certainly, like Amelia said, know some language, some words. I know they know treat.
Well, that's fantastic. Since you've been doing now, since Amelia's been doing this, what do you think some of her most incredible moments have been?
Well, she talked about the black mamba. I think that was one, but she also has a lot of passion and compassion for the work that she does around the world, in Africa, in India, throughout the planet. She works with lions, tigers, gorillas, sharks, horses, large and small species in the wild or domestic animals. But she also works through classrooms and, of course, does a lot online. She works, when she's in Africa, works with school children in places most of our listeners have never heard of or experienced. And she brings a sounding board to these children of these third world countries by suggesting reasons why not to poach beautiful animals that have been gifted to us, that have been so abusively poached in the past. She also leads a safari where people can connect with the animals on so many levels of understanding that it changes their perspective and purpose in their lives. So she welcomes her safari guests also to the only hotel in the world that allows elephants to walk through and enjoy the hotel's hospitality in South Africa. How amazing is that, George?
It is. That's fantastic. And we'll have open lines next hour with you, Cheryl. What are some of your favorite topics?
I like so many different topics.
I know you love UFOs. I know that.
I love UFOs, and of course, we're watching with interest what is developing with this latest amendment to, that's going to be coming up at the end of the year following the task force report in June with Senator Gillibrand. And that's going to be very interesting because that's taking on a different look. I know there's a lot of controversy over it. Some people are hopeful. Some are very cautious. So it's always the same. We have to wait and see. And it really depends on who's in charge, what their goal and agenda is, and what they will allow us to know about.
All right, when we come back in just a moment, another hour to go of open lines with Cheryl. I'll join in as well. Get ready to make the calls on Coast to Coast. To Coast, George Norrie back with Cheryl Jones. Cheryl, tense times these days, but I think we're going to pull out of it. What do you think?
Well, I'm planning on pulling out of it, so, if we don't, I'll be wrong, but there are so many things happening every day. Every time you turn around, there's some other major story. Every now and then there's a bright spot, like maybe the NFL football, man. What a game last weekend. What games we had.
Well, they were all great, yeah.
Oh, they're all great. And coming up this Sunday, it's going to be great weather for the Chiefs playing the Buffalo Bills at Arrowhead in Kansas City.
Are you still interested in the weather, even though you're a degreed meteorologist? I guess you would be, huh?
Yeah. Oh, I meant we're playing Cincinnati. The Kansas City Chiefs will be playing Cincinnati. It was the Bills last weekend. But that was a nail-biter, that game, with the overtime, the coin toss, and, down to the wire. But can't help it. It's just in you. So,
What's a nor'easter?
Oh, that's when you have one of those really intense winter storms that goes up the eastern seaboard.
They're going to get hit tomorrow or Friday now.
Right, and that's just the term that was developed over time, and it's just what people call it in that region.
Let's take some calls. You ready?
I'm ready.
Tom in Tracy, California gets us started west of the Rockies. Hello, Thomas. Go ahead.
Hi, George. Hi, Cheryl.
Hi there.
Hey, my mother-in-law just recently passed away. She left me her prized possession, her dog. And I noticed him, just staring sometimes and got nothing. And then he'll get up and, look in her room. It's very strange. But I believe they can really sense the presence of somebody.
Has Amelia talked much about that, Cheryl, the ability to see the other side from pets?
Yes, she did talk some. Of course, our time is limited with what we use on our show, but she did talk about that, and it seems that just like so many people, she believes that the soul lives on even after the physical death, and so many people believe that, and I think there's something to it.
Well, what are the animals looking at? I mean, they're obviously seeing something, aren't they, or is it just sense?
Not being an animal, I couldn't tell you, but it seems like they are seeing something. It's hard to tell, and some animals just kind of have this straight-ahead stare that doesn't really move too much with you, but others then watch every single inch that you move.
What do you think is more perceptive, a cat or a dog?
I think it depends on what you own. If you own a cat, you think it's the cat, and if you own a dog, you think it's the dog. But I've had both, And I think that since we're animals too, we do relate in certain ways, but Amelia thought that cats could change their shape, that they were also shapeshifters. And so they have a different sense of things and perhaps different frequencies, whereas she felt that dogs were more teaching us how to heal, and they were more into that mode. So I think she felt that the different species had different formats, basically, or different procedures and different levels of frequency that they use.
We're taking your calls in an open line format this hour. Jump on board. Let's go to Andre, first-time caller. Where? Florence Tech, Massachusetts. Hi, Andre.
Hey, George. Hey, Cheryl.
Good.
Excited to be on the show. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just had a story about unfortunately, my mother passed away 17 years ago. She owned a miniature Italian Greyhound that was very skittish around me. I was out of state at the time. When I came to visit, the dog didn't bark or anything. It was very attentive, sat next to me on the couch with a smile on her face. And it was a very, very strange situation. I kind of felt like it was my mother. I haven't been in contact with her. I've seen her while she was sick, and I didn't make it back, unfortunately. I thought it was just an interesting and strange situation.
But the dog cozied up to you and sensed something, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah,
It never was like that before. It would take her a long time to warm up to me, so.
That's something else. An animal will live, what, 15, 20 years perhaps, Cheryl?
I think it depends on the species, doesn't it? Some animals live longer than others, but that seems to be the normal span, an average span.
Smaller animals seem to live longer than the bigger ones. I'm told that.
Well, I've heard that too. Perhaps it's because they have less weight to carry around, like humans. Sometimes, people think that if the more weight you carry around, the shorter your lifespan. So whether or not that's true with animals, it probably is. They need to be healthy too, just like humans.
Andre, thanks for your call. Appreciate it, and the story too. That's something, right? The dog never gave him the time of day. His mother passes on, and it cozies up to him.
I'm sure that I'm sure he was pretty psychic there, and he felt that sense of connectiveness in the absence of his mother.
Next up, Thomas in La Jolla, California. Hello, Tom.
George, thank you for accepting my call. Cheryl, it's always a pleasure. I saw a movie recently that reminded me of you, Cheryl. It was called The Aeronauts, and it was about hot air ballooning in the 1800s. I don't know if you've seen it, but I was reminded of your experiences in hot air ballooning. I have a comment and then a question. Great interview with Amelia. And I'm reminded of Alexis Carrel. He was a Nobel Prize winner, 1912. And he was given the assignment by John D. Rockefeller to investigate longevity. And John D. Rockefeller wanted to live forever. He was very rich, but he figured that what's the meaning of all this wealth if he can't, live for several hundred years? So Alexis Carrel worked at the Rockefeller Institute laboratories, and he started investigating, cellular life and plants and animals, and he began noticing that why do plants and animals have these qualities of healing? Okay, like Amelia was talking about, qualities of rejuvenation, regeneration, resurrection, if you will. And, to give you an example, a lizard can lose a limb and they can regenerate that limb. Okay.
Exactly.
Or,
as a matter of fact, they just found out frogs are doing that on a regular basis.
Yes, frogs can do that. And also that, many fish live forever, like carp C-A-R-P. Carp live forever. Now, they die because of accidents, okay, or they get eaten, but otherwise, they appear to live forever and never die, or you get, redwood trees. I mean, they just live on and on and on, that type of thing. And so Alexis Carrel, Nobel Prize winner, reported back to John D. Rockefeller, this was like 80, 90 years ago, and he said, I believe that a human cell, an animal cell, a plant cell will live forever if it's properly nutrified. Think of Joel Wallach, properly nutrified, and it has proper elimination, to eliminate waste products type of thing. And when you think about it, anybody in this audience, and you, Cheryl, you're smarter than a lizard, you're smarter than a fish, so why can't you regenerate a limb? Why can't you live forever like that carp or that redwood tree? And this has been written about by many. Michael West wrote a book called Immortal Cell about Alexis Carrel. Alan Harrington wrote The Immortalist in 1969, suggesting now that people, the average man, average woman, could achieve physical immortality. Physical immortality. I'm not talking about cyber immortality, uploading our memories, that type of thing, but actual physical immortality if we could get into touch with what the animals are communicating with us, what the plants are communicating with us, that lizard, that fish, that lives forever, that redwood tree, that maybe, just maybe, we could be the generation, this is what Alan Harrington was proposing, that would live forever, that would achieve physical immortality. And, we've had guests on Coast to Coast like Steve Quayle who've talked about the Sumerians have records of people living 900,000 years. And I believe, Thomas, that it's what the plants and animals communicate to us, that they're communicating to us that we can regenerate that limb. We can live forever. And I was wondering if you would comment on that.
I don't want to take the chance about regenerating a limb there, but sure would be nice to grow one back, huh?
Yes, and that study with the frogs, they did. It wasn't like a regeneration of a big limb, arm, or leg like a human would have. Of course, in terms of complexity, it was shorter. I mean, it was much more simple and much smaller, of course. But that's the beginning. That's what they felt like. That growth of a limb on the frog was at least the beginning of research. Who knows where that could lead? So that's pretty exciting. And who knows? I mean, talking about the communication with the plants and the animals, plants respond to music. They respond to a lot of extra influences. So who knows where that could lead?
What'd you think of the Bible talking about Methuselah being 900 plus years old and stuff like that?
Well, it makes you wonder. It's really thought-provoking. You wonder if the terms of the years are the same as the terms that we use these days. I suppose anything is possible.
You never know. 969 years old he apparently was.
That's a long time. That would take a lot of longevity medicine or treatment or vitamins.
Can you imagine me doing this show for 900 years?
Jeez. Might have to turn into an octopus or something. There are scientific claims that octopuses are actually aliens from outer space. So maybe they know something we don't know.
What would radio be like in the year 3000, Cheryl?
Oh, probably through telepathic frequencies.
What do you mean? Jan in New York. Take it away, Jan. Hey, Jan. We're on a delay, folks. We're not going to let you go, Jan. Sorry. Next up, we've got Joe, Monterey, California. Hey, Joseph, go ahead.
Thanks for taking my call, George.
Thank you, Joe.
I was going to talk about some experiences I had with telepathy, but I think what Tom said from La Jolla was a lot more interesting about the problems, actually. He doesn't understand the problems of living forever. Question, would you wear the same clothes for 100 years? Would you change it?
You mean every day? No, not every day.
Well, you see, the boredom of being the same person doing the same thing. People can get better or worse in time. Some people get really corrupt. In 100 years, 200 years of corruption, I don't want to see that.
I mean, if I'm going to live a long time, I want to live it with quality, right? You want to be able to do things.
That's right. And we do live forever. It's just that it's not in the same body.
That's
we come
true.
Back and we're someone else, but we can choose to come back to be that person. Now, the problem is, or the challenge is to create an even better life the next time you come back, and even better than that. We can come back and do the same job or profession like someone like Shirley Temple. She started out at a very young age, and I think Ed Casey said it takes 25 years to make a Shirley Temple. So we do come back, and we do some of the beautiful things that we've done. That's the beauty of coming back and with gifts, with talents. And you see them all throughout life. You see people, they have a knack for certain things. Well, that's an indication, well, maybe they are living forever. They're just in a different body, and a better body, a healthier body.
Well, it could be. Cheryl, jump in.
Well, if that was the case, you would think by now everyone in existence would be pretty near perfect with all the reincarnations, right?
You would think so.
It's a thought.
You would think so. I mean,
I'm not saying it has merit.
I don't care how old one lives, but you want to live with some kind of quality, right?
Exactly. That's absolutely correct. Without the quality, what's the point?
Let's go to Dave, Columbus, Ohio. Hello, David. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. I got two questions.
All right.
The first question is, how's your son? He said he had bad COVID.
He's all good. He's good. Thank you.
All right. I'd like to ask the lady, as we all know, God created all the animals on the earth. Unfortunately, even the snakes that grow on the grass. But my question is, they all seem to have a distinctive thing about them. They always know when a cataclysmic event is going to happen.
Absolutely. Like the tsunami in Indonesia, the elephants and tigers headed for the hills.
Yeah.
You're right about that. They're very, very perceptive, Cheryl. There's no question about that. Thanks, David.
Yes, they are.
But what does it? What gives them that ability?
Don't you think it must be that they are so sensitive so that vibrations of the earth or in the atmosphere, that they pick up on those, or sounds? They're very sensitive to sounds. They can pick up on those things far greater and sooner than humans can. Perhaps that's it.
Does Amelia think that an animal has this built into their system, or does it come from some other place?
I can't speak for her. She didn't say specifically, but I would think, based on all the other things that we talked about, that she would think that it's a natural, innate ability.
You would think so. Cheryl Jones with us. We're going to come back and take more calls with her. As we have an open line format here, we're generally talking about animal telepathy, but anything goes. Jump on board. Cheryl, what do you think about these UFO cases that have been happening lately?
Well, it's pretty interesting and crazy, and it's like you don't know when you see videos anymore what's real and what might be doctored a little bit, although some of them sure look very, very convincing, and they've been verified and all of this. So I don't know if we're seeing more, there are more sightings, or if it's just that with the technology that we have and cell phones and the video capabilities and digital and all of that we have, that more people are reporting them. I don't know.
All right, let's come back and take final calls in a moment on Coast to Coast AM. And welcome back to Coast. George Noory with you, along with Cheryl Jones. Let's go to Chris in Houston, Texas. Houston, of course, today had a triple police shooting. They're all okay. The suspect had barricaded himself in a house and surrendered. Chris, welcome to the program. Good to have you with us.
Hello, George. Thanks for having me.
Sure thing.
Earlier in the news and in y'all's cast, y'all were talking about the moon landing and whether or not it was faked. Some years ago, I was on YouTube and I stumbled across a video of a man, a filmmaker. His name is S.G. Collins of Post-War Media, and he basically went over the technology, the filmmaking technology that existed back in the late 60s, and he, based off of his opinion and knowledge of filmmaking, debunked the notion that the film landings were faked because the technology didn't exist then to fake them. So that's kind of what I wanted to touch on.
Cheryl, you know, we've talked about the moon landing and the skeptics, and everybody's entitled to their own opinion, but there were too many people involved for this to be a fake, don't you think?
There were thousands of people, and then it was on TV. Some people say that we didn't have the technology for it to have been live streamed like that or shown on television. But just like this caller has the position that we didn't have the technology to fake it, and then other people say we didn't have the technology to do what allegedly was done. So who knows? There's a case to be made for either side, but we do want to believe, yes, that is true. And like you, I knew Edgar Mitchell, and I don't believe that he would have ever intentionally lied, and I don't see how they could have ever fooled him. But that's just my opinion. Everybody's entitled to their own opinion.
Sure, absolutely, indeed. Do you find that these UFO stories are getting better and better and better, or not?
It seems, I don't know if I would say better. Of course, the technology is bringing us more detailed video and all of that. It's almost like things are just getting too strange. And I think that as we go on, it's not going to get any less strange. It's going to get more and more strange as more and more elements jump into the situation with the, with the latest development of the Senator Gillibrand's amendment coming up, and then the extra videos that are going to be released. But back to the moon situation, you just can't fool someone that was involved and went to the moon like some people think, I think, like Edgar Mitchell.
Let's go to Walt in Allentown, Pennsylvania. Hello, Walter.
Hi, George. It's always a pleasure when Cheryl's on. She's very entertaining and interesting.
She is.
Yeah, George, I was waiting for Buzz Aldrin to call last night.
That's right.
Mr. Allen was on. I would have been interested in his... I think he would have said that, with all due respect, I think he would have said that a crackpot with a British accent is still a crackpot. George, I just want to say that if you recall in the film that, 1969, when we all watched the great telecast from the moon, when Neil Armstrong took I believe it was a hammer and a feather, and he held it up at this chest level, at chin level, and he dropped it. He dropped them both at the same time, and they both hit the moon surface at the same time, proving the vacuum, George, but also proving 1/6 gravity.
Right.
Now, George, that would have been, if they could have duplicated 1/6 gravity on Earth, that would have been even a greater technological achievement than landing on the moon. You know, we still, they're talking about, in the Area 51 that they've taken the alien technology and that it defies gravity, and that's why we have these, we're able to do all of this manipulations with the drones and whatnot, George. But it's easily explained. And I would, George, the caller said that he talked about the dust. Now, George, the reason why there was no dust after the landing is that there's no atmosphere in the moon, and you need the air molecules to suspend the dust particles. So as the LEM landed on the moon, the thrust from the engines, it probably propelled the lunar dust probably well over a mile away, if not further.
Well, what interests me the most, Walt and Cheryl, is the amount of distrust for that. I mean, to create that kind of a scam and fake it would have been monumental. Plus, I think, Cheryl, the Russians would have said something, right?
Yes, we definitely were in a race to get to the moon before the Russians, and according to Edgar, that's what it was all about. And I know that some people say that the problem would be that we could get the craft there, but getting the astronauts back home safely would have been almost impossible. Who knows? I mean, there's so many different theories, and people have really investigated it so many ways, upside down and backwards, and for years from every single angle. And it is interesting to see how all of the distrust is there, and how many people don't believe it. But then, on the other hand, a lot of people believe it really did happen.
They sure did. East of the Rockies, it's Jersey Doug in New Jersey. Hello, Doug.
Good evening, George. How are you?
Good. Hope you are too.
Glad to hear that. I do have a question for you, or rather a comment, and then a question for your guest. But before you do, since you were talking about the Apollo, your guest, when he kept insisting, if you show me something solid, something that's tangible other than the videos and whatnot. Well, there is. We do have moon rocks that contain elements that aren't found on this Earth. That's pretty tangible, if you would ask me. You could hand them that rock and let them check it out. We have them. They are available as studies. I know they're loaned out to various universities and whatnot. I don't know if you're allowed to degrade them by taking chips off and checking them, but they claim that there's elements in them that we don't have on this planet, and we have found them, some of them in meteors and whatnot. But other than that, I think that's pretty solid proof right there. But what I wanted to say, like I said, I had a comment for you and then a question for your guest. The New Year's Eve show, I tried to get through. I wanted to go ahead and make a prediction. Didn't get many in, but I want to thank you. You called me out. You said from last year we have Jersey Doug that seems to be a winner because he had brought up about the problems starting to come up with the infrastructure, and right. I think that was a hit. And I appreciate you acknowledging that, and I was hoping to get through. I just want to throw this out there. I believe within this year, if not very shortly afterwards, the Bitcoin is going to go right into the toilet. It's going to turn out to be a big federal investigation. The money's just going to disappear. Everybody's going to lose everything, and it's going to find out to be it's closest to the biggest Ponzi scam there ever was. But that's my opinion.
You might be right.
What I wanted to say to your guest was, I'll be turning 60 this year. When I was born, I came home. We had 2 Labrador Retrievers in the house that were between 3 and 4 years old. I grew up with them till they passed away. My father went out immediately and got another dog. I had dog after I had left, and I went out on my own. I had dogs my entire life. I'm very astute to watching and paying attention to various signs of their conditions and whatnot, and little body gestures and whatnot. The dog that I have now, I had rescued him from a pound, and he was rescued 3 times previously. Each time it was a pretty bad situation. They couldn't take care of the dog. They brought him back. Another couple had brought him. It turned out that came and picked them up. It turned out that they would get up and go hop on a train at 5:30 in the morning to go to New York City to work down at Wall Street. They'd get home 7 at night. They'd let the dog out of the crate, feed him, let him go to the bathroom, put him back in the crate. And after 6 months, they said, we can't do this to the dog anymore. They brought him back. He was then rescued again by a Spanish family. They moved because they were in an apartment and they could no longer keep the dog. By the time I had him, they had him for a year, and they had taught him everything in Spanish. I knew nothing of Spanish. This dog, it was almost impossible to control. I realized he was food motivated. Once I did that, we bonded immediately, and it wasn't like he was feeding off my codes. Like I would go to get the car keys, and he would know, oh, it's time for a ride, and he'd get up and run, or I would go over toward his water dish to get his food because it was time to eat, and he'd be up standing ready. But he learned things on his own. Like, for instance, I would let him out in the yard, and when he would wanted to come in, he'd come to the back door and whimper, and he would do it at such a low volume we wouldn't hear him. But he realized if somebody came to the house and knocked on the door 3 times, boom, 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 somebody would get up real quick and go answer the door. So he began knocking on the back door, boom, boom, boom. And
smart dog.
It was, hey, what's, how did he learn that? And next thing I know, he's starting to realize every time he goes outside, he picks one of his toys and sets it by the door so when he comes back in, he can grab that particular toy and take it with him. So we go out one night, he's got his toy sitting there by the door, and as we came in, he picked it up, put it back where it was, and decided he wanted a different one, and picked that one up and went and set it by the door so it would be there when he came back from the next walk. And I mean, just the looks at me that he gives me, like, and I could tell what he means. He's like, I want a carrot, or I feel like a piece of banana now, or right now I'll settle for a milk bone.
They know what they want, don't they?
And they put that through to you to the point where I don't know if it's just from being with them so long or whatever, but you can read that and you know exactly what they want. You know what I mean? And what they're questioning, like whether, like she was saying about a health. Maybe it's a health issue or something, and they would let you know, you might bang your knee or something like that. But this dog, he'll make no bones about it. He'll come right up, sit down in front of me.
How old is he?
Right now, I believe he's 11. I'm not sure. I might be off by a year or two because, like I said, I rescued him from the pound.
Did Amelia ever talk about the breeds, Cheryl, that one breed is a little more receptive than the other, like Doug's dog?
Yes, she did. She didn't go into detail, but she did say that that the different species have different attributes and use different frequencies for the communication. So I think it is species dependent.
First-time caller Steve in Kansas. Welcome to the show, Stephen. Go ahead.
Thank you, George.
Thank you. Thanks for
holding. I've never met you, Cheryl. I hope you have good reception because I'm kind of in a hole here. But I have 2 things I would like to share. The latest one, I got this little bully. It's a little bulldog. I've raised her since a pup, and when I first got her, she went into seizures and had a real high fever. I held her, until she broke her fever, and we bonded then, But I lock her in her cage when she starts getting too aggressive,
Mm-hmm.
And I'll put her in her cage. But, one night when she was in her cage, I felt like I was holding her, and just transponding that feeling to her. And she got aggravated about it because she could feel it felt like. But a couple nights later when I had her in her cage, I swear, she came up and it was like she was physically there. She sniffed me on her nose and started sniffing like she wanted underneath the covers. And it was profound. But I had another experience. This one dog I had, it was a husky wolf cross. And this dog never liked to be held. But one night I held her, and this was back in the 70s, and, but she didn't like to be held. But one night when I came home from off the road, because I left her with my mom, I came off the road and I slept that night on the couch. And as I woke up that morning, the dog was there laying with me. As I woke up, it disappeared. And I asked my mom, I said, "Where's Sheila?" And she goes, "I don't want to tell you, Steve, but she died."
Oh, my gosh. Unbelievable. A dog spirit, too. It happens, Cheryl, doesn't it?
It sure does. It sure does.
Cheryl, we're running out of time. We're going to see you the end of February as we roll along. And, my gosh, it'll be into March and April. This year's halfway done pretty soon.
We're almost there. This is a year of a lot of anniversaries. The Roswell 75th anniversary is coming up in July.
Absolutely. Absolutely. All right, Cheryl, thanks for being on the program. You take care of yourself. Cheryl's website is her name. Don't forget 2 L's, CherylJones.com. For Dan Galante, Tom Danheiser. Let's have a little fun. Let's talk about animal communications in a moment. Coriel Kramer with us. We're going to jump right into it when we come back on Coast to Coast AM. And welcome back to Coast to Coast. George Norrie with you. Coriel Kramer back with us, has been connecting and speaking with animals since she was a little child. And just like humans, animals have distinct personality types. Coriel has identified 6 animal dynamics which have redefined and transformed the art of animal communications. She is very passionate about showing people how to connect with their animals using her new method of dynamics technique, which I'll have her explain, to take their relationships to an even deeper, more fulfilling and profound level. Coriel, welcome back. How are you?
I'm great, George. Thank you so much for having me back and for your listeners for tuning in. It's great to be back.
How old were you when this all started?
I remember having my first animal communication, really strong, when I was around or about 4 or 5 years old.
Oh, that's fantastic. Was it mental, like telepathy, or was it, visual and audio, where you just talk to the animal? What was it like?
It was like all of a sudden I heard this words and this voice. I know this sounds a little weird, but I heard this voice being projected in my head. And I knew it wasn't me because it was telling me, hey, can you pet me, please? And, I'm 4 years old. I turn around and there's this huge Rottweiler in front of me. And so what I did was I asked him, I went up to him, I said, what did you say? And he says to me, again, I hear this voice in my head that says, please pet me. I just want to be petted. I just want to be loved. So I started petting him. I started touching him. I started rubbing his belly, and we had a great time up until his owners came screaming out of the store and saying, don't touch him, he's vicious. And he wasn't vicious. He just wanted some love, But so that was my first recollection of ever being able to have animal communication.
You might be too young, but there was a television program called Mr. Ed about a talking horse.
Well, I've seen YouTube videos.
Okay. And his owner was Wilbur, and he'd always say, come here, Wilbur. And he'd talk like that. But it's fascinating. I think everybody who has owned a pet, owned an animal, cat, dog, they know that there's some kind of connection there. They feel it.
Of course. They know it. They feel it. And that's the thing. There's all different kinds of animal communication. There's all different types of it. It can be, from getting images to actually talking to your animal, and it can be, getting this empathic feeling. It can be just this knowing. It doesn't have to be the status quo of sitting in front of an animal, talking to them, and explaining and hearing their voice inside your head. It's all different kinds of ways to communicate, just like there's all different kinds of ways to communicate amongst people, body language, sign language, calligraphy, there's all different kinds of ways that you can express yourself through art, so it's the same way. There's all different ways of communicating with animals as well.
Tell me what you believe, Coriel, is the rationale behind communicating with animals.
I really and truly believe in the 20-plus years that I've been doing this, I believe the rationale for communicating with animals is that we as a society have to start looking for more. We're searching for more. So many of us are searching for more in our lives. But how can I connect? How can I be more spiritual? How can I be more open? How can I be more? And I think if we start with the animals, it's actually really, if you can get out of your mindset that you're talking to an animal and it's just one being talking to another being, I think then what starts happening is you start opening yourself up to realms you can't even imagine. It's kind of like, people who, connect to, extraterrestrials, or they connect to angels, or they connect to, it's just this knowing. It's this stream of consciousness that you're connecting to. And it's the same thing. I think the rationale is we have to get out of thinking that animals are less than us and seeing them as equals or just as good as us, because that's the way the animals see us. They see us just as good as they are, as wonderful as they are, and they want us to expand and grow. But we keep coming from this mindset of they're less than us, they don't have opposable thumbs, they can't do this, they can't do that, but they can do so much more if you just stay open to it. I believe that if you really and truly hone your skills, you get really, really good with animal communication. And it doesn't have to be as well as I do. I mean, I do it on a daily, moment-to-moment basis. If you just stay open to it, I promise you, it opens you up to things you cannot even imagine. Guidance, wisdom, messages, just connection. It's a heart-to-heart connection.
Your dynamics technique, Coriel, sets you apart from other animal communicators. Kind of explain to us what it is and how you developed it.
Well, since the last time I was on, which was December 14th, there has been a new dynamic that came up, so it's really, really exciting. So in a nutshell, what the animal dynamics are their personality archetypes that I've come across in my work with animals. And they explain a lot of things, why animals usually do the things that they do. For example, an energetic animal might be very, very drawn empathically to a person who's sick, who they don't even know. Or a sensory animal might be a little bit sensitive to people, strangers coming into their house. Or a direct and demanding animal might be, just what they say, direct and demanding. Why are they always wanting what they want when they want it, and why are they so demanding for it? So the dynamics really will transform the way that you easily transform the way that you talk to your animal, touch your animal, interact with your animal, play with your animal. The dynamics are something that I use. They're a tool that I use along, of course, with my animal communication skills. But my clients are finding that they're an easy, understandable, easy way to basically do this kind of form of animal communication.
Take us through a session. Somebody comes to you and says, I want to communicate with my Labrador. Mm-hmm. What do you do?
Well, depending on what's going on, I do a lot of work with people and their animals who the animals are experiencing or exhibiting unwanted behaviors. So let's say they're going outside the litter box. They're aggressive towards strangers or men or women with or something else like that there. So first and foremost, I always, when I do an intake, which is the first session, I always make sure that the person has taken their animal to the vet. I want to make sure 100% that animal is being checked out. It's not a physical illness that they're exhibiting.
Okay, some ailment or something like that.
Right, and I need to make sure that's 100% because I don't want to, waste time that could be used for getting them treatment. Then what happens is that then we move on from there. So if we find out that they've been to the vet, everything's okay, then I go on to the next thing, and that's communicating. That's talking with them, finding out the root cause to their problem, what the issue is, what their mindset is around the behavior that they're doing. And many times, surprisingly enough, and this is not saying that anybody's doing anything wrong, but many times there are times when the animal is exhibiting this behavior because of their person. They're either worried about their person, or their person is going through a physical ailment, or they're going through a personal strife or stress. I was doing a lot of sessions with animals during COVID, and they were just flipping out.
All right, right.
Going crazy because their people were so worried and so stressed out. So that's what I do basically, and then I go more in depth. And if we need to find out if I need to prescribe things like alternative medicines, kind of like homeopathic remedies or flower essences or something else like that, there to help really get them over that hump, then get them alleviate that behavior, then we have the results we want, which is why I work in weekly sessions as opposed to just a single session.
Well, during these sessions, is the owner participating with you, or is it just you one-on-one with the animal?
Oh, no, absolutely. This is a whole package. This is why I work the way I do now. This is why I can't do one-and-done sessions anymore. I work over weekly packages, 5 weeks, 8 weeks, 10 weeks, 12 weeks, and more. Because what it is that it's the whole enchilada. What I mean by that is everything factors in. What's going on with the person personally? So I gotta basically do a form of person therapy as well. What's going on with the animal? Find out why they're doing what they're doing. Then I got to prescribe the alternative medicines. So everything factors into it. And when we heal the entire dynamic of what's going on, that's where the juicy, awesome, fantastic, mind-blowing results that I've been having over the last 3 years of doing this with the dynamics and everything else like that there, that's where we really transform the relationship. Because once we get that alleviated, then I also show my clients how to I bring in the animal dynamics, so I make that even more fun, so that then the animal's personality feels like they're being supported. They're being really and truly loved for who they are, their true essence. There's so much involved now in sessions that I do.
Do some of them ever, the animal I'm talking about, don't like their owner?
There has been rarely. There have been times, though, that I have worked with an animal, and I found out that the animal was trying to let the person know that they weren't their person. So they were trying to let them know in a gentle way, as gentle as they can, hey, I'm not feeling this connection with you. And then when I worked with the person, and I really got them, because people come from a place of knee-jerk reactions usually, where what do you mean my animal doesn't love me? It's not about that. It's like, what do you feel? When you first saw this animal, what was your mindset when you got this animal? Well, I had an instance in my own life where one of my cats years ago, I took him because, and I remember saying this in my head, if I don't take him, nobody else is. And what happened is that for a very long time, and he lived for 15 years, we had this, he was loving and he was sweet, but we had this abrasive relationship. It wasn't rock solid. And I later on learned, because I took him, it was the wrong thing to do. So it's not that he didn't like me. He didn't love me. It's just that I wasn't his person. So it happens. It happens rarely, but it can happen.
Now tell me if we did this right. During the days when my kids were little ones, we went and bought a Labrador at a breeding place. That was very nice, well done. And she had like 5 or 6 little puppies all over the place. Mm-hmm. We bought the one, we took the one that came running up to us. And I just thought that was so important. This cute little puppy comes running up to us, little tail wagging, and all the others were scattered all over the place, running all over the place. This one came running up to us, and that's the one we took. And she was a great dog. Great dog. Did we do the right thing?
You did exactly 1,000% right. The animals will let you know. If they feel that connection to you, just like when you see them, There's some animals that come into your life. You see them, it's like love at first sight without it being weird or icky. It's just like, that's my animal. There's no doubt. There's no second guessing. There's no, well, maybe, I'm not really sure. There's 100% no, that's my animal. And what you did was perfect, because that really and truly was your confirmation that animal was yours, because they came to you. They were feeling your energy. They were feeling your vibration. They were feeling your heart. And the real confirmation is what you said. The relationship with this dog was amazing, and that's exactly right. She was your dog without any doubt.
I remember the day we had to put her down, and it was like losing a family member. It was horrible. Kids were crying. We were all upset. It was you get so attached to them.
You do. And that is the blessing and the curse of opening up your heart. You
wish they could live until 80.
I know. Wouldn't it be great if there was like a pill where you could just throw it to them and they were still like acting like they were 5 years old?
Yeah, and they live human years or something like that. Does an animal know its name?
Yes, they do. They absolutely do. And they respond to the name. And also, an interesting thing that I had happen a few months ago, I was working with a dog, and he was not being properly he wasn't properly listening and coming when they were using his name. He was at the time he was being fostered by a wonderful family, and they would call his name, Bryant, Bryant, Bryant. He would just keep on running, and he would never come back. And when I connected to him, I immediately heard the name Maxwell.
Maxwell?
Maxwell. I don't know why, out of all the names, but whatever. So, that's the way it is sometimes. I just get stuff, and I'm like, whatever. Let's just say it. It's coming up for a reason. So they changed his name to Maxwell, and I swear to you, okay, he now comes. I have pictures of him on my website. He sits by the kids now. He's more relaxed. He comes every single time he's called. He's happier, and it turns out that the foster family decided to keep him because they fell in love with him.
That's amazing. Are dogs easier to deal with what you do than cats, or does it matter?
It doesn't matter. It really, really doesn't matter. It's about the personality. It's about their personality and who they are as individuals. So you can have a dog that goes absolutely bananas, or you can have a dog who's absolutely like Zen, and then you can have a cat that goes absolutely bananas, and you can have another cat that's absolutely Zen. It really depends on the individual animal.
What about other animals, like a turtle or something like that?
Well, the dynamics when I bring those in, those also kind of like open doorways to understanding that it's really not about the species of that animal, meaning a reptile or a bird or a gecko or whatever, or a fish. It's really about that animal's personality. But however, there is a difference when I communicate with animals in the wild. The messages I get in my mind, the way that they talk to me, is different than an animal who's domesticated. So think of it kind of like a person who speaks, who speaks like Lower German, and then somebody who speaks what they say High German, or somebody who speaks Cockney English as opposed to High English. So you have somebody like the Queen. So you have somebody, they both speak English, and they both speak the language, but they phrase things differently. Wild animals have more of an almost like a lyrical, kind of like poetic kind of way of talking. At least that's the way it comes through for me.
I'm thinking of Liza Doolittle in My Fair Lady.
Excellent. That's perfect. That's a perfect example. I got to use that sometime. May I use that sometime?
Yes, you can. It's all yours. Take it away. Coriel, we're going to take a quick break. We'll come back and talk more about animal communications. And then next hour, we're going to open up the phone lines for you. And welcome back to Coast. George Noory with Coriel Kramer. Coriel, let's talk a little bit about the stress on an animal. Do they feel stress just like a human being does?
Absolutely. And what happens is that animals are limited. And when I say limited, I don't mean because they're lesser. I mean, they can't write a Post-it note and stick it on the refrigerator and say, hey, Mom, this is happening to me. Please check this out. They can only show us in their actions, in their behavior.
Right.
So if they're stressing out, usually the first thing I do is that's why I ask the person, what's going on with you? And, of course, confidentiality. I would never share anybody's personal information, but, I need to know the whole package. It's not just the animal. It might be you factoring into the situation as well. And then if they get stressed, they're also unable to really and truly let that stress out in healthy ways. So they might get aggressive. They might, go outside the litter box. They might start chewing up the couch because they have this excess energy and stress. They don't know how to release it. So it can come out in very many ways, a lot of the times, yes.
Do they show stress much like a human being does?
To a certain extent, yes. Of course, there's differences. I mean, when a person gets stressed, we usually, binge eat, smoke, drink, doing things that we shouldn't do to try to, alleviate it in some way, shape, or form. But the animals can exhibit it in such ways as pacing back and forth, obsessive licking to the point where they're licking their fur off and their skin is becoming raw. Or chewing at their own feet or their own body. They can be, destroying furniture. They can be, getting aggressive all of a sudden. Usually it's all, when people tell me all of a sudden my animal started doing this, that kind of gives me a little bit of a hint where I need to go, meaning it might be, looking at the person and what's going on with them in their career, in their personal life, in their relationships, things like that there, how they're seeing themselves. Are they self-hating? Are they self-abusing? Are they doing stuff that their animal is feeling because they're with us a lot? So again, if your animal all of a sudden starts doing something, first and foremost, of course, get them checked out by your vet. Then after that, and if the vet does not find anything, then it's always a good idea maybe to seek out an animal communicator or an animal behavioralist to help.
How do brand new puppies, brand new, just born, know how to feed with their mother and everything else? How do they know this stuff?
It's really fascinating to me. I think that it's just like there are children now, and the children have been growing like this for the last, I'd say 15, maybe 17 years. They used to be called indigo children. And what it is now is children will come out, okay, and you give them a phone as soon as they can, hold on to it, and they will know how to work the computer. They pick up stuff so incredibly fast. I had a niece who once, when she was 2 years old, I had her on my lap and I was typing an email, and darn if this kid didn't start mimicking me and typing away, like she knew exactly what keys to hit. It was eerie. I think it's the same thing with animals. I think they come out knowing, just having this innate nature built into from genetics and evolution, just understanding this is what I need to feed, so I need to look to this person to feed me, so I need to find wherever that person or that animal has that situation or that part that can feed me. I think it's built in to our DNA, and I think it's built into their DNA.
Yeah,
as well.
it's really a miracle almost,
It is.
Isn't it? Since you've been doing this, what has been that one story that you'll just never forget?
I think in the fact of doing bringing the animal dynamics into play, I think it would be probably one of the first dynamic clients I had, and of course I'm sharing this with her consent and with her cat's consent.
Well, and we don't know who she is.
We don't know. But what happened was that I was contacted very early on by a client, and she was telling me her cat was literally attacking her. She was stalking her, waiting around the corner, and when she came around the corner, would jump on her and would claw at her and bite at her, and she was drawing blood. It was getting to the point where it's very dangerous because an animal, especially a cat's bite, is very, 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 very dangerous and can put you in the hospital. So what it turned out being was Naya, and I can share her name, it's okay, but Naya was an energetic dynamic, and what was happening was she was being affected by the energies that were coming off her person, the energies of the people she was hanging around. They were toxic to her. And Naya, again, limited. She can't write a Post-it note. What is she going to do? How is she going to let you know that the energies that are hanging off you are toxic to her as well? So she had to get her person's attention. Once I found out what Naya's dynamic was, what she was talking about through animal communication, why she was doing what she was doing, and I told her person how to cleanse the house, how to cleanse herself. She started releasing the toxic people. Within a few days, Naya stopped attacking her. And to this day, Naya only attacks her when she starts getting into being with people that she should not be around. Energy is energy, and just like anything, energy can be dissipated. It can't be destroyed, but it can be changed. And just like you cleanse your house, you clean your house, you need to cleanse your house energetically. It really does make sense. So once we put all that together, Naya stopped attacking her. I can't make this up, and there are no coincidences. It is amazing.
In death, Coriel, do the animals still communicate with you?
Yes. I do a lot of bereavement session packages, a lot. They are very, 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 they come in very strong. I can talk to them. I can see them. Just like in my mind's eye, I can see them when I'm talking to them, when they're alive. They're very strong with their people. A lot of times they're still hanging around with their people, so they'll give their people little ways of knowing that they're around. Maybe they'll send me an image of a butterfly or a red cardinal or a penny. That pennies keep showing up all of a sudden. But animals are very much still with us, and there have been a lot of people who have told me that what I'm about to say is nonsense, but I'm telling you it's not. We all go to the same place when we die, okay?
All of us, in every entity, yeah.
All of us. We all go back to what I call non-physical. You can call it heaven, nirvana, Valhalla, whatever you want to call it. It's this non-physical. It's where our soul's energy goes back when we die, and we all go to the same place. And come on, I'm sure your listeners will agree with me. Do you really want to go to heaven and there isn't an animal around at all? Come on.
I definitely don't want to go to hell, even if there are animals.
Yeah, well, that's another.
It is truly remarkable. Now, by communicating with an animal, what does that do for the individual, the human? What's the benefit for them?
What's the benefit when you communicate to an animal?
Yeah.
What it does is it expands you. It makes you more. There has not been one communication that I have had with an animal that hasn't made me a better person. I stay open. I try to stay as neutral as I possibly can so that I can get the really amazing stuff. I learned about reincarnation from animals. I learned about extraterrestrials and star children from animals. I didn't know anything about that. Nothing, okay? I learned about what happens at death, how they say euthanasia, how they see the law of attraction, things that I knew nothing about. I learned from the animals because I stay open to it. So in the beginning, when you connect to an animal, it's not going to be easy because it's kind of like learning a new language. So you got to give yourself time, but the more time you put into it, the better you're going to get at it. It's like going to the gym. So it's going to expand you. It's going to make you a better person. And when you become a better person, you then bring that to other people and you inspire other people to be better people. And this is how we make this world a better place, is by communicating with all beings, not just each other. We have to bring the animals into it because the animals can teach us so many things.
Coriel Kramer's website is her name, linked up at coasttocoastam.com, and I assume you can get contacted that way, Coriel?
Absolutely. You can also find me on Facebook, and if anybody has any questions, they can post the questions to the Coast to Coast Facebook. I'll answer that probably tomorrow or Wednesday.
Fantastic. Now, since you've been doing this, since you were a little kid, did you start telling other people that you had this ability?
I was selective
in those days.
I was selective. My mom knew because she was there when I first communicated with that Rottweiler I talked about in the beginning. So she knew, and she was very supportive. She was very loving about it till the day she died. She thought it was an amazing ability. Then I slowly had some friends, a handful of friends that I would tell. Of course, they thought I was a little woo at the in the beginning.
Yeah.
But then what happened was that I stopped doing it. I stopped doing it because it became easier to not be the freak anymore. So I tried to fit in, and I stuffed the ability for years, and it brought me to a very, very dark place. A very dark place personally.
Oh, really?
And
okay.
when I became very addicted to, things that I shouldn't have been addicted to, and I was just very depressed. And I slowly climbed out of that through recovery.
Did you do that on your own?
No, I had to go into recovery in order to do it. God bless the recovery programs that we have. God bless them.
Yeah, some of them are very good.
When I climbed out, I was able to then reconnect to my abilities. But it was dark. It was hard. And that was because I turned off my natural abilities, that we all have these abilities, but when we stuff them and we stop them and we get afraid of them, that's where we can turn into like a really dark kind of like platform of our lives.
Were you ever saved by an animal?
Oh, God.
Maybe emotionally, if not physically?
So many times. So many times. I had one of my first heart animals. This is what I call an animal who's like a real soul animal to somebody. My first heart animal, PC, she came to me very early on when I got sober. And that was hard. It was really hard. In fact, it was only the fact that I would go, the only thing that I would do was I would go to work, I would go to meetings, I would go home immediately because I knew PC was there. And PC stands for perfect cat, so that's why I called her PC.
Perfect.
She was perfect. She saved my life because that routine helped me get out of the ugliness that I was trying to get back into. And I mean, I'm going to be honest about it because I'm not ashamed of it. I've climbed out of it, and I'm a better person for it, absolutely. So I'm not, scared of it. But it's just she saved my life, and she was with me for 15 years.
That's a nice run for a cat.
Yeah, she was. But to this day, every single time I think of her, my heart just clenches because she was special. She was a gift, and there are animals that come into our lives, and we have to understand that animals are gifts. They're not to be taken for granted.
Right.
They're gifts.
Did she ever come back to you from the other side?
She does all the time, especially when she needs to give me a little bit of a scruffing, which is what I call like a finger shaking. Come on, you can do better than this, kind of stuff like that.
She pushes you, huh?
Yeah. Yes, she does. She does, even from beyond. I see her a lot in my dreams. I see her a lot as other animals in my dreams, but I know it's her. It's really strange. I can't explain it. I see her sometimes out of the corner of my eye. You know, she's still there, and you know, I'm still hoping that one day she's going to tell me when I ask her the question, "Hey, are you reincarnating back to me?" She'll say yes, but it's not come back yet. It's not as an answer yet.
What is the best tips you can give someone who is new to this and wants to start communicating with their animal?
The first and foremost is you have to quiet what I call the squirrel mind or the monkey mind. So it's really imperative to get into a routine of maybe once a day to just get quiet. I'm not talking about sitting in a lotus position on the floor. Unless that's your thing, go for it. You know, I'm just sitting in a nice, comfortable lounge chair and just closing your eyes and just listening to some nice music and see if you can see what happens. See if you can tap in and quiet your mind just a little bit. And again, starting at 1 minute, that's, you know, you don't have to do it for hours. Just do it for a minute a day and then slowly.
Well, this is the hour. We're going to take your calls with Coriel Kramer as we talk about animal communications. If you have a question, jump on board. If you want to share a story on how you may have communicated with your animal, share that too. And welcome back to Coast, Coriel Kramer with us. Coriel, who benefits, the animal or the human or both during these communication episodes?
Oh, definitely both.
Yeah.
Everybody. And that's what's so much fun. Really and truly, because the people come into it thinking, I need to solve this problem, or I need to help my animal, or I need to make my animal feel better. And that's why I love the way that I work now, because I bring in the entire dynamic. Everybody is important. So everybody benefits, and the people are learning how to interact with their animal, and they're learning what their animal's insights are and how they're seeing the world and how they're seeing them. And the animal benefits because, of course, they're feeling better, and they show right away. They're not like people. People, sometimes we have a habit of holding on to our stuff a little bit, uncertain and afraid to move forward. Animals want to move forward. So a lot of the results I get are like almost instantaneous, or within a matter of days, or a matter of hours, or a matter of 1 week, or something else like that. There, they start to feel better, and they start to let go of their stuff. So everybody feels better because everybody's just so happy because everybody feels good.
Absolutely. And you were telling us at the bottom part of in the top of the last hour, of course, you were telling us about how a person without a lot of experience can start to communicate with their animals. Want to review that again?
So one way is to quiet your mind, taking a little bit of time out every day to just make sure that you just try to get the feeling of how your mind feels when it's calmer. Just do a little deep breathing, listen to some music that calms you, something else like that there. The other thing is what I call the ventriloquist trick. So what that is that you talk for your animals. So you just do a conversation. Hey, Bobo, how you doing? I'm doing good, Mom. How are you? Bop, 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 bop. And that kind of flows. And that's basically animal communication. Even though you think you're making it up, it's not. It really is. You're tapped in. The other thing is that some people have a hard time when they try to sit with their animal and they try to communicate with them. So I tell them, then don't sit with your animal. Go into another room and don't look at your animal and talk to them and see what you get. And maybe even just ask them to try to find you. Go hiding somewhere in the house and then just ask them to try to find you. That's what I used to do in the beginning, and it's a lot of fun. And my animals always found me, in no matter how big the house I was in.
That's amazing.
Trying to have fun with it.
Now, humans have many different emotions. Many different emotions. I mean, happiness, sadness, jealousy, greed, you name it. How many types of emotions does an animal have?
They have pretty much all the emotions that we have. Okay, they can be worried about us, they can be stressed about us or about their lives. They can feel fear, they can feel anger, they can feel disappointment, they can feel frustration. The one thing that I have not come across in all my time, as interesting as this is there is one emotion that animals do not feel, and that's hate.
They don't feel hatred. It's interesting.
They don't feel hate. They feel mistrust. They don't feel safe.
What about that dog that bares his teeth, Coriel? You know,
Well,
like,
they feel aggression. They feel aggression. They feel threatened. They don't feel safe. Again, they feel mistrust. But it's not like they're saying, you are an awful person because your hair's like this or your skin color's like that or whatever. They're saying, I hate you because of it. They're taught to hate a certain type of looking person, but that does not mean they actually hate them. They are taught to be aggressive towards that person. They are not taught to hate that person because they don't have hate in their hearts. That's interesting. So that's another reason why animal communication is so important. They can teach us how not to hate each other.
Let's go to the phones as they line up for you. Let's go to Colleen in Oregon. Welcome to the show. Hi, Colleen.
Hi.
Good to have you with us.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
I have a 5-year-old Dutch Shepherd police dog, and, she's a fantastic dog, but last week we had an engagement where I sent her to apprehend the suspect. She started to engage with him and then broke off and came back, and I can't quite figure out why. Is there
so there could be
not understanding?
Yeah, it can be frustrating, and it can be, I don't understand. I need you to do this. So my suggestion is this. Okay, there could be a lot of factors to why animals do things for a reason. They just don't do things just because. All right. So one thing that you can do, and I know that this might be a little frustrating, is you trying to just be with your animal for a little bit and just try to ask them what's going on. And I know this sounds like it's hard to do, but again, quieting your mind and just seeing if something comes through, because it can be that they're trying to tell you something. Maybe it could be that their dynamic, which is their personality, is not lined up with the act that you're trying to get them to do. And if we can try to find out what that answer is, then maybe we can try to find out what's happening. And if you need help, please feel free to contact me on my website or through Facebook, and I'm happy to help you with that.
And let me ask you, Colleen, did the dog ever demonstrate that kind of behavior before, where he backed off?
No. Usually she's always, straightforward, and I suspect the individual may have been self-anesthetized, shall we say. So that may have been something a little different.
It could have been. And again, like I said, there's so many different answers that can be possible to this, but it feels like it's going to be something that's going to be a little bit more involved. It's not just easy peasy lemon squeezy. It would have to be kind of like delved into what was her mindset at that time and what was going on with her and her thought process at that time. So it's going to be a little bit more involving. But I'm again, like I said, I'm happy to help any way I possibly can. It just feels like it's a little bit more in depth than just saying the guy was anesthetized or self-anesthetized. It feels like it's a little bit more involved than that.
Does an animal feel fear?
Absolutely.
They do.
Absolutely. They feel fear and they feel uncertainty. They feel, uncertain, meaning their confidence might have been a little bit shattered for that moment. Again, it depends on what all of a sudden shook up Colleen's dog at that moment that she decided she was going to come back. Because, again, when I say an animal says, or when a person tells me, all of a sudden she started doing this when she was never doing this before, that's a clue. This is a deep, something deeper than just surface.
Let's go to Joe in Lubbock, Texas. Welcome to the show. Hey, Joe, go ahead.
Wow, thanks for the opportunity to ask my question. I've been really concerned over the past few years. My dog has seizures about every month or so, and so should I be worried about sort of an outside presence during these seizures, and then how can I also soothe my dog better after the seizures?
Okay, there's a couple of things I need to ask you first and foremost, Joe. Have you brought your dog to the vet?
Yeah, I have. They haven't really offered a whole lot of, solutions for me. They don't really understand why dogs have seizures, and I'm just wondering if there's some presence that I should be concerned about.
That's an interesting question. I'm not picking up anything, but again, I'm not able to delve as deeply as I could normally. It feels like, though, that this is more, and again, I'm just spitballing here, but it feels like it's more of a emotional reason. There is something either emotionally mindset going on with your dog, but immediately when a dog, especially with your dog with the seizures, the first and foremost thing that I would try to do is I would energetically clear your house, either with sage, with Palo Santo wood, with sweetgrass, whatever you got, clear your house. And if you need to know how to do that, go to my website or contact me through Facebook. I'll send you the link to the post. It'll show you exactly how to do it and do it properly because it's important.
It is amazing the different kinds of personalities an animal will have too, Coriel, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. The beauty about the dynamics is one of the personality archetypes is the shifter. The shifter is basically a smorgasbord of all the dynamics rolled into one. So you can have an animal with now 7 different personalities. Not that it sounds like they're having multiple personalities or schizophrenic. They're not. But they just have, you have one day you have the direct and demanding, next day you have the sensory, the next day you have the transcendent. It can make life really fun, actually.
We're taking your calls with Coriel Kramer. Next up, let's go to Joyce in Rochester, New York. Hello, Joyce.
Good morning. Thank you for taking my call.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I am just loving this episode. There's no such thing as coincidence that I woke up at 3 o'clock, my time to turn this on. So this is just really speaking to me.
Perfect.
I want to share an incident that happened and get your take on it. I've always been an animal lover, grew up in a family that loved all animals. I happen to have cats and always felt that I had a good, strong connection with my cats. About 20 years ago, I had a car accident that anyone else I don't think would have survived. While I was in a spinning car in the middle of an expressway, when my car turned around completely in the snow, heading in the opposite direction, facing traffic, I felt, and there's no way to describe this, but to say it was a tangible support. I felt that something was enveloping me inside the car and that it was protecting me. And I survived the accident, and when I could process what happened, that there was a presence there, and it was angelic. That's what I came to intuitively know. That I felt, it took me a couple of years to understand what had happened, that it was St. Michael. After that incident, I seemed to have opened up in a very different way with animals. I started to find lost animals in my neighborhood. It was a very different, something clicked inside me, something changed. And I almost felt as if some type of a portal had opened. And I would like your take on that. What happened to me, and am I imagining this?
I don't think you're imagining it at all. You're talking to the wrong person if you want to hear, you're imagining things, because I'm not going to ever tell you that. First off, you're in my old stomping ground, Rochester, in upstate New York. So props to Rochester. The thing of it is that I also had a very similar experience where I almost died in a car accident, and I also spun out of control into oncoming traffic because I was hit rear-handed, and I also felt that angelic presence. So it's really a lot of I get you is what I'm trying to say. I understand, and I think 100% that you got what you got. If it feels right, it is right. Always, always, always. That's what I've learned. And I think you are spot on. And I think also what happened at that moment was you were in complete and total just surrender. You just surrendered and you just opened up, and something opened up inside of you and something came through. And I would just encourage you to keep on doing it. Just keep on doing it, keep on connecting, because it makes you a higher vibrating person, a better person, a happier person, a more connected person. So just keep going because you got opened up. Don't close the portal.
Coriel, is an animal born mean, or is it created that way by a human?
I think animals sometimes go through things just like people do in vitro. When they're in the womb, there is a lot of stuff going on, more so than just, sleeping and waiting until we're born. I think there's a lot more things that go on behind the scenes than even science knows. And I think the same thing happens with animals. I've met animals and I've had conversations with animals who have exhibited anger or intense fear. And they've always been like this since they were a puppy or they were a kitten or they were a chick or whatever it is. And what I got when I connected to them back when they were in the womb was I got that they went through some struggle. So maybe they were the second to be, they were the second or they were the first, and they were pushed all the way to the back to be the runt. And they were, and that hurts them emotionally. I think babies can hear music. They can express emotion. They can feel feelings. And I think it's the same thing for animals. I think they express their ways and they get stuck in vitro. So when they're born, they're dealing with that anger or they're dealing with that fear. And we have to work with and I work with helping them on that.
Let's go to first-time caller Lloyd in Toledo, Ohio. Hey, Lloyd, go ahead.
Hey, Lloyd.
Hey, George, Coriel. Thanks for having me on. I'm one of those guys that have trouble sleeping, and so I wake up at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning and get to listen to you.
Great.
Thanks a lot. I appreciate it.
Sure thing.
Coriel, you are absolutely right on.
Thank you.
I was raised that animals are just stupid, and you have to beat them into submission, and all that type of stuff.
Yeah.
But I came across a dog. It's actually a little puppy, 2 weeks old. And this guy was throwing him up in the air, walking down the street, throwing him up in the air and stuff. And my wife said, "Whoa, what are you doing?" And she said, "How much do you want for that dog?" And the guy said, $20. So we gave him $20 for that puppy. And so he was 2 weeks old, and I raised him, slept with him and everything. And I think one of the problems that I always had was I didn't know how to communicate with him. And I took him to obedience school, and it was the first and only dog that I took to there. And they not only taught me how to teach him what I wanted, but what he needed from me. And that improved our relationship so much that that's the one dog that I'll remember forever. And I have 4 dogs. One of them is a boxer German Shepherd mix, and I picked up a bully. He was the latest acquisition that I had. And the bully was a very alpha dog, always dominating, wanting to be in charge and everything. Right. He would push Charlie around and growl at him and snarl and everything. Well, the first time I took him to this park that I take my dogs to and let them run free, they went back in this little alcove, and Charlie was so much faster than him. And but when they came out, Dozer was was leading. He was running in front of Charlie, and Charlie was slowly catching up with him. And he got up to him and he tripped him, and he went head over cartwheels. That dog tumbled for 5 yards, and Charlie reared up in the air like a stallion and looked over at me like, "Dad, did you see that?" You know, and I just smile every time I hear it.
Smart little animal. We're going to hit a break here, Lloyd, in great story. So. And we'll be back with final calls with Coriel Kramer, the animal communicator, and you in just a moment on Coast to Coast. On our next Coast to Coast program, for the first half, Dr. David Hanscom joins us, talking to us about surgery. Do you really need it? And then we're going to take a walk on the paranormal side with Paul Wallace with some of his new works. And I'm looking forward to that. And welcome back to Coast. George Noory with Coriel Kramer, our final segment with your calls as well. She's an animal communicator. And how often are you dealing with clients, Coriel? All the time?
All the time. Since my last show appearance, it even got even busier.
It exploded, didn't it?
It exploded in a really, really good way. But I need to ask you a question, George.
Yeah.
Did I hear right that you're going to be singing?
I sing songs at our live events.
Maybe. All right. I wish you would. You got to come to Santa Fe.
Yeah, you're in that area, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm in New Mexico, yeah.
Yeah, you got to deal with Tom in case we ever have a live show out that way.
Oh, my God, I'd love to, yeah. But hearing you sing, I got to rock it, man. I want to hear you rocking it.
I have some fun. It's more like Sinatra than rock, but it's still fun.
I love Sinatra. Yes, awesome.
Well, cool. Let's go to final calls for you. They're still calling like crazy. Christopher's with us in Birmingham, Alabama to get us started. Hey, Christopher.
Hey.
Hi. Thank you so much, George. And
thank you, my friend.
I appreciate you taking my call. I also want to make a mention about how PC has a relationship, like that connection you were talking about earlier. It's like my dog Lily now. So I'm sorry for your loss, but I'm glad that you still get to communicate with her. But my question is this. My new dog, Betty, she might have had prior trauma from the breeder we got her from, to rescue her.
Yeah.
And she has definite issues. But she's great. She's fantastic. But the thing is, she has this thing that she likes to attack the next thing that's next to her, when something gets cornered. So I was wondering if you had any ideas or how I could talk to her to try to help that. She seems pretty aggressive, but it's only when she's cornered. So I guess my question is that, if there's anything you could say.
Yeah, that's there's also issues of feeling vulnerable, feeling exposed, feeling, unsafe. So, yeah, I get it. Christopher, what I would first probably do is I would probably suggest to you to try, let's try some things like flower essences. This is basically flower water. You throw it in the water, they drink it, it helps with unwanted behaviors like aggression and trauma.
Really? Calms them down, huh?
Oh, it does. They're amazing. Anyway, we should do a show on it. Anyway, what I wanted to talk to you about was this. I would try first something called Rescue Remedy. Now, Rescue Remedy is for extreme trauma animals and people who have gone through extreme stress and trauma. So I would try throwing probably about 10 drops in her water, put that in once a day, and see if that helps. If after a week you don't notice any difference, then what I would do is I would probably contact me, okay? Because it might be something that we might have to do a combination of healing work and animal communication with. Because when she's showing such extreme, there's a lot of, she might also be going through something called, and animals do go through this, but PTSD. She might be reliving her trauma over and over and over again, and she can't break the cycle on her own.
Next up, thank you, Christopher. Anything you need, you just call us back. Bill in Williamsburg, Virginia. Hey, Bill.
Hey, George and Corey, how are you?
Great.
Hey, Bill.
Yeah, I just got a cat recently from the Humane Society.
Oh, good for you.
His name's Skippy. Skippy the cat.
Skippy.
And anyway, he's nudging my leg right now. He wants me to mention to you CLM. Since I got him, he caused a lot of ruckus there saying CLM. That's Cat Lives Matter, especially the Ninth Life. He was getting the dogs and a lot of the other animals upset with that at the Humane Society. So they were glad to see me take him. He doesn't like to be touched. He's a real obnoxious cat, but he's very, very cute. And Corey, could you just talk to him just for a second? I'm going to put the phone down. He's up my foot here. He is listening to the program. Could you just talk to him for a second and see if you can get him to say why he doesn't like to be touched? If you can communicate something that I could know that.
You don't need to put the phone down, Bill. It's okay. Okay, I get it. What's going on with Skippy is it's basically his dynamic. It's his personality. The dynamics can be either in a positive and healthy spectrum, or they can be in a minus spectrum. And what's going on is Skippy's been through a little bit of a trauma and drama, so he's got a little bit of a minus spectrum. He is a sensory dynamic, and what that means is he gets very sensitive to smells, people. He likes to be touched in a certain way. What I would suggest is really easy, really quick that you can try is asking him to show you, put your hand out to him and ask him to show you when he wants to be touched by either sniffing your hand or licking your finger, and then just touch him lightly on the head and just a little bit, and then leave him alone. Less is more with the sensory dynamic, especially when they're in the minus spectrum.
And good job, Bill, rescuing
yes.
the animal. I think that's admirable.
Bravo.
It really is. Let's go next to Ottawa in Canada. Susie's with us on the international line. Hey, Suze, go ahead.
Hello. Hi. Yes, I had a cat die in the end of January. And then 10 days later, someone told me about a kitten that they didn't want. And I didn't want to take on a new cat, but I went to rescue him with someone I knew who was going to find a foster home. Mm-hmm. And then when I met him, I just felt like, wow, this is an interesting kitten, even though it was kind of too early and I hadn't grieved. And now he's with me, but he's very talkative and talks way too much. I've never had a cat talk so much, and I find that a little bit strange. I don't know why he's constantly meowing and complaining. He's always meowing, and maybe he's saying he wants to be with another human. I'm not sure. How would I know that?
First off, I'm sorry for your loss, because I know losing a hard animal or any animal is hard.
It's not easy.
Again, I would say, why don't you, and if you can find a time where he's not going or she's not going meow, 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 like a quiet time during the evening or a quiet time during the day, and just quietly sit in the room with them. You don't have to sit right next to him. Just sit in the room with him and just quiet your mind for a second and just ask him, what do you need? Don't ask him, what do you want? Why are you meowing? Ask him an easy question. What do you need? What can I do for you? And then just see what you get, whether it comes in as an image in your mind or a feeling or words in your head or words in your ears or whatever it is. Just get that. Whatever you get, the first thing you get is always the answer. The second thing that you get is usually your logical mind saying, hey, lady, you're crazy. You're talking to a cat. So it tries to make it, reasonable. So just sit with your animal in a quiet time during the day and just see what you get. And if you need help, contact me through Facebook or my website.
Every veterinarian should be going through your courses.
Thank you.
Coriel. I mean, really.
Yes, I know. And that's why I love the dynamics. I think even, and I don't mean to say even in a negative way, so if there are any veterinarians out there, I'm sorry, but I mean that veterinarians, if they give it a chance, I believe the dynamics would make sense to them and help their clinics, their practices even more, because it does make logical sense to a lot of people. But thank you for saying that, George. You're absolutely right. From your lips to God's ears.
Let's go to Jim in Chicago, Illinois. Hey, Jim. Go ahead, sir.
Hey, Jim.
Hello, George.
Hey, Jimmy.
Hi, George, and Coriel.
Hey.
George, I've been listening for decades, going back to Art Bell.
Well, thank you.
I want to say that you're truly a national treasure. You really are. You do an awful lot of great good for everybody.
Very kind of you.
That way. I've got. I just got in from Miami. First time I've been down there in like 38 years. Seeing my son. He's 20, and no, he's 30, and he has a small construction company. And then one of the ladies called him, and he thought it was unique, a little obtuse, saying that she is a lady friend that found a little kitten on the beach.
Huh.
So he went and he picked it up, and truly it is. It's only between 4 and 6 weeks old. That's what the vet said. And
wow.
It's a unique, very beautiful coloring. It can fit in a man's hand. And George, when he gave him a little bath, you hold down the ears, and size of the head is only like $50. So, I mean, he's very little, but he has beautiful eyes. The eyes are aquamarine blue, and
wow.
he's like a red tabby cat.
Sounds like a little calico.
Is that what it is?
Red tabby.
Or a tabby?
Yeah, a tabby. A tabby. But the coloring in the eyes, the person at the vet center, or and also at the food, the little cat food center, has never seen that coloring of the eyes. Is that unique?
It is unique. The color in the green color in cat's eyes. I know that he's not green, but I'm just saying. It's green in humans' eyes are very, very rare. Green in cat's eyes, not so much. But the coloring that you're describing sounds like it's something very, very unusual. It might even change or become even more intense as he grows older. So I'd be curious to see, but sounds amazing.
How does a little kitten, Coriel, get tossed on a beach? What happens? Somebody just dumps him?
Who knows? He might have found his way there. You know, his mommy might have been. He might have been born under the boardwalk, if there's a boardwalk, and then all of a sudden he, wandered his way out because he felt a need to go out and be or do something. Somebody might have tossed him. It could be a lot of different things.
What's the average of a litter with a cat?
It depends. Usually, average can be anywhere from 5 to 6. I've even seen litters as high as 8.
Like a dog, I guess, right?
Yeah, but what it is that with the cats, the more the babies are, because their bodies are so small, so the more the babies are in there, the more babies that are in there, the more it can really, really tax on the mom.
Got only about a minute left. Diana in New Mexico. Take it away, Diana.
Yes, George. So wonderful to talk to you and Corral. And the reason I'm calling, I'll make it quick. You got to listen to me. We named our dog Angel. We got him from Angel. We decided to get him at a shelter, and it was like heaven. This dog was meant to be with us, because I was crying because we had another puppy, but the other family got it.
Yeah.
And we got on my butt and started crying, and he came up, because my husband said, "We're going to find a dog, don't worry, honey." And he came up and kissed my tears. He was ours.
That's the one you want.
Yeah, and he call him Angel Elvis, and because he was born on Elvis's birthday, and my husband was a impersonator, and then Roy Orbison, he really sang. In fact, he was booked at
that's
St.
cool.
Louis in Detroit, but he had a heart attack. The reason I'm saying, I lost my husband 3 years ago.
I'm sorry to hear
It's been
that.
very lonely. But 3 weeks, I write in my journal every day, 3 weeks later, and I was awake. I heard a voice at our back door, our patio, and I heard my husband say, Diane, I've got Angel with me. And I got up and went to the door, but of course he wasn't there. But animals do go with their loved ones, and the loved ones that have passed, they do go to heaven, because I heard my husband's voice.
Oh, they sure do. We're out of time, but she's absolutely right, Coriel, huh?
100%. 100,000%. They do.
We've got your website linked up at coasttocoastam.com. Do keep in touch with us and come on back again, okay?
I would love to, George. Thank you so much.
Thank you for being on the program. And it's remarkable.
All from this lady, and it was the end of the program, so a lot of you out there will not have heard it. She was a vegetarian, and she was she was very enthusiastic. Although, I guess the PETA people thought that she didn't deliver the message quite the way they would have had her deliver it. They got a whole bunch of calls, and so I'm going to just, for fun, have Bruce Friedrich on here in a minute. I'm behind in commercials because I got so interested in my music. I'm behind. And so I'm going to have to catch up. Bruce Friedrich is the spokesperson for PETA, which is the organization known as People Eating Tasty Animals. No. People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals, actually. And so we're going to talk about steaks and burgers and hot dogs, Spam. Oh, we're going to talk about all kinds of vegetables. We're going to talk about all of this for a little while anyway. And Bruce was with us one time before, and he was on there for 4 hours debating. You will recall a kind of a mountain man that we had on at the time. As vegetarian campaign coordinator and general spokesperson for People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals, PETA, the largest animal rights organization in the whole world, Bruce Friedrich can be found in schools, universities, civic clubs, speaking about animal liberation and vegetarianism. Bruce has debated animal experimenters, furriers, meat trade officials on various local and national radio programs. His work on behalf of vegetarianism and animal rights has made headlines across the country, including the Wall Street Journal, LA Times, New York Times, Washington Post, USA Today, so forth and so on. Now, before coming to PETA in 1996, Bruce spent more than 6 years working in a shelter for homeless families and soup kitchens in inner-city Washington, D.C. Bruce continues to coordinate PETA's monthly human outreach efforts in the local community. Bruce graduated Phi Beta Kappa from Grinnell College in Iowa with majors in English and economics, minors in religious studies. He received numerous awards, including the Gilbert Award for Original Research in the Field of Economics. Bruce believes, as author and civil rights activist Alice Walker said, quote, "The animals of the world were not made for humans any more than black people were made for white or women created for men." End quote. What the hell was that? Bruce, 29, lives in Norfolk, Virginia. The animals of the world were not made for humans any more than black people were made for white or women created for men. Hey, Bruce, how you doing?
I'm doing great, Art. Thanks so much for inviting me to be on. It's absolutely my pleasure.
This quote, Alice Walker's quote, "The animals of the world were not made for humans any more than black people were made for white or women created for men."
Yeah, basically she's summarizing the concept of speciesism. And what speciesism says is that if the factor you're determining is pain, in other words, somebody's right to be free from pain or free from exploitation at the hands of others, the only relevant factor is that being's capacity to feel pain.
Yeah, but women were created for men. Remember the whole thing about the rib and Adam and how lonely he was, and God said, "Here you go," and right?
Well, that's certainly one interpretation, I suppose, and maybe the Southern Baptists would agree with you, but I think that you'd find that most women and certainly all feminists would give you quite a rhetorical battle.
Oh, but to say they were not created for men is, I mean, the opposite sounds just as ridiculous. Men were created for women. I mean, the plumbing is there. There's no question about it. We're created for each other.
Well, we weren't created in order to use one another. certainly we were created perhaps to be stewards of one another, which is a more sort of progressive biblical interpretation.
Stewards. I like that.
Yeah, and the animal rights argument then would extend that also to animals and would say that since animals have the same capacity for suffering regardless of species, in other words, at the very least, mammals, birds, and fishes, we know that biologically and physiologically we all experience pain in the same way. We consequently all have a right not to experience that at the hands of others.
Well, okay, we'll get to that. Stewardship, remember that word. In other words, why doesn't... You're going to find me to be a very centrist. Well, you won't. PETA is pretty much a pretty radical organization, right? Would you admit that?
Yeah, a radical, the Latin of that being root, we believe that one should go to the root of the exploitation and the root of the problem, and that's where it should be addressed.
So you're truly radical, right?
Yeah, we certainly think that the problem should be stopped at its source, and we might want to get into the question of animal rights as opposed to animal welfare.
They might want to know your website name. It's very radical. It's meatstinks.com.
www.meatstinks.com, right. We also have a toll-free vegetarian hotline, and we send out a free vegetarian starter package.
Is this for vegetarians who are ready to fall off the wagon and have a burger? I mean, do they call in the middle of the night? I'm going to have a burger. God, I want a burger.
I need the pack.
That's right.
FedEx same day.
And so do you save them or what?
No, it's for anybody. There's information from the Physicians Committee for Responsible Medicine, mostly nutritional information, and then there's the PETA Guide to Animals in the Meat Industry, and it talks about exploitation of animals that are raised for food. There are actually quite a few recipes from one of our cookbooks called Recipes for a Compassionate Cook, so we sort of span the gauntlet, as it were.
All right, what about black people were made for white? Now, I don't understand that either. Black people made for white. What does that mean?
Well, actually, Alice Walker wrote this introduction to a book called The Dreaded Comparison by a woman named Marjorie Spiegel. And what Ms. Spiegel is doing in her book is she is comparing the status of African Americans in the early 19th century, well, really the 16th through 19th centuries in the United States, to the status of animals that we raise for food and for experimentation, for entertainment, etc.
All right, so she was not suggesting that that the mixing of the races was wrong.
No. What she's suggesting is that blacks shouldn't be slaves, and neither should animals be slaves.
Well,
and
I guess if a white guy marries a black girl, why then, if the second part is true, there'd still be a problem, huh? In other words, that she was created for him.
Well, I mean, again, I think if you go back to the stewardship concept and they're helpmates for one another, obviously that would be the right relationship. And certainly, any kind of inclusivity, when you're talking about inclusivity according to species or you're talking about inclusivity according to race or gender, obviously the ideal relationship is all of us are in this thing called life together.
I agree with that.
And all of us should be working toward, we feel, a more compassionate and a more just society where no one is eating another being or experimenting on or holding in captivity to use for human amusement as things like circuses.
No. Oh, like a circus. What about domestic pets?
Well, that goes. Then you sort of have to ask yourself: is this in the best interest of the animal? I think that going back to our analogy about marriage, is it in the best interest of both of the partners? Yes.
Well, here I would argue that yes, it is.
Exactly. And I think with domestic animals, not only is it in the best interest of the parties involved, but there's also the factor that I think people who have companion animals naturally understand that animals, and they hopefully can extend this to cows and pigs and chickens and primates and other animals, animals have a capacity for pain, a capacity for joy, for love. Animals are interesting creatures in their own right.
They are.
And what we say then is if you wouldn't cause your dog or your cat to suffer this unbearable pain, and make no mistake about it, the animals on these farms, they lead short, miserable, violent, bloody lives, and they die incredibly bloody, violent deaths.
I know where you're going with all this, and I've heard all this, and I know you can draw some horror stories that will really make us retch, but the fact of the matter is that if that aspect were eliminated, if the small pens, the what you call terrible conditions and all the rest of it were eliminated, and these pigs lived really a pig's life. I mean, just the best pig's life you could imagine. You still would be against the painless killing of those animals for food, right?
Certainly that's true, although I must say that in the short term, the vast majority of our budget goes toward simply improving the conditions that these animals lead.
Well, I'm
For example,
comfortable
there are
with
no
that.
federal laws to protect these animals on factory farms, so almost 100% of pigs are genetically bred so that most of them are lame. They're castrated without painkillers. They have their teeth ripped out of their heads without painkillers. They're kept on slatted metal floors, never able to lead a pig's life. And at the slaughterhouse, a huge proportion of them are dismembered and skinned alive. So even for people who give one whit about animal welfare, if you care at all, imagine your cat or your dog in this kind of situation and ask yourself how you can justify paying people to torment and torture animals in this way.
Okay. Well, I don't want to pay people to torment anything. And I want it to live a decent life until it becomes bacon or sausage.
Well, visit these slaughterhouses, visit these farms. These places are like Fort Knox. I can tell you, you're not going to get in. Now, try to go to visit the places where vegetarian foods are grown. You can go to any of them. You can see the processing. You can see the food. Gandhi used to say that if a poet can't write about it, I don't want any part in it. In other words, if a poet can't write about it, in a romantic or in a beautiful way, I don't want any part of it. And imagine a poem about a slaughterhouse. Now imagine a poem about growing grains or beans or fruits or vegetables. These are life-giving foods. These are foods that don't have to suffer.
Would somebody be so kind, please, as to write a poem about a slaughterhouse that I can read to Bruce and just fax it to me at my normal 775-727-8499?
It's going to be a gruesome poem, I'm afraid.
Well, you can't be sure of that. You can't really. Did you hear the call that prompted you to send me this fax?
I did, yes.
So you heard the lady?
I did, yes.
And what did you think of that?
Well, I thought that perhaps she could have framed her argument perhaps a bit more cogently. She could have talked about the health benefits of a vegetarian diet, absolutely the most healthful diet in existence. She could have talked about the fact
I don't believe
that I'm sorry?
I don't believe that.
You don't?
No, absolutely not. Most vegetarian people that I've come to know, that I've known in my personal life, and they all preach vegetarianism. They're very active about it, but they all look emaciated and kind of unhealthy to me.
Well, it's certainly possible to be an unhealthful vegetarian, but even mainstream organizations like the American Dietetic Association, the Heart Association, the Cancer Society, even the USDA recommend vegetarian diets as a very good way to stave off some of the biggest killers in this country. And in fact, the biggest killer in this country is heart disease. It kills as many people as everything else combined. 50% of people die of heart disease. There are 2 physicians in human history who have unclogged people's arteries and made them heart attack proof. Dr. Dean Ornish on the West Coast, and he wrote a blockbuster best-selling book. He also found that people lost an average of more than 20 pounds, and he put people on a low-fat vegetarian diet, got their cholesterol levels down below 150, unclogged their arteries, which had been previously thought to be impossible, and he did it on a veggie diet. The second one is published in the August 1st. In other words,
the
2 weeks
veggie
ago.
diet did not kill them.
The veggie diet not only didn't kill them, but these were people who had heart attacks previously, were at very high risk for dropping over dead any moment, and these were people who were made absolutely immune to heart disease by getting their cholesterol levels down below 150. The second one, the American Journal of Cardiology, very established, well-respected journal, a researcher from the Cleveland Clinic, the most well-respected of all of the heart clinics in the country, perhaps in the world, Dr. Esselstyn, he's just published research. He took 18 people who had had a total of an average of 3 heart attacks each in the previous 8 years.
No doubt,
and in the 12 years on his vegetarian diet, he got them all heart attack proof.
If I had to eat vegetables for 12 years, I'd rather be dead, Bruce. Hold on. We'll be back. This is Coast to Coast AM.
reach Art Bell in the Kingdom of Nye. From west of the Rockies, dial 1-800-618-8255. East of the Rockies, 1-800-825-5033. First-time callers may reach Art at 1-775-727-1222. Or use the wildcard line at 1-775-727-1295. To reach Art on the toll-free international line, call your AT&T operator and have them dial 800-893-0903. This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell on the Premier Radio Networks.
Meatstinks.com is the link you'll find on my website right now, along with Bruce's name. But we've got a new section of the website, actually, and there's a couple of things, actually several, you should pay attention to on the website. One is the new area we have for tonight's show, which in this particular case has a very, very interesting photograph that you've really got to see. It's a photograph taken, I believe, in the Andes, the side of a mountain, and what would appear to be what some would say a dimensional portal. There is an entire website associated with it. You can read about it. You can look at it. Use it. You can say what I'm sure a lot of you Pixel people are going to say, all obvious lens flare. But it really is not an obvious lens flare. If you look carefully at this photograph on the side, this portal that appears on the side of the mountain, should this have been taken through, like a car glass or whatever, clearly there would be streaks of light that would be typical of a flare. And that is not present here. Number two, the photograph of the mountain is extremely clear. So it just might be what it represents itself to be. And that is an apparent dimensional portal opening. So if you want to see it, it's there. Then all the information on PETA and Bruce Friedrich, who is my guest, all in sort of the Tonight Show section. And don't forget, if you haven't done it yet, for heaven's sakes, download the SETI at Home program and join Team Art Bell. Now, numerically, at least 3 times larger than the next closest competitor. We are the largest SETI at Home club doing research and looking for ET. So when you're up there, download that program, and it'll just take you a couple of minutes. Then you come back up and you can... Oh, it's so much fun. We'll talk in more detail about it, but the SETI at Home program is available free of charge on my website right now. Be part of what could be real history in the making. All right, once again, here is the representative of PETA, People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals, Bruce Friedrich. And Bruce, I bet you guys don't like it when you hear people eating tasty animals, huh?
Well, I don't know. Many people have said that parody is the most sincere form of flattery.
Well, then you're flattered a lot.
Well, yeah, I mean, people to eating tasty animals is a fairly popular one. There are, I think, a lot more creative and sort of amusing variants. There are occasionally articles in papers around the country where people take our acronym and do all kinds of wacky things with it. And we have a very good sense of humor when you're basically besieged by images of animal abuse day in and day out. I think you really need to keep your sense of humor. Not too many people, I think, would accuse PETA of not having a sense of humor. We do come up with an awful lot of, I think, funny and amusing ways to make our points.
Well, the lady who called me was kind of an interesting case in point because she made an argument that, we were talking about vegetables versus meat from animals and all the rest of it.
Right.
And I did mention to her that now very famous scientific experiment in which lettuce was seen to react to its brethren cut in half. It was a rather detailed experiment. I know you know the story.
Sure.
And so if vegetables can react in a seemingly emotional way to another vegetable being cut, then you've got to ask questions about the advocacy of vegetables.
Sure.
And what about when they're all crowded together in a garden, one seed right next to the other, no room to breathe, can't get to the sun? It's cruel.
Well, there are a variety of, I think, fairly cogent responses. The first one is that you can't find a reputable physiologist or a reputable biologist who will argue that plants feel pain. They don't have any of the things required for pain receptors, central nervous systems, brains, which all of the animals share. Plants don't have those things.
Okay, so
they don't
then
have any need to feel pain. And again, the reason, according to biologists and physiologists, we're able to move is so we can escape pain. They don't have that need. But the reason I went vegetarian more than 12 years ago was for environmental reasons. The fact is you have to feed 20 calories to an animal to get 1 calorie back out of the animal. So leaving aside all of the water pollution and water use and topsoil depletion, the reality is we feed more than 80% of the grains we grow in this country. We feed them to animals, and then we eat the animals. So if our concern is actually for the suffering of these plants, assuming we have to eat something, we should still eat the plants directly.
Well, I would counter with taste. Now, for example, the vegetable from absolute hell, as far as I'm concerned, is the lima bean. When I was a child, I used to eat lima beans one at a time like aspirins, downing them with a glass of milk so I could get my dessert, because it's the only way my mom would give me dessert to finish everything on the table.
Right.
And lima beans were always the last. I hate lima beans. I will not even walk near a lima bean. That's how much I dislike lima beans.
Fortunately, vegetarians don't have to live on lima beans or broccoli, Arthur.
Well, I know. I mean, we'll broaden this, but I mean, the texture alone of a lima bean is enough to make you throw up. And so...
The lima bean lobby's going to have your phones ringing off the hook.
Well, that's just a personal opinion.
No, I'm with you on the lima beans, Art.
You don't like lima beans?
Not a big fan of lima beans. But, vegetarian foods, there is such a huge variety. And it really is the diet that's going to unclog your arteries. It's the best diet for your health.
Okay, I said something at the bottom of the hour, Bruce, that you should respond to.
Okay.
And I was really being honest, even though it sounded funny.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Well, let's say that I had a choice right now.
Okay.
And the choice was, Art, you can have 5 more years of life.
Oh, right.
If you stop eating meat and eat nothing but vegetables from now until the day you do die, which will be 5 years later than you otherwise would have.
Right.
Listen, I'd rather be dead.
Well, a couple of points to make, and the first one is strictly health-related. Dr. Dean Ornish, again, the foremost nutritionist in the world, the man who first unclogged people's arteries. It's now been done by another fellow also using a vegetarian diet.
Right.
The point he makes is not only do you die earlier from heart disease,
but
your life is miserable as you die.
Well,
the root of vegetarian is
Are you
vegetus,
telling me
which
that
has to do with-
vegetarians die good deaths?
Well, no, but what I'm telling you is that on the road to death, vegetarians are more vital. Because in the short term, meat eaters tend to be heavier and more lethargic. And in the long term, they clog up their arteries and they suffer from cancer at 40% at a 40% greater rate. And it's just not a way to go. And
well, yes, it is a way to go. But see, Bruce, it is a way to go. That's the case I'm making. It is a way to go.
Clear your conscience and your arteries, Art. Again, I think that people should be very open-eyed about this, the sort of unexamined life is not worth living kind of Socrates thing. I think people need to remember that each time you sit down to eat, you have a decision to make, and your decision is between misery and mercy. Your decision is between, no, it's absolutely true. Your decision is between paying people to torture animals violently or not paying people to do that. And it seems to me there's an awful lot of violence in the world. We can't do much about, for example, the Eritreans and the Sudanese or the Kosovo Albanians and the Serbians. Without a lot of effort, there's not much we can do to address all of that violence. This is one area where we can make a compassionate choice day in and day out every time we sit down to eat. And I would think that as moral people, it would be incumbent upon us to do that.
No, but see, I don't believe that. I believe that as moral people, it is incumbent upon us to be good stewards of the animals that we do eat. Remember we were talking about stewardship?
Sure.
Well, I agree with you that raising them in torturous conditions and or killing them in torturous conditions is horrible, and I want to end that.
Well,
but I still want my steaks and burgers and chicken, and I'm really a meat eater, a serious meat eater, Bruce.
Well, but Art, at least in the short term, I think it would make sense for you to engage in a boycott. until you can visit the slaughterhouses and see the animals humanely killed, until you can visit the farms and find that animals, and again, cows, they have the horns ripped out of their heads without painkillers. They're castrated without painkillers.
Not for any
of them
that.
have third-degree burns inflicted. This is a violent reality. They're transported to the slaughterhouse through all manner of weather extremes, and in the big cow states like Texas and Oklahoma, it gets very hot. Many of these animals die during the transportation in the hotter months, or they freeze to death in places like Canada during the colder months. This is what we're paying people to do to animals.
Well, all right,
and
so then
fine,
let's be activist and change that. That I'm for. You
sure,
see, you're
let's
just
be
not,
activists and
you're
change
not going to
that.
get an argument out of me. I don't want to see anything suffer, animal or human.
Well,
I love animals.
Sure, let's be activists and change that. But in the short term, it's sort of like, let's change sweatshop conditions for our clothing. But in the short term, you have to engage in a boycott in order to do that. And so I would encourage you, at least in the short term, until conditions improve.
No way. No way, Bruce.
Adopt a vegetarian diet, and it is the best thing you can do for your health. It's the best thing for the environment.
You know what?
I think
it would kill me.
I think you would be surprised. I went vegetarian more than 12 years ago, and I'm still kicking.
If I wasn't surprised and died, then I wouldn't be here to complain to you, would I?
You wouldn't be.
That's right. See, I really, really enjoy meat, and if it takes 5 years off my life,
see, but it's also going to make those 5 years significantly less pleasant. Meat is laden with saturated fat and cholesterol. Meat has no fiber or carbohydrates at all.
How can you prove to me that vegetarians don't die terrible twitching deaths just like meat eaters?
Well, they don't clog up their arteries. They suffer from 40% less cancer. They suffer from about 80% less stroke.
But they still kick the bucket?
They still kick the bucket, but according to the foremost nutritionists in the world, they certainly kick the bucket in a less violent and unpleasant reality. And again, Dr. Benjamin Spock, foremost pediatrician in human history.
Bruce, what is a typical way for a veggie to kick?
Well, vegetarians, I think, kick the bucket in similar ways that everybody else kicks the bucket.
See?
They just do it a little bit later, and they do it with a little bit less violence, and their arteries don't corrode, or at least complete vegetarians, because a vegan's average cholesterol level is about 123, and no one in human history has been documented of dying of or even having a heart attack if their cholesterol level goes below 150. So not everybody who eats meat is going to have a heart attack, although 50% of them will.
Do vegetarians have fewer strokes?
They have less strokes that are related to blood flow. And again, I think it's about 60% of stroke is related to clogged arteries, in other words, clogged blood flow to the brain. And again, vegetarians, or at least complete vegetarians, have very low cholesterol levels. Their arteries don't clog. And there are these two researchers, Dr. Esselstyn at the Cleveland Clinic and Dr. Ornish out on the West Coast, who are actually unclogging people's arteries with a low-fat vegetarian diet. And again, on Ornish's program, people lost an average of more than 20 pounds in the first year, and they keep the weight off. And both Esselstyn and Ornish argue that the reason they keep the weight off and the reason that they stick to the diet is because their lifestyle improves so much.
Well, look, I believe the weight loss. I just finished telling you, I think somewhere during the hour, that most of the vegetarian, particularly women that I've known, look emaciated. Their hair is falling out more than it ought to. It's a lousy, sort of dull color.
I think that's definitely the anomaly. 1 million people are turning vegetarian every year, and it's a diet adhered to by Shania Twain, Michael Eisner, CEO of Disney, Pamela Anderson Lee, Michael Milken, the junk bond king, Chelsea Clinton, Steve Jobs, one of the founders of Apple, Kim Basinger, Paul McCartney, Alanis Morissette. The list goes on and on and on, and these are not emaciated people. These are extremely healthy, vital people. And hey, for people who don't have web access, do let me toss out our toll-free vegetarian hotline, and we'll send people the Physicians Committee for Responsible Medicine PAC, also our guide to animals in the meat industry. It's toll-free. It's 1-888-VEG-FOOD, 888-VEG-FOOD.
All right. I've seen these hamburgers, for example, that they advertise. I forget, is it Monsanto? Some big company, not Monsanto, I don't know who it is. They always advertise on Meet the Press. Hamburgers made out of some alternate substance.
Probably Archer Daniels Midland.
That's right.
Supermarket to the world.
Yeah, I know. That's what they say. But a hamburger which is not a beef hamburger is not a hamburger.
You know, there's a new burger out. It's called the Boca Burger, and it's gotten a lot of press fairly recently.
And what is the Boca Burger?
The Boca Burger is something made by Boca Burger Company, surprise, and it's gotten a lot of press recently because Bob Arnott, who wrote the Breast Cancer Prevention Diet, which was a blockbuster bestseller, he's, I think, NBC's scientific or medical advisor. He's recommending Boca Burgers, and he's been on the Today Show serving them.
And
he's
what,
been on,
pray tell, is a Boca Burger?
It's basically a soy-based, completely vegetarian alternative. And, you know, he went on the Rosie O'Donnell show, and he did a taste test with her, and he gave her a Boca Burger, and he gave her a meat burger, and she thought the Boca Burger was the real thing. And we've done this on radio programs. We've done this in front of McDonald's restaurants.
Well, I wish I had one.
The only thing you're missing with the Boca Burger, the only thing you're missing is the saturated fat and the cholesterol. And if you have
come on, you're missing
conscience, that
beef.
goes out the window too.
Where's the beef, Bruce? You're missing the beef.
But what you're getting is you're getting fiber, you're getting a low-fat, zero cholesterol, high fiber, high complex carbohydrate alternative that tastes just as good. Why on earth would you want to pay people to harm animals, harm the environment, and also get this heavy dose of saturated fat and cholesterol? And again, meat has no fiber
and no
carbohydrates at all.
Because it tastes good.
It's bad for you. It's bad for the environment.
There's a lot of things that are bad for you in life, and yet it's part of the enjoyment of life. There are lots of things. I mean, life in general is killing us, Bruce. All of us, even you.
That's true. We're all from the moment we're born, we begin to die.
Then nobody's getting out alive, and so you make choices in life. And one of them, a real bad one, might be smoking. I do that, or drinking coffee. I do that too, and I eat meat. Now, so it has to do with the quality of life, not just the length of life. What good would it do to live to be 102 years old? If for 40 years of that time you are going to be in abject misery because you're eating nothing but green slush.
Well, let's distill it to where many men, at least, live their lives. When Dean Ornish, again, the West Coast physician, and again, his program is covered by all of the major medical insurance companies. It's covered by Medicare. It's covered by Medicaid. The only nutritional program covered by the insurance companies. And the reason for that is he's unclogging people's arteries. That's what kills more than half of people in this country. When he was asked on Politically Incorrect, basically the same points that you're making by one of the guests there, he said, I'll tell you, another side effect that we found on our diet is that men who were impotent restored their sexual function. And it certainly is the case that people want to be able to have erectile function late into life. But a quarter of men are impotent by the time they're 60 years old. Half of men report having some problems by the time they're 40. And more than 70% of this is related to clogged arteries. What Ornish has found is that he is unclogging people's arteries, and he's also restoring sexual function, which for a lot of people is very, very integrally tied to their quality of life.
Well, yeah, sex, it's true.
And
a lot of times sex is just great after a porterhouse. I mean, just a char-broiled porterhouse steak. I mean,
you'll see very few vegetarians sitting on the couch, having to unbuckle their pants and sort of sit there lethargically staring at the television because their meal has just weighed them down. And all of the things that come with obesity, and obesity is linked to just about everything.
Sometimes, Bruce, it feels good to have a meal where afterwards you're weighted down.
Well, I guarantee.
And you sit there in your weighted down, contented condition, and you have a smoke after dinner, and you just feel great.
I guarantee, Art, that it doesn't feel good for the animal. And
I'm sure. Dying, we're all going to die, right?
We're all going to die, but we don't have to die so miserably. And, chickens, they don't even live 2 months anymore. They've been genetically bred so that more than 90% of them, more than 9 out of 10 chickens, by the time they're 2 months old and are hanging upside down, 90% of them have crippling leg deformities because we've genetically bred them so that they're these weird super animals. Their upper bodies grow, but their legs don't keep up. And the reason we have to slaughter them when they're 2 months old is that they would otherwise all die of heart attacks because they grow so quickly that their hearts and their lungs can't keep up with their bulk. This is a violent reality. We sear their beaks off with a hot blade so that many of them starve to death because eating becomes so painful. From life to death, from birth to death for all of these animals is absolutely unmitigated suffering. And, I heard this
know you're going to
anecdote-
just drive this home, but I'm on your side here. I absolutely agree with you. Nobody wants any animal tortured. I certainly don't. But I am still very much in favor of raising animals in a proper, reasonable, stewardship type of way, and then slaughtering them so we can have burgers and steaks and sausage and...
Well, visit one of these factory farms, visit one of these slaughterhouses.
But see, I'm trying to make you reach out mentally, Bruce. I want you to reach out mentally and imagine all of that changed.
Okay.
It wouldn't change what you're saying, would it?
Well, it would change tremendously what I'm saying. I'd have to be talking about the inherent right to life. Yeah, no, what I'm trying to do...
All right, how would you argue?
Let's say... of the way these animals are suffering.
Bruce. Let's say it's a done deal.
Okay.
All right, and all the animals are living well and then painlessly slaughtered for food.
Mm-hmm.
What would your argument then be?
My argument would run something along the lines of the concept of democracy, okay, which is what this country is founded on, the concept of the social contract, and you have a right to swing your fist.
Pigs don't vote.
But
Bruce,
that right is limited. Well, neither do babies, and neither do people with mental problems.
Well, that's a very good point, and I'm gonna call you on it when we get back. Plenty of time. Bruce Friedrich from PETA is here.
Sight, sound, smell or touch, there's something inside that we need so much. The sight of a touch or the scent of a sound or the strength of an oak with roots deep in the ground. The wonder of flowers to be covered and then to burst up through tarmac to the sun again, or to fly to the sun without burning a wing, to lie in a meadow and hear the grass sing, to have all these things in our memories hoard, and they use them to help us to find.
Want to take a ride? Call Art Bell from west of the Rockies at 1-800-618-8255. East of the Rockies at 1-800-825-5033. First-time callers may reach Art at area code 775-727-1222 or call the wildcard line at 775-727-1295. To talk with Art on the toll-free international line, call your AT&T operator and have them dial 800-893-0903. This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell.
Bruce?
Hey, Art, how you doing?
Okay. You're there, right? All set to go?
I'm ready to go.
It's a new hour.
All right.
All right. There once was a pig named Mate who was quite unaware of his fate. While living his life, he suffered no strife, but he still wound up on my plate.
I think I've seen that.
Have you?
I have.
So you see, there's poetry about.
Oh, is that somebody faxed you that?
Yes.
Ah. Not really a poem about a slaughterhouse, though, is it?
Well, in a way it is. He suffered no strife, but still wound up on my plate.
There's a Wall Street Journal cartoon that's very cute. It was in, I think, about 2 weeks ago, an animal testing cartoon, and it said, truly inhumane animal testing, and it had the animals crammed into this room, all sitting at their little tables with somebody with a ruler up in the front.
Yeah, I know that's horrible. It's horrible. I agree. It's horrible. I'm just not going to fight with you on that. I know you're going to cram this information on us, but I'm not going to argue with you. I think that any living thing should be given good conditions in which to live, or the best that we can manage to provide. Stewardship is the answer. So I agree with you.
Until they do that, doesn't it make sense that we don't participate in something that we don't believe in?
Well, then how about Kobe beef? I mean, Japanese people massage these animals in Kobe, Japan. Are you aware of that?
Sure.
Some of the best beef in the entire world. And these guys get more than I get every day.
Well, then only buy. I mean, as long as like Alexander Coburn. I don't know if you're familiar with him. He's a leftist journalist. He writes for The Nation magazine, among other things.
Certainly familiar with The Nation.
Okay. Well, anyway, he's one of the Nation's columnists. He and Christopher Hitchens do off weeks. They have sort of a column that they share week by week, and he eats meat still, but he only eats meat from a butcher that he knows who actually raises the animals.
Okay.
And it's a huge move in the right direction. And we certainly encourage
Is it enough? I mean, is it enough for you?
Well, no, it's not enough.
See, it's
I
not
think
enough.
that animals have interest in the same way human beings have interest.
Well, here's another thing. Being a vegetarian does not necessarily make you a better person nor a more truthful person, does it? Because here, I have in my hand from the UK News, Electronic Telegraph. I bet you know about this, don't you?
Sure. The Belgium McDonald's.
It says half of all vegetarians are secret meat eaters. Now, what kind of horrendous hypocrisy? I mean, fully 50% of those that you claim are in your camp are lying their butts off.
Well, what happened, I mean, how they got that statistic is they ask people, are you a vegetarian? And the person says yes. And then they say, have you eaten any beef, pork, chicken, or fish in the last month?
Yeah.
And half of the people say yes. It's not that they're lying, it's that they have a warped notion of what it means to be a vegetarian.
Well, they certainly don't have the purity of the word at heart when they claim to be what they...
Exactly,
right.
But they're not being intentionally duplicitous. They're just, they just need a better dictionary.
Well, how about this then? Again, from the Electronic Telegraph.
Okay.
Vegetarian diet won't cut risk of heart disease is the headline. Claims by vegetarians that their diet is healthier than that of meat eaters are dismissed in a study which shows, listen now, Bruce, no difference in the level of heart disease. It is a study of more than 11,000 people over 13 years. The results show the difference in heart disease levels between meat eaters and vegetarians is statistically insignificant.
Well, I mean, that's clearly nonsense. Even the American Heart Association, certainly not a radical organization by any stretch of the imagination, dismisses that and says that a vegetarian diet is excellent in terms of preventing heart disease. You can be an unhealthy vegetarian just like you can be an unhealthy meat eater, certainly. But again, there are two people in human history who have ever reversed heart disease, and they've both done it with a low-fat, vegan, actually completely vegetarian diet. And, the average vegan cholesterol is 123. I haven't met anybody on a complete vegetarian diet who has a cholesterol level above 140.
You ever heard of a heart bypass?
Sure.
That'll clear it up, too.
That's true. In all of medical history, no one with a cholesterol level below 150 has ever had a heart attack, and the complete vegetarian has an average cholesterol level of about 123. Your web guy is awesome. He's already linked to Ornish's book.
Oh, I know. He's really hot.
Yes, there are a couple of really good quotes here.
All right. Well, that's one, I guess, huh? That you say nobody with a cholesterol level of under 123 has ever had a heart attack.
Under 150.
Sure? Under 150?
Under 150. And
so
the average cholesterol level for vegans, complete vegetarians, is 123.
Why do they call them vegans? That sounds like you're from the planet vegan.
Yeah, I know.
Why not just vegetarians or vegans or...
Well, so this guy, it's because the fellow who coined the term back in the 1940s, he decided to found the Royal Vegan Society, and that's what he called it. And what he said is it's got the beginning and the end of vegetarian. It takes vegetarianism to its logical extension. From a cruelty standpoint, there's nothing worse than eggs.
All right, how about this? Let's look at the larger picture. Let's look at nature itself. I went to Africa. You ever go to Africa?
No.
Oh, it's really cool. Anyway, we got to see all the big game, the Big Five, they're called.
Right.
And animals were constantly eating animals. Now, if nature did not intend for us to eat meat, then why would animals eat animals?
This might be a discussion we want to have on the air, because this is one of the most popular of the questions.
Well, we're on the air.
Oh, are we?
Yeah.
I didn't even realize that. The short answer to that is that nature is cruel, and nature lives on the law of survival of the fittest.
Nature is cruel.
Nature is cruel, and nature works on survival of the fittest. Rape happens in nature.
Yeah.
Animals eat their young in that nature, and animals will battle to the death in territorial disputes in nature.
Yeah.
And we don't base our ethics on the laws of nature.
But we sure act the same way, roughly, in life.
You've already given me that gratuitous cruelty is not a good idea.
No, it isn't, and that marks the difference between, intellect that we have and that animals don't.
See, but that goes back to my contention that every time we sit down to eat, we're making a choice: misery or mercy, life or death. Now, physiologically, human beings aren't intended to be eating animals. Every single carnivore shares about a dozen traits we don't share, including 10 times the level of hydrochloric acid in their stomach, so they can break down decomposing corpses.
Oh my God! You were talking about sex earlier, and that people who eat greens, nothing but greens and vegetables, have a better sex life.
Sure.
Now, how long have you been a vegetarian?
A little over 12 years.
12 years. And how old are you?
I'm just turned 30, actually.
30. So, in other words, you're telling me that since you were, about 18 or something?
Yeah, I turned completely vegetarian just before I turned 18.
Just before you turned 18. So, you wouldn't even know what a great big porterhouse and then sex is like, because you haven't had it, have you?
I think I might take the Fifth Amendment on that. I grew up in Oklahoma, and there's not really a lot to do in Oklahoma, so people start kind of early.
On sex or steak?
Well, on both, actually. I think the state food in Oklahoma is the chicken fried steak. And I ate an awful lot of those as I was growing up. And, back to the physiological argument,
by the way,
I also ran cross-country and played football in high school, and I found that my cross-country time, I'm kind of a bulky guy, so my cross-country time's never been that good. But in the course of about 2 months, when I went completely vegetarian, my cross-country time dropped from usually an average of about 45 minutes to an average of about 40 minutes.
Un momento, you mean to say you're not a complete vegetarian?
I am a complete vegetarian.
Well, you said during a period of time when you went complete vegetarian.
More than 12 years ago.
Oh, I see. You mean when you were first
when I was growing up,
ruined forever from meat, or how? How did that happen for you anyway? How did you get ruined for meat like that?
Well, I read a book called Diet for a Small Planet by Frances Moore Lappé, and she's the one who makes the argument based on environmental grounds. She says, look, you put 20 calories into an animal, you get 1 calorie out. It's vastly inefficient.
So fine, it's inefficient. A lot of things are inefficient. That doesn't make them bad.
Animals raised for food, they produce 230 times as much excrement as the entire human population. They don't have waste treatment systems. We feed, as I said earlier, more than 80% of our crops we feed to animals. If you certify that your crops are going to be fed to animals, you can dump pesticides and herbicides onto them that you couldn't dump onto them if you were going to be feeding those crops to human beings.
That seems stupid.
And that pollutes our groundwater, it erodes our topsoil. Environmentally, raising animals for food is the worst thing we do in this society.
Well, actually, the way we do it, I agree with you. In North Carolina, they've got a real problem with pigs and all the runoff into the ocean and the terrible things that's producing in the estuaries and all the rest of it.
And dairy cows in California have completely destroyed one of our best freshwater aquifers, has been rendered completely undrinkable as a result of dairy cow
All right,
production.
so if I were to bring you Bruce, have you ever had Kobe beef, Bruce?
No, I haven't.
No? It is an unbelievable sensory experience that you would you could die for.
Well, they now have...
Now, so Kobe beef, as I said, is massaged by Japanese gals and maybe guys even, but mostly gals. These cattle have all the room you want. They are fed the very best. They're even given beer. And then they are hand massaged. You couldn't ask for a better life for a steak. You just couldn't ask for a better life.
Sounds good.
And does it really? In other words, if I were to bring you Kobe beef, would you be comfortable eating it?
Of course not. Animals have rights, and animals have inherent interests, and animals, like human beings, deserve not to be eaten. the reality is that, going back to the concept of democracy that I started on earlier, it's a concept of the social contract. Again, you have the right to swing your fist, but that right is limited. You have limits on your rights wherever they conflict with the rights of others to be free from, for example, being hit by your fist. And what we're saying is that animals also have a right to be free from exploitation at the hands of human beings. And that includes slaughterhouses, and that includes factory farms and circuses and rodeos and laboratories. We extend this basic right to all human beings, and we should also be extending this basic right to all beings who have interests. And certainly, at the very least, we know that biologically, physiologically, mammals, birds, and fish all have, biologically and physiologically, the same pain response mechanisms that human beings do, and they therefore have the same right not to be
You don't even eat fish.
No. Fish don't scream out in pain. But fish are interesting animals, and fish suffer in the same way dogs and cats do. We don't understand them as well. They're not as cute and cuddly as puppies and kittens. Their cute and cuddly factor is very low, but physiologically, biologically, they have a capacity for pain and for suffering, and they deserve not to experience that at human hands. And going back to the health argument again, that no fiber, no carbohydrates, lots of saturated fat and cholesterol relative to vegetarian products, and going back to Dean Ornish and Dr. Esselstyn at the Cleveland Clinic, no fish. It's not good for you. It's not good for the animals. Why do it?
Because fish is good.
Well, I grew up in Minnesota eating fish, and I also grew up fishing for 12 years, land of 10,000 lakes, and I can tell you that they don't require any training to go out there and toss a hook into the water. And when you, oftentimes, especially kids, you end up ripping, sometimes the fish will swallow the hook, bleed to death internally if you throw the fish back. Oftentimes you rip the fish's entire face right off his or her.
That's not good. Nobody's in favor of that.
Well, certainly nobody's in favor of it, but it's going to happen if you're fishing.
And here's Anthony. Anthony writes to you, hey, Bruce, if animals were not made to eat, then how come they're made of meat?
Well, Anthony, for the same reason that you're made of meat. Human beings are made of meat and animals are made of meat. That's a similarity that we share with animals. And I'm not going to come over to Anthony's house, even if he's smaller than me. I'm not going to come over there and, fillet him. And he also shouldn't be filleting cows and pigs and chickens and other animals. Dogs and cats are made of meat also.
I just really do draw a line. Even though I love animals, I have 3 cats and I love them. I dearly love them. But they are not the same thing as human beings. They have personalities.
Mm-hmm.
I give you that. They have feelings. I believe they feel emotions. But I mean, to compare that, for example, to a fish.
Well, biologically,
that's really pushing it.
As you're aware, a cat is a mammal, and biologically and physiologically, cats and fish experience pain and pleasure in the same way. You can't understand fish, but that doesn't take away from fish their uniqueness and their interestingness and their capacity for suffering.
Well, then why aren't they smart enough not to bite a worm on a hook, for God's sake?
Where seafood comes from, they have these 40-mile-long drift nets. They comb the bottoms of the ocean. In addition to destroying the aqua ecosystem on the oceans, they also just sweep up everything in their path. Now, half of this stuff is fed to cows and pigs and chickens on factory farms, and interestingly, we also feed all of the downer cows and pigs and chickens back to cows and pigs and chickens. So we've turned these naturally vegetarian animals not just into carnivores, but actually into cannibals. We're feeding cows to cows and pigs to pigs and chickens to chickens, and also half of the sea life that these factory trawlers dredge up from the oceans, half of that also goes into cows and pigs and chickens, naturally, again, vegetarians. And it's so unnatural, and it's such a complete perversion, and the immensity of the suffering is so vast that from a strictly animal welfare standpoint, people of good conscience should not be taking part in this stuff.
I see you're going after McDonald's, aren't you?
We are going after McDonald's. McDonald's is lying to people. It's the most remarkable thing. They actually say on their website and in their correspondence that they meet all government regulations for animal welfare.
Well, now, maybe they do. How do you know they're lying?
Because they have produced a video that advocates breaking the law. They have produced a video. It's really just unbelievable. The first thing is they're conveniently ignoring the fact that there are no regulations for animals on farms or during transportation.
I happen to love McDonald's. I mean, of all the people that actually make hamburgers, McDonald's probably has the best tasting hamburger of them all. Hold on, Bruce. We'll be back. It's the bottom of the hour. You'll get to respond. Stay right there. Here it is again, because I can't get it out of my head.
Falling in love was the last thing I had on my mind. Holding you is a warmth that I thought I could never find. Just trying to decide or stay by your side. I know I could cry, I just can't find the answers to the questions that keep going through my mind. Hey babe, isn't it time? It's your time to wake. Falling in love could be your mistake. Isn't it time? It's your time to wake. Falling in love could be your
Call Art Bell in the Kingdom of Nye from west of the Rockies at 1-800-618-8255. East of the Rockies, 1-800-825-5033. First-time callers may reach Art at 1-775-727-1222. And the wildcard line is open at 1-775-727-1295.
Do you know there's nothing in the world, nothing, that duplicates the taste of a quarter pounder? And I don't care where on the globe you go, a quarter pound, far away, doesn't matter. Quarter pounders are the same. I'll tell you, you take a quarter pounder without cheese, and you've got something that has the most distinctive taste in the world. Now, I'm sure he's all set to say something really terrible about McDonald's. But I'll tell you right now, in Paris, where Paris, France, which I love, they don't even have a clue about how to cook meat. And that's because they really don't cook it. What they actually do is when you complain that your meat is not cooked, they take it in the back room and they paint it brown. I'm convinced. So when I was in Paris, I walked miles and miles to get to a McDonald's. Miles and miles. I really did. It was so good. It was like real food again, folks. Anyway, Bruce will be right back. We've got quite a bit we've got to get done here, and I better find out what it is. I'm sure that, Bruce, you're going to say all the things about McDonald's that you've been saying about the other meat manufacturers, and I suppose you're after McDonald's because they're the biggest, right?
Well, no, we're after McDonald's because in June of 1997, a British High Court judge, after the longest trial in British history, ruled that McDonald's is culpably responsible for cruelty to animals. And this judge...
Okay, well, that is the same thing you're saying about these others.
Well, the judge...
you spent 2 hours.
Certainly McDonald's is not the only one, but McDonald's claims to care about the treatment of animals on their farms and in slaughterhouses, and McDonald's lies about this.
Well, I'm not so sure about that, because their quarter pounders are better, their hamburgers are better tasting, they have some formula that they use, or, Bruce, the way they treat animals...
The way they treat animals is abominable.
Well, then why are quarter pounders so good?
And they're lying to consumers about it. They claim that they require their suppliers to meet all federal regulations. They conveniently ignore the fact that there are no federal regulations on the farm or during transportation, and they have paid to produce a video that actually advocates violating the law. It's just the most remarkable duplicity, the most remarkable
But I thought you just said there were no regulations.
There's one regulation that has to do with slaughterhouses. There are no regulations on the farm. There are no regulations during transportation. So the British High Court found McDonald's culpably responsible for cruelty to animals, spelled out in over 80 pages, 6 different ways.
But be fair to McDonald's here. I mean, look, you're complaining about slaughterhouses all across the United States.
Sure.
And you're saying that they're all doing this roughly the same way, cruel, according to you, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, well.
But if McDonald's is going to claim to want to be a leader in animal welfare, as last Friday's Wall Street Journal and the Associated Press story that hit the wire last night claim, they say they want to be a leader in animal welfare, they refuse to even look at the half a dozen ways that the judge spelled out that they're cruel to animals. For example, searing the beaks off of chickens with a hot iron so that millions a year starve to death. For example, cramming these chickens by the tens of thousands
these are exactly
into these
the
sheds
same,
cooped in their own feces.
These are exactly the same things that you said earlier about other...
and because
same
McDonald's
complaints.
has only 2 suppliers of chickens and 2 suppliers of eggs, they could change these practices. Because McDonald's is working with, supposedly, these slaughterhouses, they could issue some sort of sanction against people who violate the USDA Humane Slaughter Act. Not only will they not issue a sanction, but they have produced a video saying that if 5% of the animals end up skinned alive and dismembered while fully conscious, that's an acceptable level. The USDA says 100%, and this, their video, the next line in the video is, what the USDA requires 100%. Well, that is violating federal law. They are advocating violating federal law where animal welfare is concerned, which I think is reprehensible and people shouldn't buy it.
But maybe, Bruce, they're saying that in the world of slaughterhouses, which is not a good world, I'm sure it's not a good world, that they're doing better than the average. Maybe that's what they're saying. Maybe they're saying we're not perfect and nobody's perfect, but we're doing better than the others. Now,
well, they certainly haven't shown that they're doing better than the others, and in our negotiations, which have been going on for a couple of years, we have said, now, their animal welfare consultant is a wonderful woman, Dr. Temple Grandin at Colorado State University, and we said, okay, so people violate Dr. Grandin's audits and their announced audits. What do you do? McDonald's does nothing. We said to Dr. Grandin, what would be a really great way to approach 100% stunning effectiveness? And she said, well, if they hired a second person to be a stunner on the line, and remember, this job occupation, slaughterhouse worker, has 9 times the rate of injury of coal miners in Appalachia. So if you care about human beings, it's another good reason not to be eating animal products. But we said, so what could they do? And she said they could hire a second stunner. And we said, well, if McDonald's were to whisper to their suppliers that they should hire a second stunner, what would happen? And Dr. Grandin said they'd all hire a second stunner. And we said to McDonald's, you going to do it? And they said no. McDonald's cares not one whit about animal welfare. They care about public relations. They care about lying to consumers.
Well,
it's
not exactly fair to McDonald's. And McDonald's ought to have a spokesperson here to defend themselves for this. I mean, you're definitely attacking them. So
sure,
I'm saying that if they are producing something that says they're at least trying harder, or at least talking about it, then that's more than a lot of them are doing, isn't it? Because a lot of them won't talk about this at all, will they?
No, a lot of them won't talk about it at all. And I wonder if talking and lying about it actually is preferable to doing nothing.
Well, talking is always a precursor to action, or most always is a precursor to action. So you should be happy that they're talking.
We've been trying to be in good faith negotiations with McDonald's for 2 years, and we haven't seen any evidence that they care at all about anything other than how this affects their public relations status.
Well, I love their hamburgers anyway. And I anybody from McDonald's who wants to come on is welcome to come on. Then I'll have Bruce back and you can go at it. Here's something for you, Bruce. I fail to understand why a reasonably intelligent person like yourself, meaning me, would give any airtime to extremist animal rights groups like PETA. Didn't you know they support domestic terrorism through the Animal Liberation Front, whom they have paid the legal fees of those caught burning down labs and even worse? I would not wish to be associated with such a group. I would do some depth investigation of this group before ever talking to them online. All right, well, so do you, in fact, with money, bail out Animal Liberation Front people who get put in the slammer for burning down labs?
Not that I'm aware of. We don't bail out people who get put in the slammer. I think it's interesting, the Animal Liberation Front. I think people need to ask themselves what they're doing to stop animal cruelty. It's very easy to point at other people and say, you've gone too far. But I think it's a very reasonable question to say, what am I doing to try to be as compassionate and as kind as I possibly can, rather than pointing fingers at other people and saying, those people are going too far.
What is your position on abortion?
My personal position is to be against it. And the thing I find really quite remarkable about so many other people who claim the pro-life moniker is that they claim to be pro-life, and they're perfectly willing to sit down and dine on, again, tortured corpses. This is so anti-life. You couldn't be any more anti-life than requiring suffering and death every time you sit down to
I
eat.
know, but an awful lot of PETA people are pro-abortion, and you know it.
Well, we have more than 600,000 members, and we have people on both sides of the political spectrum.
But to be honest with me, Bruce, what percentage of those 600,000 do you think are pro-abortion? Be honest, brutally honest.
I'm sorry, Art, I really couldn't even begin to speculate.
Yes,
but I
you could. Yes, you
I do
could.
think that both animal rights and animal welfare transcend these sort of boundaries having to do with liberal and conservative, and having to do
Forget
with
liberal
pro-life
and
or pro-choice.
forget liberal and conservative for a moment.
Okay.
I mean, we're talking about what most or many people believe to be a human life.
Sure.
A human life. Not an animal life, but a human life.
See, but Art, realistically, animals and humans suffer in the same way. And I, as somebody who is pro-life, there's not a tremendous amount that I can do without
Bruce,
a lot of effort.
It is so damn hypocritical to, on the one hand, be touchy-feely with animals, which is fine, and on the other, be pro-abortion. That one just doesn't add up, brother.
Well, I might agree with you, Art, and I do agree with you, but I think that realistically, it's worth asking ourselves where we can have a positive influence for mercy and compassion. So as somebody who's a pro-life activist, you can go out and scream at other people. But as somebody who simply adopts a vegetarian diet, every time you sit down to eat, you're making an option for mercy and compassion. And I would encourage people, when you sit down to eat, if you want to have a burger, think about the slaughterhouse. Paint a picture for yourself. Think about a treasured companion animal hanging upside down, dismembered, and skinned alive. And ask yourself if that's something that jibes with your concept of yourself as a moral person or an ethical person. Because we all know it's immoral to do that to a dog or a cat. None of us would advocate doing that to a dog or a cat. It's equally immoral to do that to a cow, a pig, a chicken, or any animal.
I don't agree with doing that. How about that? I don't agree with it. I think that...
Well, then don't support it with your money.
I'm all for working. This is where I'm in the center, and you're way out there somewhere. I'm all for working as hard as possible on improving the conditions of the animals, but that wouldn't be enough for you.
It would be a huge step in the right direction, and that's where we spend the vast majority of our time and effort right now.
But it wouldn't stop you?
No, we believe, and again, this goes back to the question of animal rights as opposed to animal welfare. We believe that animals are not here for human purposes. We believe that animals have interest in the same way that human beings have interest. But I'll tell you, the vast majority of our budget goes into trying to convince people to simply improve conditions for animals on farms, for animals who are raised for food, for animals who are raised for experimentation.
Okay,
I'm for
that.
It is such a violent reality for this animal that we really have few disagreements with the Humane Society of the United States, a wonderful organization that works on animal welfare.
For example, I really abhor the use of animals for commercial experimentation involving some new makeup or whatever in God's name they're doing. But on the other hand, if they're able to experiment on animals and come up with a spinal cord, a cure for people who have severed their spinal cords, then that is a proper stewardship.
But
Bruce.
it's a false equation, Art. We spend more than 99% of our research money we spend on trying to find cures for things, when, according to our own Surgeon General, 90% of this disease is lifestyle-related. We need to spend more money on prevention. It's also the case that animal research costs both human and animal lives every year. I mean, look at protease inhibitors for AIDS. They were shelved for 6 years because of faulty animal experimentation, and a lot of people died very miserable AIDS deaths as a result. The polio vaccine shelved for 10 years because of faulty experimentation on animals. Tobacco research, for goodness sake. Tobacco still doesn't cause lung cancer in dogs and chickens, and consequently the tobacco company executives get up and say the evidence is inconclusive. The list goes on and on and on, and I can tell you, based on having worked in a shelter for homeless families for more than 6 years that people have very long waiting lists and get bumped off of drug treatment programs and rehabilitation programs very quickly for the minorest of violations. And in the meantime, we're spending hundreds of millions of dollars to study the effects of cocaine and alcohol and tobacco on animals. We know the effects on human beings. Why on earth are we doing this nonsense?
Oh, I don't know. I'm not going to argue that with you because I'm simply not for cruelty to animals, and I am for all the things that you really want to do. It's just that even if we had all those done, Bruce and PETA would not be happy. That's...
Let me toss out in a sort of a role play here for a second, okay?
Okay.
Let's suspend reality and imagine an invasion from outer space. All right?
Okay, I do that all the time.
There you go.
Yeah, all right.
Beings land, and they communicate only telepathically and in a language we don't understand.
Right.
They're far more intelligent than we are. They're far more powerful, and they have an ability to take us into captivity, and they do that.
Yes.
And they cram some of us into solitary pens. They force feed and ground up the remains of other human beings, and they feed them back to us.
To serve man.
We live our entire, to serve the alien race. We serve our entire lives standing in our own feces, breathing in the fumes, and many of us die from these crowded and filthy conditions. They're castrating the men without painkillers. They're artificially inseminating the women and turning them into milk machines. They're taking the women's babies away immediately after birth.
You're talking about the Greys.
Well, no, what I'm basically saying here is that we have turned animals into these beings that are useful only to the degree to which we can use them, and that is as unjustified as turning other human beings this way. We may be more intelligent than animals. We certainly have the capacity to turn animals into machines and to use them as so many inanimate objects, so many boxes in a warehouse, but that doesn't make it right. And I would ask people to remember that from the 1520s until the 1860s, we did treat human beings that way. We treated African American human beings that way for more time on this continent than we've not treated them that way. It was only 140 years ago that we had slavery in
Bruce,
this country.
I honestly do view people and animals, much as I love them, in a different category.
Well, I understand that, and society tends to view them in a different category as well. But I would posit that in 100 years, we're going to look back on our present-day treatment of animals with the same horror and revulsion that we presently reserve for the way we look back at. And
that
again,
may well be, but Bruce, I don't think they're going to have a Bill of Rights.
Well, I think they're going to have a Bill of Rights in the same way that human beings, like babies, who also can't give back to society, or human beings who are mentally deficient can't give back to society. Animals deserve to be protected from exploitation in the same way that other human beings deserve to be protected from exploitation, regardless of their capacity to fulfill on the social contract.
Look, a lot of people want to talk to you, and so I should not hog you. Wildcard Line, you're on the air with Bruce Friedrich of PETA. Hello.
Hi, this is Andy from Largo, Florida.
Hello, Andy.
Hey, Andy.
Hi, good to talk to you. Bruce, okay, don't get defensive. Just hear me out. Don't interrupt.
Okay.
I think you got a lot of good ideas, and your intent's good, but I think you're kind of stuck with a metaphor and don't realize this reference. Example, there's a documentary on the nomadic Punan Dayaks of Borneo Sikh Interior, a tribe, and they talk about the natural rhythms of the earth. In other words, if everybody just stopped eating chicken and meat and everything else like that, do you know in about 3 months, and I was told this by a friend of mine who's really into maths and stuff, that the earth rhythms would be thrown off, and not only that, here's a quick little story. I got a friend, Mike, where I used to live in Michigan, and he met this girl, and she wanted to be a photographer, and she wanted to be a model, and her parents lived in upstate New York. So he moved away with her for 6 months. Well, he took a couple weeks off and came back home. Well, she was a vegetarian, and her mother was a vegetarian, but her father wasn't. And her father is now a retired neurologist. And I talked to him, and there's a lot of other professionals I talked to who don't agree with you as far as it being good for the body. Anyway, when Mike came back home, he looked different because, he turned a vegetarian, as a faith. He kept his faith. He hung in there for 6 months. But when he came back, according to vegetarians, he was healthy. But, I know him. I grew up with him. He looked ill. His complexion looked off. He didn't look right. He said he felt kind of okay, but in a way he just felt like there was something missing.
You see, Mike, that's right. People say that. They say they feel great, but to the rest of us, they look emaciated.
Right,
Their
and-
color is poor.
Right.
They
and
just.
we bought some ground chuck, and then, we got set up, and I was making hamburgers. And I said, well, I turned on the gas grill, and he was like, God, that smells good. And anyway, we talked him into eating one. He said, don't tell my old lady, please. Well, no, we won't. My buddies, around 5 of us. He sat there, and he ate 3 of them.
Yeah,
and within
his
20
color came
minutes,
back, right? And he
within
was
20 minutes, his whole complexion changed,
You
and
hear
it's
that,
like the
Bruce?
blood was flowing again. And then within 45 minutes, once these proteins were hitting his bloodstream,
Yes, sir.
he says, Andy, I feel alive.
Yeah.
And Art, he was just glowing. And then,
Yes.
hey, there's a lot of medical science professionals out
Yes.
there who will back up this claim.
I know. I
And
believe
furthermore,
every word. Every word you've said, Bruce. The guy is right.
No, the guy is very much not right. You can certainly be.
Let Bruce say something.
You can certainly be an unhealthy vegetarian. It's easier to be an unhealthy carnivore. The fact is, these foods are laden with saturated fat and cholesterol. They're devoid of carbohydrates and fiber. And people like Michael Eisner, Steve Jobs, Pamela Anderson, Kim Basinger, Jenny Garth, many, many people have adopted vegetarian diets. They're doing just fine, thank you. And if you go into the diet not wanting to do it, as this fellow obviously did, if you eat nothing but, Twizzlers and Coca-Cola, certainly you're going to waste away and you're going to be pale and you're going to have problems. But the fact is, even the American Dietetic Association, who gets awards from the meat industry, the Heart Association, the Cancer Society, the USDA, for gracious sake, all of these people, and the medical evidence could not be more conclusive. If you want to stave off heart disease, cancer, stroke, obesity, the biggest killers, the worst health problems we're having in this country, a veggie diet is the way to go.
Okay, listen, this is very important.
Okay.
This is backed up by a friend of mine who's not only a doctor in philosophy, but he's also a veterinarian.
Listen,
Hey, let me talk about the veg hotline before we go to break.
Well, all right. There'll only be 2 callers. Stay on the line. I'll bring you back. What is the veggie hotline?
It's toll free. We'll send a free vegetarian starter pack. It's 888-VEG-FOOD, 888-VEG-FOOD. Our expense, free information.
Free information. That's 888-VEG-FOOD. What a cutesy number. I hate those things. Why don't, during the break, figure out what the real number is for me, all right?
I sure will.
All right. Stay right there. We'll be right back. Just discovered something.
To reach Art Bell in the Kingdom of Nye, from west of the Rockies, dial 1-800-618-8255. East of the Rockies, 1-800-825-5033. First-time callers may reach Art at 1-775-727-1222. Or use the wildcard line at 1-775-727-1295. To reach Art on the toll-free international line, call your AT&T operator and have them dial 800-893-0903. This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell on the Premier Radio Network.
That indeed is what it is. Good morning, everybody. I'm Art Bell. And I have not told anybody tonight, but I've been switching my headsets. You know, the headset microphone, I've got a brand new one, and I used it in the first hour. And then in the second hour, I went back to my old one, and now I'm coming back to my new one again. And what I just discovered is I can no longer swing around and empty my ashtray in the trash can without ripping my own head off. So there's one big difference right away. Others, now that I've said something, will say, well, yes, I can hear the difference in the audio. Before we go back to my wild card line caller, and we're going to, I want to ask Bruce a question. First of all, I guess let's get that number. 1-888-VEG-FOOD turns out to be actually what?
888.
Right.
Don't dial 800 or there's a caterer who will be annoyed.
Yeah.
888-834-3663. It's 834-3663.
And you
There's
say
also a flashing link on meatstinks.com so people can get the same veg pack through the web.
You're saying if you dial 800, you reach a caterer by mistake?
Yeah, there's a vegetarian caterer who has 1-800-VEG-FOOD.
Oh, okay. I was wondering if you catered meat.
No.
No, look, I really want a straight-out answer on this.
On which?
Well, the question I'm about to ask, then we'll go back to this caller, who's got more for you, I know. My straight-out question is, do you support, in spirit or in more than spirit, the groups that are out there burning down labs and clinics?
Do I personally?
The animal, you know what I'm talking about, the Animal Liberation Front. Do you support them?
I personally or PETA? I mean, I don't know that it's really...
Well, I'll
do
take
that.
both. I'll take both views, yours and PETA's.
Okay, well, I personally don't do that, and PETA
I didn't say
doesn't
do
that.
it. I didn't say do it. I said, do you support them in principle?
In principle, now the Animal Liberation Front has as part of its credo that all steps are taken to not harm an animal or a human being.
I understand that.
Sure, and it seems to me that the level of violence that's perpetrated against animals, I'm certainly not going to condemn people who decide that the violence is just too great.
Well, why would you not condemn people, Bruce, who break the law?
Well, Art, because some laws are unjust. The laws that allow animals to be treated like boxes in a warehouse.
I mean,
are
you were
absolutely
raging away
unjust.
at McDonald's a little while ago, but I mean, to support groups that would burn down a lab?
You know, considering McDonald's
That's
complete
breaking-
disdain for animal welfare,
I
I would
heard the
blame people
speech.
for burning every McDonald's to the ground.
Oh, good Lord. That's horrible.
I'm sorry that
No,
you
no, see,
disagree
that's,
with
no,
me,
no, no,
Art.
you've really gone over the line now.
Well, this isn't
You've
the
really
way.
gone over the line now, because you on the one hand, you complain about the way you perceive their treatment of animals to be, and you say, well, they're breaking the law because of this, and on the other hand, out of your mouth comes, well, I wouldn't blame people for burning down all the McDonald's. That's a horrendous violation of the law.
Well,
and so the law, Bruce,
they're
the law
claiming to
is
be
the law.
leaders.
The law is the law, Bruce.
The law, some laws are made to be broken.
Yeah,
Art.
apparently the ones you don't like.
Well, I think that Martin Luther King Jr. said very, very well that an unjust law is no law
But
at
you've
all.
got it all backwards. I would be in favor of improving the conditions of the animals,
And that's how
so
PETA
that the
works.
laws are not broken and not seeing anything burned down. I see your position as very inconsistent,
We don't put
and that's
any-
kind.
We don't put any of our resources, time, or effort into burning anything down.
I understand that, but you are in sympathy with a group that does do that.
So in sympathy.
And
with-
anyway, here's the caller back again. Wildcard line, you're back on.
Hi, Art. Thanks for keeping me over.
Sure.
I don't know. Basically, in my ending thought, I got a lot of friends that are professionals, from vets to internal medicine specialists. In my ending thought, of all the medical professionals I've talked to about this issue, why does it seem that 90% of them have this to say? Though they don't like to talk about it, meaning vegetarians, an alarming percent of them have to take another protein source, vitamin-based. These mineral-based sources are the same mineral-based proteins that we non-vegetarians get in our daily diet. Okay? And on that note, Art, thank you for my call, okay?
All right. Well, and we'll listen now to the answer. Now, he made a very good point, that
Well, he
vegetarians
actually
are
made-
forced to take supplements that one would normally associate with the eating of meat.
He made 2 points, and the first one he made earlier had to do with the Earth's natural rhythms. I would just point out that we're factory farming more than 8 billion animals every single year. Chickens live fewer than 2 months. Pigs live fewer than 6. We've turned these animals into so many boxes in a warehouse. The violence perpetrated against these animals is so extreme, and the pesticides and herbicides dumped on their food, and also the
Nobody's
euthanized-
in favor of that. Bruce, did you hear the bumper music I was playing?
Right, but that's
listen to
what's
this. Listen,
happening.
listen, Bruce. You know what that is? That's Native American stuff.
I understand that.
Do you? And what did they do? And what do they still do when they have the opportunity? When there were buffalo around, they killed buffalo and they ate buffalo. And Native Americans are as close to the original rhythm of the earth as you can get.
Well, we're not Native Americans. We're Americans who have turned animals into so many machines and so many boxes in a warehouse, and the suffering and the misery and the cruelty is so unimaginably extreme, and these slaughterhouses are so violent and so bloody. They're routinely skinning these animals alive, dipping these animals into boiling hot water for hair removal while they're still conscious and kicking. This is the violence you're supporting if you're eating meat.
I'm not supporting it. And
well, you're paying for it, Art.
I'm going out of my way. Well, I suppose that is certainly true.
But
and
Andy,
that I will admit is some sort of inconsistency on my part. But I see a big one on your part, Bruce.
Well, Andy's second point, having to do with the medical professionals, is just patently absurd. The medical professionals have lined up to support a vegetarian diet. You're not going to find condemnation of a vegetarian diet from any established health organization.
I don't know about
the
that.
Pediatric Society, the American Heart Association, the Cancer Society, the American Medical Association, even the USDA, which basically works as a spokesdrone for the meat and dairy industry in this country. Even the USDA, in their dietary recommendations for Americans, says that a vegetarian diet is an excellent diet for preventing heart disease, cancer, and
But
stroke.
do they say, does the USDA say you should not eat meat? No.
They don't say you shouldn't eat meat, but they say you'll be healthier if you don't, which is basically the same thing.
All right, well,
All of the
look, it's supposed to be for
literature.
callers. We could go at it. And
Okay.
east of the Rockies, you're on the air with Bruce and Art. Hello. Hello. Going once. He waited.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello?
Yes, you're on the air, sir.
Oh, okay. All right.
Let's rock and roll.
I'm calling from Indianapolis, Indiana.
All right.
And I might have misrepresented myself. I said I'm a member of PETA. Let me put it this way. My mom's a member, and I believe in all this about not experimenting on animals and this and that. And she says, Mike, you really ought to give money to this and that. I said, okay, fine. They send me literature, and I'll be honest, I don't read a whole lot of it. I don't have the time. But from what I gather, I go along with not, I don't like them, using animals, see about perfume, that kind of garbage. But the food thing, like you were saying earlier, Art, the stuff tastes good.
Yeah.
And, let's face it, McDonald's double cheeseburger's pretty good, okay?
Oh, they're delicious. Their quarter pounder is nothing compares to it.
But I give her money to send in for me, and they send me this stuff. Like I say, I have time to read it. But, to advocate burning down McDonald's, that kind of thing.
Yeah, I know. That's terrible.
Here.
That's absolutely terrible. I agree with you, sir. All right, so there's somebody who gives to your organization because he opposes cruelty.
I think we should look and see where the violence is really being done. If a McDonald's burns down and no one is hurt, who is harmed by that? What's harmed by that is McDonald's bottom line.
You know what it's called? It's called arson. It's a very serious law, Bruce. It's called arson.
Right, and if these were, and I'm not saying it's exactly the same thing, but what I am saying is that it would still be arson. If these were concentration camp gas ovens being burned to the ground, we wouldn't even be having this discussion.
No, we wouldn't.
See, and the fact is, it would still be arson, and it would still be in violation of the law, and it would still be just, and it would still be the right thing to do.
Well, what I'm trying to point out to you is that the law is the law, and I'm sure you're not really, or maybe you are in favor of arson. What do I know? You shouldn't be, but I agree with you that some laws regarding the treatment of animals certainly should change. I'm all for that. And I think the best way you can get constructive change, ultimately, Bruce, and I really mean this, is not by burning down McDonald's restaurants, but by engaging them in constructive discussion.
We've been attempting to engage them in constructive discussion.
I know, but you've already...
for over 2 years.
But, Bruce, you've already told me that at least they're talking to you. And what about all of these other people who would slam the door in your face and probably kick you in the shins if they could?
McDonald's is completely unwilling to do one thing to commit and actually show some positive, constructive change for animal welfare.
Well, keep at them.
We've been talking to them for 2 years, and I agree with you. It's an important thing to do. I think that talking and negotiation is important. I think demonstrations are important.
I know, but
think letter writing.
Do you know what would happen if you
economic boycotts are
went to a lot of other restaurant chains they'd throw you out on your behind. And at least McDonald's is talking to you. So if not now, then maybe in the fairly near future you'll get somewhere with them. Maybe they'll be the breakthrough organization.
And who knows? And maybe it will be because more McDonald's burned down. I don't know. But
see, that's where you go totally off the cliff. The law really is the law. You're trying, on the one hand, to change it within the system. You're saying this law stinks, so we're going to break it.
Well, when Martin Luther King Jr. was sitting down and refusing to leave the establishments that wouldn't serve people a basic lunch.
He wasn't burning them down.
But he was breaking the law. You're the one who's saying the law is the law. Civil disobedience has a long and well-respected history in this country. And, dumping the tea.
Yeah, but there's a hell of a lot of difference between
the founding of this country. But
it
goes back to the law is the law.
Today, the EPA... Do you know what would happen if you dumped a bunch of tea today? The EPA would arrest your butt.
That's true enough.
All right. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Bruce Friedrich. Hello.
Hi, Art. This is Mike in Denver.
Hi, Mike.
I just want to thank you for taking my call, and I love the show so far and your guest points, but I have to ask him a few questions, like three or... One, like you said, the law is the law, and it's a cruel world in nature, and you got to eat, and the laws of nature dictate that a lot of animals are carnivorous and violently kill their prey.
Well.
What makes it different or immoral for humans?
Well, in the same way, Mike, that you may be smaller than me or you may be bigger than me, I don't know, we're on the phone, but if you're smaller than me, the law of nature would dictate that if I like your car, I take it. But the law of society says we have morals and we have standards, and I don't do that. And the law of nature might say that if we get in a disagreement, we fight to the death. But that doesn't mean human beings are going to legalize homicide. We're not going to do that.
Yeah,
we can hold ourselves to an ethic of compassion and mercy. And again, it just boils down to this. We all know that it would be wrong to torture or kill a dog or a cat. Why are we willing, for a simple palate preference, because it tastes good, why are we willing to suspend reality and force so much misery and violence and bloodshed on animals?
It's all a matter of perspective. Actually, the Thai people, for example, Filipinos do occasionally eat dogs and cats. They eat them. And other countries eat them too.
And it horrifies some people, and it's so amusing. I get these calls from people saying, "Oh my God, do you realize they're eating dogs in Thailand?"
Yeah, I think it's kind of a double standard.
It is, and I say, "My gracious, do you think we're doing anything like that here?" And people are flummoxed. But the reality is, there isn't a moral difference between factory farming and eating a dog or a cat, or factory farming and eating any other animal.
But what makes humans different from the rest of animals who can go out there and hunt and sneak up on and attack and violently kill their prey, just like we would scare to death a cow in a slaughterhouse? What makes us so different from those animals? We got to eat. Is there enough vegan food in the world to feed everybody without all the meat?
Well, the reality, again, and this goes back to the reason I went vegan in the first place 12 years ago, the reality is that we feed more than 70% of our grains in this country. About 80% we feed to animals. And it's the worst thing that we're doing to the environment. So you have to put animals live their lives. You have to put 20 calories into an animal to get 1 calorie out of an animal. We could feed vastly more people on an exclusively vegan diet because the land would be used more efficiently. We also wouldn't be destroying the topsoil by dumping the herbicides and pesticides onto it that we couldn't dump onto it.
Yeah, and if that's all you had was vegetables to eat, it would taste like crap.
But I think that's an awesome answer.
Well, the reality today is that we have faux meats for absolutely every occasion. If you can do it with animal products, you can do it just as effectively without them, just as deliciously, but without the cholesterol, without the saturated fat, and hopefully without the pangs of conscience.
Not just as deliciously. No way.
Yeah, absolutely.
No. I think so. You've got to try some vegan foods, Art.
Well, look, I've eaten vegetables. I don't particularly like vegetables. I eat them because I'm told that I have to eat some. That's the only reason.
They're doing with grains and soy and beans and texturized vegetable protein. It's amazing what they're doing with this stuff.
Yeah. Look, I'll tell you something. I lived in Japan for 10 years, and you would go by these stores where they would have these, these beautiful, beautiful chocolate cakes and these most... They look delicious, and you would go in and you would buy them. And you know what they'd turn out to be? They'd turn out to be made out of soy. They tasted horrible. You bit into it and you expected chocolate cake, and you get this horrid little soy mixture of it was not tolerable. Bruce, hold on. We're at the bottom of the hour. We'll be right back.
I can see her lying back in her satin dress in a room where you do what you don't confess. Sundown, you better take care if I find you've been creeping round my back stairs. Sundown, you better take care if I find you've been creeping.
First-time callers may reach Art Bell in the Kingdom of Nye at 1-775-727-1222. This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell.
Good morning, everybody. Bruce Friedrich from PETA is here. That's People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals. But not restaurants.
We still have time, we might still get by. Every time I think about it, I want to cry. With bombs and the devil, and the kids keep coming. No way to breathe easy, no time to be young.
Absolutely love that thing. Here we go again with Bruce Friedrich of PETA. And we're going to go to the phones in this segment, this last half hour. And so here you are. First-time caller line, you're on the air with Bruce Friedrich. Hi.
Hello.
Hello. Where are you?
Northern California.
Okay.
My name's Larry.
Hi, Larry.
What your guest has been saying, and I've been listening to him for some time here now this evening,
Right.
and I know for a fact I can, from listening to him, that he knows that what he's laying out is a lot of it is a bunch of bull. He's not giving you the truth. That low-calorie, all-vegetable diet that is clearing up the cholesterol out of the bloodstreams, it's not clearing it up because of being an all-vegetable diet. It's clearing it up because of it being a low-fat diet, low in saturated fats. Now, if they fry that food up in a bunch of hydrogenated vegetable oil, their cholesterol is going to shoot up as high as a person living on pork.
Yeah, I think you're actually making a very good point. And you can buy, if you do it, extremely lean meat. Right, Bruce?
Well, the leanest meat is still about 30% fat and laden with cholesterol. And I would just point out, I mean, quoting from Newsweek, your web guy has just linked to Dean Ornish's book, and quoting from Newsweek, it says, Dr. Ornish's work could change the lives of millions. At the end of the year, most patients reported that their chest pains had virtually disappeared. For 82%, arterial clogging had reversed. Again, that's never happened in human history before Ornish. They started to feel better almost immediately, and today they feel great. Dr. Ornish's patients are thrilled with their lives. By the standards of conventional medicine, the impossible happened.
This is
and
one
then
doctor.
From Esquire, Dr. Dean Ornish is the first clinician to offer documented proof that heart disease can be halted or even reversed simply by changing your lifestyle. Participants reduced or discontinued medications, their chest pain diminished or disappeared, they felt more energetic, happy, and calm, they lost weight while eating more, and blockages in coronary arteries actually began to reverse. The only other person who's ever done this, also with a low-fat vegetarian diet, published in the latest issue of the American Journal of Cardiology,
Hey, Bruce.
Dr. Esselstyn at the
All right,
Cleveland Clinic.
On and on you go. Bruce, listen to me. They've also got a new drug, which I can't name, which cleans out your arteries. What about that? So you eat all the meat you want, and you clean out your arteries.
Well, so far with drugs, they've never been able to clean out people's arteries, with the exception of this one study from the Cleveland Clinic in the latest journal of the American Journal of Cardiology.
Glad you know
and that also required a low-fat vegetarian diet. And the caller's right. You can be an unhealthy vegetarian. It's harder to do, and even the leanest cuts of meat are still laden with cholesterol, laden with saturated fat relative to their vegetarian counterparts.
Why then
devoid
are
of
so
fiber.
many vegetarians look emaciated? Why do so many vegetarians look sick?
Anytime you feel like dropping by our offices, Art, I'd surely encourage you to do it. I think,
But how can I believe it? Because here I've got a story saying half of the vegetarians lie, and they eat meat.
We had that discussion already. It's
We
people who are
did, but I mean, if you're going to point to some real bulked up person and say, "Look here, a healthy vegetarian,"
it's not that people were lying. When they were asked, "Have you had any meat in the last month?" half of them said yes. The reality is, if you're a vegetarian for ethical reasons, it means when you sit down to eat, you're not dining on tortured beings, period, ever.
Caller, we have a caller.
Yeah, well, see, he just did it again, and I got a whole bunch of points, because I raise cattle and I raise chickens. Yeah, and well, he did it again. He just said that the leanest meat you can get is 30% fat, and that's a pile of bull. It's almost impossible to find meat that's anywhere near 30% fat anymore. The lean meat is 20% fat maximum, and the extra lean meat is 10%
You know what?
maximum.
You're absolutely right, because I've seen that on the labels in the grocery stores.
Well, and you see 2% milk. You see milk labeled 2%, and if you read calorically, that milk is 30% or more fat. It's a calorie thing as opposed to a weight thing. So what people really need to do is monitor their caloric intake.
Dairy fat doesn't hurt you one bit because dairy fat is a monounsaturated fat that is incapable of solidifying in the bloodstream at body temperature, so it never does pack up and clog arteries or anything.
You're not gonna
I drink a gallon a day of raw milk, and I have a cholesterol level of 82.
I'm not sure a cholesterol level of 82 is physically possible. Maybe you're talking about either your LDL or your HDL.
No.
But
I am talking the overall total number.
Well, then you have obviously a zero chance of a heart attack, and not every meat eater is going to die of a heart attack. But the average meat eater's cholesterol level is over 200, and the average vegan's cholesterol level is 123. And I would encourage people to read.
They like to eat a lot of fatty meat.
Larry, I would encourage people to check the labels, because the reality is, calorie for calorie, the leanest cuts of meat are still 30% fat, and they might be 10% fat by weight. But what people need to do is monitor their caloric intake. How many calories are they taking in? And they need to reduce that. And even the leanest cuts or the fattest cuts.
Fat by weight. Fat has a calorie content of 9 calories per gram of fat, whereas protein and carbohydrate are 4 calories per gram. And so if you got 10% of your weight is in fat, then the most you can have is 21% of your calories coming from fat.
I would encourage
people
to read the labels.
If you're going to lay out these numbers, you ought to do the math first.
I would encourage people to, well, you're the one who's talking about the leanest cuts of meat being 10% fat, which I think is not possible.
No, I didn't say the leanest cut. I said that the extra lean is 10% fat, and you can get meat that has all the fat trimmed off of it and has virtually no marbling in the meat whatsoever, which is what has become very popular today because of the limousine cattle that they're raising out there that don't put on a lot of fat the way the Herefords do and the Angus do.
Here's where Bruce goes over the line, because even that kind of beef, he would be just as opposed to as whatever he really thinks is over the line. He would be opposed to both.
I would encourage people to read labels and read the medical literature. The only nutritionist whose program is covered by the insurance companies is Dr. Dean Ornish. He's helping people lose weight. He's helping people unclog their arteries. He's doing it with a low-fat vegetarian diet. He's one of 2 people who have ever done that. The other person also requires a low-fat vegetarian diet. You can certainly be an unhealthy vegetarian, and we don't advocate that, but it's much easier to be an unhealthy meat eater, because no matter how much meat you eat, you're not going to get 1 gram of fiber. You're not going to get 1 gram of carbohydrates. Those are the things we need to keep our bodies in good working order. Even the leanest cuts of meat, calorie for calorie, and go check it out. Even the leanest cuts of meat, calorie for calorie, are roughly 30% fat and still laden with cholesterol.
And if you want some good high fiber food, go to McDonald's. McDonald's happens to be the very biggest customer of Weyerhaeuser, because they buy sawdust from Weyerhaeuser. They put sawdust into their meat. They put sawdust into their their buns and everything. Their milkshakes are made out of sawdust instead of ice cream.
Really?
Are you serious?
And it may sound bad, but really all it is fiber, and that fiber cleans out the bloodstream.
Well, it's that little
it
extra
cleans out
taste,
your
I'm sure.
digestive system. It's good for you.
Hey, Larry, are you serious? Do you really believe that McDonald's puts sawdust in their food?
I happen to know they do.
Well, you know, whether they do or not,
I have a
I want to
relative
ask
that
a question.
works at Weyerhaeuser, and
hold on, sir. Hold on. You raise cattle, right?
Yes.
Are you cruel to them?
No, in fact, I'm much nicer to them than they are. I raise polled cattle. The reason, and they're naturally polled, it's a genetic thing, it's in the breeding. The reason I like polled cattle is because the cattle kill each other with their horns. Just because they get a wild hair up their butt, they get angry and they kill each other, goring each other to death. And if you've ever had to charge out there and wrestle a 1,400-pound cow down to the ground because she is killing her offspring, you know, just because she decided that right at that moment she didn't want to let it drink out of the pond.
Yeah, okay,
You know.
okay, thank you.
You sound like
Thank
a
you very
truly
much.
humane steward, Larry.
That's nature, though. He is describing a process in nature.
He is describing somebody who's raising animals for food and is not being compassionate to them at all.
Well, he was trying to say they're not particularly compassionate to each other. Compassion, as we understand it, and compassion as an animal might or might not understand it, are two very different things.
Well, my experience of cows growing up in Oklahoma is that they're extremely docile, pleasant animals. And I used to cut across a field of cows oftentimes when we would be running cross-country, and I certainly never saw a cow express any excitement or attack another cow. I think that's quite unlikely.
Wildcard Line, you're on the air with Bruce Friedrich. Hi.
Yes, I'm on.
You're on the air, yes. You'll have to yell at us so you're not loud. Where are you, sir?
I'm in Sacramento, California, talking from 650 KSTE.
Right.
Let's just say for discussion's sake that PETA laws were on the books. What would be the punishment for your first, second, and third offense for eating meat?
All right, that's an excellent question. Let's say that PETA had its absolute way, that PETA was the food czar of America, and that PETA constructed laws exactly the way PETA wanted them. What would be the punishment for the first, second, and third violations with reference to eating meat?
My gracious, in PETA's ideal world,
yes,
it's a moral and compassionate society where people are merciful and people are kind to animals. People aren't violating the laws in people's ideal world.
PETA would, in the ideal world, PETA would have laws nevertheless, because it is not truly an ideal world, right?
Okay.
So there'd have to be laws, and PETA would make them. And there would be violations for eating meat in PETA's world-old laws. And so what would those be?
I can't even, we're so far from that reality. 1 million people a year are turning vegetarian. It's a very exciting statistic, and it is the best diet for health, environment, and certainly
How many vegetarians die every year?
I'm not sure, but the net gain is about 1 million a year. And according to the National Restaurant Association, 20% of college students identify themselves as vegetarians. And, the point you make is certainly legitimate. Some of them probably are eating some meat, but it's still very exciting. And the vegetarian world is coming, and it's coming voluntarily, because people are realizing that they don't have to eat meat. They'll be healthier without it. It's the only environmentally sound choice. It's also the only choice that gives even, a mild nod to animal welfare concerns.
Yeah, but for somebody who said a little while ago that he didn't care if they burned down every McDonald's, which is arson times gazillions.
No, I said I wouldn't blame people for doing it.
All right, whatever it is you said. For you to say that, and then to go out on that limb and refuse to go out on a limb where PETA had its way and made the laws regarding the eating of meat, that's, come on.
Well,
Come out on this limb.
I'm sorry, Art, but we're so far from that. And in our ideal world, people aren't violating that
law. Well, we're
law.
pretty far from burning down restaurants, too.
People are treating animals respectfully. And since people are not presently treating animals respectfully, since anything goes, and I'll tell you, we documented a turkey truck accident. The driver told us it was the 4th accident in 2 weeks. This was last year, just before Thanksgiving, because the trucks were so overloaded for Thanksgiving. They had 1,400 turkeys on the back of this transport truck. The truck turned over over, and it took them more than 12 hours to reload the remaining. About 600 of the animals died. About 600 of the animals they just picked up, loaded right back onto the truck, and drove them through the noon heat to the slaughterhouse. 6 more hours to the slaughterhouse, every single one of those animals with broken bones. And there wasn't a law to prevent that? It seems to me the laws need revision.
Well, I agree with you.
And until the laws
absolutely
are revised,
agree with you.
Until the laws are revised, people should not be supporting economically every time you sit down to eat. If you're eating meat, you are supporting cruelty to animals.
Bruce,
and if you wouldn't do it to a dog or a cat, you should ask yourself why you do it for others.
But the problem here, Bruce, is that even in that impossible, perfect world where the laws were the way you wanted them, you still wouldn't want people eating meat.
That's true. Yeah, we wouldn't want people eating other human beings. We wouldn't want people eating animals.
Okay, all right.
Animals are not a means to an end any more than other human beings are a means to an end.
East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Bruce Friedrich. Hello. Hello. East of the Rockies, going once.
Hello.
Yes, you're on the air.
Yes, hi. Art, this is David from Philadelphia.
Hi, David.
Hi. I have a couple of points to bring up. I actually have. I'm someone who has been a vegetarian for many years, and actually engaged in a vegan diet for several years.
Yes.
And
you grew puny and weak, right?
not really, but I was fairly meticulous about it. So in terms of nutrition and making sure I got my requirements. But what I will say is that there's an interesting body of research that has to do with the blood typing of the human being.
Oh.
And excuse me, I'm getting nervous there for a second. And what that body of research says, and that's by Dr. Peter D'Adamo, and that body of research says that as they looked at blood types, they found out that type O's were generally predisposed to meat eating.
I'm a type O, by the way.
Right, and myself as well. And type A's were really, their best diet was a vegetarian diet.
See, the O's are saying, oh, but that's good, that meat is good. And the A's, well,
Right.
I'll leave that to your imagination.
And because they were, those people come from primarily an agricultural culture, and type B's are nomadic, so they really have more of a fruit and nut and some meat type of diet. So that is kind of an interesting thing. I think this is an incredible subject that's just, we need to keep exploring it. But I have started to incorporate some meat in my diet. But what I do is to use antibiotic and hormone-free, free-range organic meat. And the humane issue is a big issue to me. And I think that
me too.
In that regard, I agree with Bruce completely. But I think that there's some other aspects that as we go through this continued understanding of what this all means, that we need to try to encourage the meat growers to use. I think it's appalling. Obviously, we all feel that way, but we need to encourage the humanity aspect and the organic and the antibiotic and steroid.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I mean, it's a no-brainer to me. I agree with Bruce that aspect should definitely be emphasized, that we should try and change the laws and make things better for the animals. We shouldn't be cruel. We should take every step we can to be humane. But take away my hamburger and you'll have to pry it out of my cold, dead hands.
Well, David raises, I think, a couple of very interesting points, and I'm going to start with the second one and encourage people, if you're going to absolutely eat meat, please have a bit of integrity about it. Visit the farm where the animals are raised and visit the slaughterhouse. And if you can't do that, if you can't visit the farm, if you can't visit the slaughterhouse, I think you should be very circumspect about where these animals are coming from, because I've been to about a dozen of these so-called free-range places, and the animals aren't treated any better because there aren't any government regulations about what free-range means. So that's one thing. And free-range animals end up generally in the exact same slaughterhouses as their non-free-range counterparts. 10 to 20% of them are skinned alive and dismembered while they're still fully conscious. It's an awful reality. And people who want more information on that, there's a book called Slaughterhouse that I can't recommend more highly.
Which probably
we do link
will
to it.
just absolutely terrorize you, I'm sure.
Well, it's a gruesome book, and it's based on affidavits from slaughterhouse workers about the huge proportion of animals that are skinned while they're fully
I
conscious.
know, and if you read what's in hot dogs, it'll make you sick, but hot dogs are great.
Well, it seems to me we should try to get what we say to be in line with how we actually live our lives. We should try to have some correlation between our rhetoric and our reality.
Well, I'm with you part of the way, partner. Listen, it's been a super pleasure having you on the program. Let's give out your number again, because I know a lot of people will call it.
Our toll-free vegetarian hotline, it's 888-VEG-FOOD, 888-834-3663. People can also visit us on the web at meatstinks.com, www.meatstinks.com.
Who thought that one up?
It's something PETA's been using for quite a while. We have Meat Stinks literature and also Meat Stinks posters, so it made sense to grab that for our veggie website.
Old rotten vegetables stink, too.
Well, the Meat Stinks website, it says Meat Stinks for the earth, for the animals, and for you. And it goes into the health, environmental, and, of course, the animal nightmare consequences of meat eating.
Well, it's been interesting having you on the air, Bruce, and I'll have you on again because you're so interesting and radical, and
It's been my pleasure.
You need reforming. How about a little of that Kobe beef? I mean, I might send you some of that Kobe beef.
I think I'll pass, although anytime you want to drop in on us, we'd be happy to serve you a wonderful vegan meal.
Which would probably consist of green, stringy things.
No, we would make sure that it was, because of this conversation, we would make sure that you liked it. We would make sure that many meat eaters cannot tell the difference between some
listen,
of the
if I
vegetarian
was willing to try whatever it is you would foist off on me as something I should be eating, then why wouldn't you try my Kobe beef, which had been massaged?
Well, it's a false equation, though, isn't it?
When you're
Art?
willing to cut that deal, then we'll both give it a shot. Bruce, thanks.
Hey, it's my pleasure. Thank you.
Good night. Whew. We'll be right back.
Every night I hope and pray a dream lover will come my way. A girl to hold in my arms and know the magic of her charms. 'Cause I want a girl to call.
Because we're about ready to rumble. In a moment, Wayne Pacelli from Animal Wellness Action revealing a dirty secret about American horses. I'm George Knapp, and this is Coast to Coast AM. Welcome back. Wayne Pacelli works at the highest levels of animal welfare issues and fights. He lobbies Congress and state legislatures, negotiates with huge corporations and businesses to try to make this a better world for people and animals. He founded Animal Wellness Action and serves as president of the Center for a Humane Economy. He's written and published 2 powerful books about animal welfare issues. He works hard to improve conditions for millions of beings that can't stand up for themselves. Wayne, welcome back. Always great to have you here.
George, I'm so pleased to be with you. Thank you.
Can you differentiate for us about the 2 organizations, the Center for Humane Economy and Animal Wellness Action? Are they sort of 2 sides of the same coin?
They are in some ways, George, but they have different areas of focus, but they're complementary. Animal Wellness Action is a 501c4 organization, which means it can conduct more lobbying than your traditional charity. So its purpose is to influence government, because government has an enormous role to play in setting standards to stop people from harming animals, because in the relationship that we have with animals, we've got all the power. If you don't have a law to forbid dog fighting, You know, in a country of 330 million people, you could have 10,000 people, a tiny, tiny minority, wreaking havoc. We can't convince those people to stop, so the law must speak. The Center for Humane Economy works to influence corporations, the biggest businesses in food retail like Walmart or Costco, the biggest names in fashion like Armani, the biggest names in pharmaceuticals like AstraZeneca and Pfizer. We try to get them to include animal welfare in their business operations. That means their R&D programs, their purchasing practices, and other aspects of their businesses. So those, to me, are the two biggest levers for animal welfare. The problem with animals is cruelty, but it's systemic cruelty. It's big, big operations like factory farms, like animal testing, horse slaughter. You can't rescue your way out of these problems. You've got to really change the fundamentals of how we're treating these animals, and that's why Animal Wellness Action and the Center for a Humane Economy have this two-pronged approach of business and government.
You and I have talked about this before. It's, you have to walk a fine line. No one wants to be lectured about what they should or can eat. But you can educate people about the practices where the food that they eat comes from, and they can make informed choices. They don't have to stop eating this or that, but at least they can make choices that make lives of millions of animals better just by their buying power, right?
No, of course, George. And none of us want to be a scold. None of us want to tell people what to do. But it's important for all of us who care about animals, and, I rarely find someone who doesn't care about animals. You have to be a hard-hearted person not to think about these creatures who are innocent, who feel pain like we do, who have emotions like we do in the sense of they have happiness and joy, they have sadness, they have loneliness. And, in our society, we have really put animals into certain boxes. We think of them as just part of these big industries, and we don't give much of a thought to how our actions affect them down the line. When we're eating, when we're buying products in the marketplace, when we're wearing coats. Used to be nothing to wear a fur coat. Now, so many people recognize, my God, you're killing 40 mink. You're stitching their pelts together after trapping them in the wild or keeping them on a fur factory, and you've got an option that is just as warm, just as stylish. Why do we need to do that? And I think it's the goodness of humanity. All of us trying to do better when it comes to our treatment of animals. That's a really core responsibility, and it can be overwhelming. But you and I are going to have a wide-ranging and are having a wide-ranging discussion tonight. There are real problems. We're not doing this, you and I having this discussion just because it's some sort of academic exercise, because it's real. These animals are at risk, and we can do something about it because we're smart enough as a species, we're creative enough, we're innovative enough to figure out options for us that don't produce a trail of animal victims in our wake.
Let's jump right into horses. How did this investigation begin? Was there a suspicion that it was happening, and you needed to gather enough evidence to prove it?
This issue of horse slaughter has been around our country for a long time. George, we used to have horse slaughter plants, and we had them all over the country. I'm from Connecticut originally. We had a horse slaughter plant in Connecticut when I was a kid. Your home state of Nevada. There were horses that were rounded up from the wild, and the trucks were full of horses that were on their way to slaughter plants. In fact, a famous advocate by the nickname of Wild Horse Annie, trailed one of those trucks, and literally a blood trail that was following that truck that was filled with horses who had been taken off of the range. And she campaigned, Wild Horse Annie, across the country and rallied people to stop the slaughter of wild horses. So this has been a big issue. I've worked on it for years. When I was working on it in the early 2000s, 2007, we finally shut down the last 3 slaughter plants in the United States. There were 2 in Texas, 1 in Illinois. It was through state lawmaking and judicial actions that we shut those plants down. You know, Texas had a 1949 law. So you think of that. Go back to the very end of the first half of the 20th century, and Texas, which is a conservative state, it's a rural state, it's an agriculture state. The legislature there said, we don't want to kill horses for human consumption. We're stopping this. We're outlawing it. But nobody paid attention to that law until there was a suit in the early 2000s to put an end to it. Illinois had a plant in DeKalb, about an hour outside of Chicago, and that was shut down. Then the Congress said, well, we don't like this very much. We're going to defund any horse slaughter inspection. So we're not going to provide any money for the U.S. Department of Agriculture to inspect these slaughter plants, and we are going to make sure that they don't reopen. The problem is horses then were put on trucks and shipped to Canada and Mexico alive so they could be killed at slaughter plants just north of our border, in Montana and Vermont, and then south of our border in Texas and New Mexico, to be killed in Mexico. And I just thought, and I know a lot of other horse advocates like you and others thought, my God, this is terrible that these horses are trucked sometimes for hundreds or even more than 1,000 miles and butchered in Mexico, mainly, for human consumption and sent to Japan or to Russia or to China. This is a terrible fate to befall animals who played such a role in the settlement of our country and the expansion of our country and continued to serve important roles in commerce and recreation for us in contemporary times. This is just awful. And I knew it was a bloody, barbaric business, and we sent with our partner organization, Animals Angels, people around the country, as you noted in your setup, and also to Canada and Mexico to look at this. And the report is just startling in so many ways.
Tell me, the slaughter, we'll get to that, the slaughter part of it, but the treatment of these horses, what kind of horses end up in this process, and what happens to them along the way? Because that really gets to me in reading how they are treated in their final days.
I think that's the takeaway from the report is the treatment before the slaughter, that once these horses get into the hands of what's called a kill buyer, the treatment of the animals just hits the floor. They basically just have a survival mentality, the kill buyer for the horses. They don't provide any care for them. They treat them like the worst kind of baggage you can imagine. And they're coming out of the many places where horses live in our society. They could be coming off of the racetrack. They could be coming out of the police precinct for the mounted horses. They could be coming off of a ranch or some other work setting. They could be coming out of the show ring. They could be coming from an owner who just says, "Listen, I don't have the time, to give to the horse, and I want to go to an auction, hope the horse lands with someone who is going to care for them better." And these kill buyers, these predatory kill buyers, show up at these auctions. They often misrepresent themselves. They acquire these horses often for low dollars. Then they put them on a truck and they ship them to Canada or Mexico. Other times they menace horse advocates. They're known to many horse rescues and horse advocates, and they say, "Listen, if you don't give us enough money, we're going to kill this horse. We're going to send this horse to Mexico." And that puts the animal advocates in a terrible position of trying to pony up money to save these horses. It's a ghastly little industry. The good news, George, is that the numbers are going down, and we can really finish off this industry.
Yeah, I was amazed by where the numbers were a few years ago and where they are now. But it's still, I think in this study, it can still be 20,000 horses a year here, right?
It's a lot of animals. If you think of 30 horses jammed onto one of these trucks and you think 20,000, of these horses a year, that's 666 shipments of horses filling a truck. Every year. That's 2 a day going over our borders. And just think of these horses. They are flight and fright animals. They've got these big, beautiful eyes. They've got these long legs, these powerful bodies. When there's a threat, they run. and that's their great gift, is their ability to run at 45 miles an hour. They can't run from these people. They are then jammed into these trucks. They have the stallions and the mares bunched together. They are frightened. They know that something is wrong, and they go on a passage of hundreds of miles or 1,000 miles where they are just treated like, an animal just waiting to die. They just don't give any consideration to their well-being. And it used to be, George, that in 1990, just to take a 30-year span of this, we were killing 350,000 American horses. They were being slaughtered at plants throughout the United States, slaughter plants, or they were being shipped to Canada and Mexico. It's dropped because of concerns about cruelty, concerns about food safety. These horses are coming off of ranches and racetracks where they have substances administered to them like butazolidine, which is an anti-inflammatory, that's forbidden for consumption by humans. That no cattle, no pigs, no animals traditionally used for food are administered with that substance, or another 125 substances that have been documented in horses that are headed for the food chain. Now, not the food chain in the United States, fortunately, but the food chain in Japan or China or Russia. And a lot of people are now concerned about this food safety issue. They're concerned about the animal welfare. And let's also note that no one's raising these horses for food. They're opportunistically gathered up by these kill buyers, and they're misrepresenting who they are. Very few people who go to an auction want their horses going to slaughter. And, for us to see the misrepresentations that occur for a lot of these, in a lot of these settings, is just another aspect of this mass betrayal by humans of horses who've played such a role in our human experience.
We're talking with Wayne Pacelle of Animal Wellness Action. We'll continue our conversation about horses, in particular about wild horses, how many of them end up in this pipeline, and then expand the conversation to other species. Wild horses, American Mustangs, are protected by law, the law of the land. It was enacted unanimously by Congress more than half a century ago, and the Mustangs are not supposed to be killed for meat or used for dog food or mistreated. The law was meant to allow them to live out their lives on the public range. But, a lot of landowners simply hate the Mustangs, want them gone. The BLM, the Bureau of Land Management, more than happy to go along with that and round up as many as they can. The killer buyers that Wayne Pacelle mentioned find ways to get their claws on the Mustangs, send them into this bloody pipeline that leads to slaughterhouses. Contrary to the law, as this new report documents, the conditions at those meat plants, dilapidated, dirty, nothing close to any humane standards for animals or protections for people. It is a dying industry, but one that is still causing so much suffering, and it needs to stop. We'll continue our conversation with Wayne Pacelle about horses and then expand it into an even larger arena, a larger issue, an area where you can help in a very direct way just by making a call or sending an email. Back in a moment. Wayne Pacelle, it seems like a lot of people have to look the other way for this to happen, to keep happening. Horses crammed into these corrals right there near the border, trucks packed with horses crossing into Canada and Mexico. I mean, how many clues does one need to see this? Your investigators saw it with their own eyes, right?
They did, in 10 states and 2 countries. One takeaway, George, is there are just 2 plants now operating in Canada. There's one in Alberta, and it's called Bouvray Ltd. And then there's one in Quebec, and it's Beyond Richelieu. And the Alberta facility is incredible. It's a vast, holding area outside of the slaughterhouse. No shelter, no protection whatever for these horses. Our team documented minus 30-degree temperatures. I mean, these horses are, they can withstand something, but not minus 30 with no shelter and no place to go. If you're a wild horse out on the range, you can seek shelter. But when you're packed in a corral and you've got nothing to protect you from minus 30-degree wind and chill and just bitter cold, I mean, that is also an animal welfare issue. Freezing an animal to death is an animal welfare issue. And, we just found so many problems that nothing could be worse for the horse than ending up in the hands of the kill buyer and then being funneled into the slaughter pipeline.
What kind of reaction to the report so far, say on Capitol Hill or regulatory agencies? Is anyone paying attention, or is it going to take the public to get involved to really raise some hell?
Well, they're paying attention, but the only way that things will change is if we, as an American people, get riled up about this. Yeah, the Congress already has, weighed in on this topic and said no slaughter in the United States. Well, if it's wrong to slaughter American horses in Illinois or Texas or New Mexico, then it's wrong to slaughter American horses in Alberta or Quebec or Chihuahua. There's just no rationale for it. We don't eat these horses. This is not even something you can call an industry. This is a loose network of predatory individuals who are opportunistically taking up horses for their own little small network and its profits. There are no industry standards. They have no standards of care. Even the major livestock organizations, the cattlemen, the pork producers that we've got a lot of problems with in terms of how they care for their animals, at least they have some animal care standards that they purport to observe. There are no standards because this isn't even an industry. This is the kill buyer grabbing an animal, putting the animal at some horrible holding facility, then having a kill trucker take the animal to a holding facility in Shelby, Montana, near the border with Canada, or toward the border of Mexico, in Texas, and then, eventually, after more mistreatment, more neglect, shipping them down to be butchered. These horses have eyes as wide as saucers, once they see other horses being killed right in front of them. I mean, just think about this. These are conscious beings. They're prey animals at some level. They're alert. They see an animal killed in front of them. I mean, my God, it's a horror movie. If human beings had to endure that sort of thing, we would understand and immediately empathize with the terror that someone would feel with the inevitability of death, right there. But that's what happens to these horses, and it happens without us knowing, and that's why it's so important that our investigators at Animal Wellness Action and our partner organization, Animals Angels, pull back the curtain to see what the hell's going on here.
Is there an argument to be made, or has anyone tried this? It's really humane because these are abandoned animals that's preventing them by slaughtering them. At least they're not starving to death slowly. They're abandoned. Somebody's, got rid of them, doesn't want them, that they'll just die on the side of the road if we don't do this.
Well, that's been the argument, George. You articulated. I know that's not your view. You're being a good journalist in iterating their argument. I have a few responses. Number one, we have some abandoned dogs and cats. We have homeless dogs and cats. But, the difference is that the kill buyers see homelessness and abandonment as a commercial opportunity. You and I and others who care about animals see this as a moral responsibility. That's a great difference. The other aspect of this is that what could be worse? What could be worse than falling into the hands of these people? I'd rather be abandoned than fall into the hands of a kill buyer because I know what my fate is going to be. I know that I'm going to be injured. I know I'm going to be terrorized. I know I'm going to be butchered if I end up with one of these kill buyers and the band of characters that they operate with. There are horse rescues. There are humane organizations all over this country. They are working hard to help animals every day. And we don't do this with dogs and cats because there is some level of abandonment. We don't decide that we are going to truck them to Canada and Mexico, slaughter them, and then send them to South Korea or China. We just don't do that.
Let's talk for a moment about BLM and wild horses. I know that I've heard these stories for years. We've documented some of it, that wild horses supposed to be protected. They end up with these kill buyers as well, and they get put into this pipeline. I don't know if we know how many of them, but BLM continues to round them up. You headed an organization, a huge organization, that cut a deal, is one of several that cut a deal with the Bureau of Land Management and sold out the wild horses. Basically went along with a plan. I mean, not when you were there. Obviously, it's after you left, but that went along with a plan that really screwed them over. And now, we got a new administration. It doesn't seem to matter what party is in control, who the president is, who's running the Department of Interior. The roundups continue. They keep doing the same thing over and over again, and just get rid of these horses when they're really not causing the harm that's alleged to have happened, right?
It's totally exaggerated, George, and you really have to look at the four-legged creatures who are on our Bureau of Land Management lands and Forest Service lands in the West. There may be 80,000 wild horses and burros stretched over, a couple of 100 million acres. On those same lands, there are 4.5 million livestock, cattle and sheep. Yet somehow the cattlemen and the sheep ranchers say there are too many wild horses. I mean, you just need to have a basic understanding of arithmetic to see that there is something deeply wrong with that assessment of the situation. So I believe that this is a contrived problem. We do support active management with fertility control to address this problem. And that fertility control, where you use a dart gun to contracept the mares and limit reproduction, can keep the population from getting too high, and it will also keep the horses on the range. We in the United States, our federal government is rounding up these horses. We have 50,000 of them in holding facilities in the United States, and that is costing $2,000 to $4,000 per horse per year. It's busting the budget of the Bureau of Land Management, and it's an outrageous outcome for horses who are supposed to be wild and free. It's not a captive wild horse management program. It's a wild horse program. Keep them on the range.
So I know anybody who's read the report by now is pretty ticked off, but what would you like our listeners to do tomorrow?
Contact your lawmakers. This is a federal problem. It's a government problem. It needs a government solution. 202-224-3121. Support the Rome Act. Restore Our American Mustangs Act to stop this insane treadmill of roundups and keeping tens of thousands of horses in captive holding facilities. To use fertility control as an active population control management program, to end these mass roundups with helicopters. It's like a rodeo situation for these horses. And we've got a second bill called Veterans for Mustangs. We're supporting that to get our veterans, our military veterans out in the field, helping these horses, doing the contraception work, but engaged in a wide variety of other practices to help our horses. The BLM needs a complete reboot. I really think, George, this is the Congress when we're going to get some major stuff done on this issue.
And on the slaughterhouse issue, the same thing. Call members of Congress. Is there anybody who's sort of leading the charge?
Yes, we're getting everything ready. There's a farm bill. Every 5 years, the Congress does a massive farm bill that puts together provisions related to agriculture and food and nutrition. And it also includes animal welfare issues because the Animal Welfare Act is under the control of the U.S. Department of Agriculture. It's the USDA that has the closest touch on this horse slaughter issue. So we're going to try to attach an amendment to the Farm Bill this year. So urge your senators, your U.S. representative to support a ban on horse slaughter, and that includes live export of horses for slaughter and burros for slaughter in Canada and Mexico.
Yeah, it's got to stop. So along the same lines, while they're on the phone, they can maybe make a call about the FDA regulations. This is unbelievable to me that it was ever the law of the land. The fact that it's still the law of the land is amazing. But the FDA requires animal testing, meaning killing, torturing, experimenting on animals for a whole range of products, right?
Well, this happened for 84 years, George. The 1938 Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetics Act, a statute that, again, like its name sounds, regulates food, drugs, and cosmetics. There was a provision, the drug testing piece, and every sort of drug that we think about, a pain medication, an Alzheimer's drug, a cancer drug, really important stuff. But we were
I think we got him. All right, we're having a problem with the. All right, we're talking about the Food and Drug Administration, Wayne Pacelles' organization, the Center at Animal Wellness Action and the Center for a Humane Economy are two of the ones that have been sort of leading the charge, trying to get the change in these regulations that for a lot of years required private companies, big companies and corporations to conduct animal testing. The research, I think Wayne would be probably the better person to tell you about this, but the research has shown that animal testing does not work. It's a simple fact that the kind of tests that are carried out on animals, millions of animals, torturous experiments, subjecting them and exposing them to all kinds of chemicals and other harmful substances, just don't work because the test results are not applicable to humans. That's the basic truth of what's come out after dozens of years. So, Wayne, I think you're back with us. I was just trying to explain in my very vague way about the FDA regulations and the fact that the test results from animal experiments just don't work.
George, this was the incredible part of this, that for 84 years, we as a United States government mandated animal tests, multi-species, multi-generational for every new drug. And drugs really define our medical work in the United States. I mean, we have a drug for every sort of affliction. We have palliatives and, attempted cures. The problem is we haven't solved a lot of these great problems that afflict human beings. Cancer is still widespread. We've got Alzheimer's and other neurological diseases that are creating havoc for our families, for our friends, and so many people that we know. We're not finding many cures. At the root of this is this problem with investigational drugs. And, we're doing testing on animals for two purposes. Safety, so we want to try to screen the drugs, which makes, of course, eminent sense to see that you take a drug, it doesn't kill you because of side effects. Then we test it for efficacy or efficiency, that the drug is going to do as advertised. So this has been the standard since the Depression era, and perhaps in the 1930s, it made sense. It may have made sense because animals were perhaps the best proxy for human beings. If you couldn't test on animals, you couldn't test on humans in an ethical way, then animals are the next closest thing. The problem, as you note, George, is the data are conclusive. The data show that in 90 to 95% of cases where the animal tests clear a drug for safety and efficacy, it fails in human clinical trials. I mean, a 90 or 95% failure rate is extraordinary. If you're a free throw shooter in the NBA and you're hitting 5 or 10% of your shots, you're going to be cut from the team the very next day. I mean, even in baseball where you're a success if you get 3 hits out of 10 at bats, this isn't even close to that. And this is sending us down the wrong direction in terms of our testing protocols. The Congress recognized it. Rand Paul, a conservative senator who's an MD from Kentucky, he helped lead this effort with Cory Booker, a liberal from New Jersey. Other medical doctors in the Congress were involved saying, hey, we can do better than this. We've got 21st century strategies. We've got organ on a chip. We've got a liver on a chip or a kidney on a chip. These are human cells that we're now replicating the functionality of a human kidney or a liver, and we can test the drug on those human cells in that form of a human organ and get much more reliable results. So this, I think, George, represents about an incredible, 75% of all animal testing is drug development. To lift this mandate is truly one of the great advances in the contemporary animal protection movement. But now we have to make sure that the Food and Drug Administration, working with the pharmaceutical companies, with academic institutions like UNLV or USC or Yale or Harvard, now are actually going to use these 21st century testing strategies and not keep relying on beagles and primates and other animals whose lives are sacrificed often for no valuable purpose.
Awesome. We're talking with Wayne Pacelle of Animal Wellness Action about a range of animal welfare issues. A couple of years ago, he and his colleagues were directly involved in a battle in California to provide more humane living conditions for chickens. I don't know if there's a more abused animal in the world than chickens, what they go through. And they wanted just basic standards, a little more living room for chickens laying eggs in these gigantic chicken warehouses. And it passed. The ballot initiative passed, despite doom and gloom predictions from the chicken industry that this would drive them out of the state, it would drive them out of business. Fast forward to now, when we've seen these big spikes in the cost of eggs, and you knew invariably, somebody would try to blame it on humane standards. Oh my gosh, this driving out of business. This is what we told you would happen if you tried to give chickens more room to live. It would drive up the cost of eggs. Well, is it? Is that really what's going on? We're going to find out here in a moment on Coast to Coast AM. Wayne Pacelle, let's talk chickens. Seems like your work often involves chickens. I think they're, maybe I'm exaggerating, the most abused animal on the planet, given all that is done to chickens around the world. But this latest issue of egg prices, I don't know if you saw these stories that came out. I think in Arizona, the egg producers are saying, oh, yeah, this is because of these better living conditions for chickens. What do you say to that?
Well, I say it's nonsense, George. And I think you're right. You look at the numbers on the abuse of chickens. You know, we raise and slaughter 10 billion chickens a year. I mean, that's more chickens raised and slaughtered every year just in the United States than there are people on the planet. Just think of that as a logistical exercise. It's the scale of it is almost unimaginable. Then you think of the cockfighting and some of the other abuses. You really make a case, the right observation rather when you say that. In terms of the laying hens and the egg prices, it's clear why the prices have gone up. We're having the most significant bout of avian influenza in U.S. history. It's going to be the costliest avian influenza outbreak we've ever had in our country. And that relates to oftentimes our mishandling of animals. I mean, we've got wild birds that have low pathogenic avian influenza. They fly down the migratory flyways, the Pacific Flyway, the Atlantic Flyway, the Mississippi Flyway, and they can infect other birds. But what makes them, what makes these operations so vulnerable is we've got so many of them clustered in these hen houses. You might have 200,000, 300,000, 350,000 animals. If that virus gets in there, it's got a 90 to 100% mortality rate for the birds infected. But even if they haven't been infected, just yet, if some are infected, then the USDA and other state agricultural authorities depopulate, as they say, the entire house. 58 million chickens and turkeys have been killed. We've got about one laying hen in the United States for every person. So the average laying hen is now producing about 280 eggs a year. They're ovulating almost every day. You think about 365 days a year, they're producing 280 eggs, which is just way different than what they used to. Their ovulation period historically wasn't even close to that. So the problem is, let me just say on the numbers, 330 million Americans, we've got about 330 million laying hens because we're consuming, each of us, if you're eating eggs, about 280 eggs a year. Some of that is a whole egg, and other eggs are built into packaged products and packaged goods. And these birds, historically, were jammed into cages called battery cages, 6 or 8 birds in a cage. The cage is about the size of a large microwave. The birds are shoulder to shoulder. They can't even extend their wings, even 2 inches. That was the norm in the industry that, again, we're treating animals like they are biological machines, like they're an egg-laying machine. That they can survive, in many cases, but that's not really a life worth living. All that we did in California with Prop 2 in 2008 and then Prop 12 in 2018 was to say that the animals
had some space to extend their wings and move around. I mean, a movement standard is not a radical standard. It's the least we can do for animals conscripted into food production to serve human beings. I mean, any farmer who is worth his or her salt gives animals an opportunity to move. But things got so out of whack that this became the norm in the industry, and we began to change that. Now, animals are safer when it comes to viral threats when they're spread out more. What's the most dangerous circumstance for human beings? Get us all in an elevator and have somebody sneezing and coughing and spreading the virus. We've got it in a second. The same thing in a crowded restaurant or a bar. You extend, the distance between us. That was the whole purpose of our social distancing strategy. We have the exact opposite circumstance on our factory farms. That's what makes them uniquely vulnerable. I will tell you, George, this avian influenza situation is a disaster for animals. It's a terrible threat. It's a threat on factory farms. The cockfighting birds are also a threat because they're moved in global commerce. We've got a real problem that is already occurring, but it's brewing to be an even more significant problem because if this avian influenza jumps the species barrier, becomes more transmissible to human beings, we've got something that's going to make SARS-CoV-2 or COVID-19, look like tiddlywinks. The human, mortality rate for SARS-CoV-2 is 0.5% to a high of 2%. In Asia, this avian influenza has jumped the species barrier in limited cases. The case rate, there are 850 people who've died. The mortality rate for the cases detected is 53% compared to 0.5% for SARS-CoV-2. This will end civilization as we know it if it becomes more transmissible. If 1 out of every 2 people become afflicted with a virus that can kill half of the people infected.
So this is another example of where being kinder to chickens makes sense for humans, for our health, for the health of our planet, for the survival of civilization, and for businesses. I mean, it could be better in the long run for businesses just by being a little bit nicer to chickens. And the changes that you enacted in California that have spread, I think, a couple other places, but it's not real radical. You don't give each chicken its own barn. It's just a little bit better, right?
Oh, absolutely. What we have is just the most miserly situation you can imagine. I mean, the hens, when we did Prop 2 in California, each hen had 67 square inches of space. Think of an 8.5 by 11 sheet of paper, just your normal standard, piece of paper that goes into a printer or a copy machine. That's 93 square inches, 8.5 by 11. So the space that the hen has is 2/3 the size of a page that you put in your printer for the 12 to 18 months that they're alive. And the compounding factor is you've got 6 or 7 other chickens inside this cage that's the size of a microwave or a bread box. That is an insane animal housing and husbandry standard. How did things get so bad? How did we get so miserly? How did we get so non-creative that that's the best we could do for production? These are animals. They're alive. They have legs and wings to move. They have physical and physiological needs. How can those be met when they're immobilized as a basic husbandry strategy? George, this case is now before the United States Supreme Court. The pork producers, the National Pork Producers Council, sued the state of California over the pig standards because the terrible system for sows in the pig industry is that they're jammed alone in a 2-foot by 7-foot cage. Now these are 350, even 450 pound animals. And they are in a cage that allows them to take one small step forward, one small step back. They can't even turn around. And the pork producers say, well, if we have this standard, because California is now requiring that the pork that is sold in the state, whether the pork production occurs in California or in Iowa or North Carolina, which are the big pig producing states, it's going to destroy the industry. To give the animals a little opportunity to move. This is a fairly modern circumstance. We didn't do this to animals before 1960. Animals were outside. They were in pastures. They were in settings where they could, move around. They could feel some sunlight on their backs and soil beneath their feet. This is a 60-year failed experiment of factory farming that has been devastating from an animal welfare perspective, from a disease transmission perspective, consequently an overuse of antibiotics perspective, where we're now generating antibiotic-resistant bacteria because we're overusing antibiotics on the factory farms, the massive waste loads that come from these factory farms with pigs by the thousands or chickens by the thousands aggregated in a single place. We have 330 million people in our United States, as I've mentioned a couple of times. All of our waste is treated. Think of 10 billion animals and untreated waste from all of those animals. So this is a much larger problem. And George, it's something that you and I have talked about before. It's not just about animal welfare. It's about the health of our water. It's the cleanliness of our air. It's being protected from antibiotic-resistant bacteria and viruses that can mix on factory farms. These are big problems for our society, and to give the animals a little bit of space and for the industries to say, oh, that's too much, just shows how warped some of the thinking is.
Occasionally I'll see you're on the freeway and stuck in a traffic jam, and there's a truck next to you that's packed with pigs, and they're looking out. You see their eyes, the same kind of look they have that you're describing for those horses on their way to slaughter. They know something's up. I'd like to think that 100 years from now, we'll look back on this as an absolutely barbaric time when we've got bacon mania, extra bacon on this and extra bacon on that, as if it all comes from bacon trees. And pigs are like dogs. They're smart. They're funny. They have senses of humor. They're social. They wallow around in mud, sure, but they're really amazing and smart animals. And we just, what we put pigs through is absolutely unbelievable.
We're so disconnected from it, George. You get that glimpse when you're on the highway with those pigs going to slaughter. That'll be the last time you or anybody else sees those pigs except on a plate. And, we're removed from the factory farms. We don't go into them. We don't see them. You can't see them. We have ag-gag laws in this country that forbid animal advocates and investigators from taking pictures or video of animals at these farms. They're windowless buildings. You're not allowed in. The investigators are at risk of being arrested because of these so-called, prohibitions on photography and video at these places. This is part of the problem with our relationship with animals. We're so removed from the domains of abuse. We don't see the puppy mills and how those dogs get into pet stores or they're sold on the internet. We don't see the pig factory farms and what happens to those animals. We don't see the horse slaughter kill buyers, and we don't see what they do at auctions. We don't see what happens at the pasture outside of the horse slaughter plant in Alberta where it's minus 30 degrees. We're detached from this, and this is really the goal of Animal Wellness Action and the Center for Humane Economy and other animal welfare groups, is to try to present a rational case for a better way of handling animals in our society. Most people profess a love for animals. Most people do possess that love for animals. I wrote a book called The Bond that talks about the age-old connection between humans and animals. So we do love animals. We have anti-cruelty standards and statutes in this country. The problem is most people are not aware of these problems, and we're not logically applying anti-cruelty principles to these settings like factory farms and animal testing labs and horse slaughter pastures. That's what we need to correct. That's the business and the work that we are in every day, trying to correct these problems.
I want to get one more topic in before we go to a break in about 3.5 minutes or so, and that's wolves. Wolves were reintroduced in a couple of places, Yellowstone, and over the objections of ranchers, of course, and ranchers and others who hate wolves will use all kinds of tricks to lure them out of Yellowstone and just shoot them down. And there are these state-approved hunts that happen in a couple of states, and the level of vitriol about wolves is astonishing when you consider the results. The reintroduction of wolves into Yellowstone, the dramatic, widespread positive effects that it had on the environment, on other species. It was like a miracle. Am I correct?
Well, it was. I mean, wolves were removed through a plan executed by, trophy hunters and ranchers and our United States government, our wildlife services, which is a euphemistic sounding name of an agency that really is built around killing of our wildlife in the West to make things, ostensibly better for ranchers and timberers and others. And they were removed from the core habitats, even the protected areas like Yellowstone, the first national park in the United States. They were removed. So we tried to restore wolves and to make amends for what we did by extirpating them from that environment. And wolves, had this remarkable success in terms of reproduction and formation of packs. And there are documentaries and so much science about how their predation on elk and deer and bison has improved the health of ecosystems. Also, their predation on beavers has improved the streams and so many aspects of the ecosystem. And as you said, George, they logically go outside of the park because you have national forests that abut Yellowstone. So it doesn't look any different for the wolves. They go out, and then trophy hunters and trappers kill them, including the governor of Montana, who trapped a wolf on a private ranch right outside of Yellowstone with a leg hold trap when he was the sitting governor. Why would someone kill a wolf? You don't eat the wolf. These are animals that have this beneficial impact. They are the forebears of the domesticated dogs in our homes and in our lives that we love and cherish and would defend if someone were assaulting them. And I am just mystified by the vitriol and hatred that a small number of people have for wolves. But you can bet that we're meeting that vitriol with our own vigorous defense of wolves wherever we can.
We're talking with Wayne Pacelle of Animal Wellness Action and the Center for Humane Economy. There's so much ground I still want to cover, but we're going to open up the phone lines. I know some of you are going to want to chime in on this. And when we come back, I'd like to get a sense of whether free-range chickens, eggs, whether that means anything. I know it's got to be at least a little bit better, but when we pay for a dozen eggs and it's twice as much as a normal dozen, whether when they say free range, whether that really means anything, because I know people can make a difference with what they buy and how they spend their money. And we're going to get into that and then open up the phones in our final segment with my guest, Wayne Pacelle, here on Coast to Coast. We're talking with Wayne Pacelle of Animal Wellness Action about a range of animal welfare issues. We're going to the phones in just a moment here and cover as much ground as we still can. We could go on for a long time. There are a lot of issues out there. The bottom line, though, is that what you eat, what you buy, what you spend your money on is the way to make a difference. It makes all the difference in the world, is making informed decisions about what you're willing to tolerate and what you're willing to support. We'll be right back with more Coast to Coast AM. Before we go to the phones, Wayne, when I see these eggs, free-range eggs, free-range chickens, and it's labeled that way, does it really mean anything? Am I people who buy those things thinking they're helping chickens? Are they?
I think so. George. Free range means that the animals are not in a cage, and these are legal definitions. There are, fairness in advertising rules. Now, some of this, verbiage like natural doesn't mean anything, and if you're talking about broiler birds, which are the meat birds, and they call them cage-free, that means nothing because those birds are not raised in cages to begin with. So that's just trying to take advantage of an increasingly popular notion of cage-free as applied to laying hens for eggs. Again, not for broiler birds. It doesn't mean it's perfect, though, right? I mean, the problem in the egg industry is that all the male chicks get killed. Most of them get macerated immediately after birth because they're of no use to the industry. There are other, issues, but pasture-based companies like Vital Farms and others, I think, are doing an important service for these birds. And we actively support the movement, from the cages to cage-free settings, recognizing that it's not perfect, but it's an improvement. And, my metric for animal welfare is progress, not perfection. We've got to be doing better, and much of that is incremental.
What about dairy? So, there are dairy products that are sold that are clearly trying to appeal to people who care about animals. Is there such a thing as cruelty-free dairy products?
Well, it's another great question, George. We have re-engineered the cows to suit our designs. And, it used to be that cows decades ago were producing 5,000 or 6,000 or 7,000 pounds of milk a year. Now the cows are producing as much as 27,000 pounds of milk, one cow per year. Now, again, lactation is something that comes, post-pregnancy for the mother to provide nutrient-rich fluid for the calf. To produce 27,000 pounds, these cows have leg problems, they have foot problems, joint problems because they're so enormous. They also, half of them have mastitis, which is an inflammation of the udders, and they are taxed so much physiologically that many of them are slaughtered at 3, 4, 5, and 6 years of age, which is not that much longer a lifespan than beef cattle have. So I think there are real issues that we need to think about with dairy. One of the things that we're really concerned about is our government. Our government mandates that every kid who's part of the National School Lunch Program gets a carton of cow's milk on his or her tray for lunch and for breakfast. 30 million kids participate in the lunch program. One problem, which is independent of the animal welfare concerns, is that more than half of those kids are probably lactose intolerant. The rates of lactose intolerance for African Americans are 75%. It's upwards of 85, 90% for Asian Americans. And other non-European groups also have startlingly high rates of lactose intolerance. This is an example of the government putting its thumb, on the scale to tip things in favor of one industry when you've got other options out there like soy milk and lots of other plant-based milks that don't bring that set of problems. Why should we be favoring this one commodity over others? So this is an issue of, again, the government, playing a really adverse role in tipping the scales in favor of an industry. It's crony capitalism at its worst.
You'd like to root for family farmers, dairy farmers, small farm operations, but wow, the stories you hear about them being under the thumb of these giant agribiz just being squeezed to death. It's a wonder that they even stay in business, and I guess most of them haven't. They're gone.
Well, the number of these family farms has really declined. We used to have 700,000 pig farmers in the mid-'70s. Now we have about 60,000. 95% of the egg producers are gone. More than 90% of the dairy producers are gone. And, this consolidation around these industrial-style facilities has made it tougher for these farmers. But those are the folks that are actually tending to animals to a degree. The term animal husbandry is kind of a notion of caring for the animal. It's husbandry. That is something that you want. You want to have a farmer actually farming. You don't just want a production facility where you've got 250,000 hens and you've got nobody in the place. My friend Matthew Scully wrote a book called Dominion. He was a speechwriter for He was a senior speechwriter for George W. Bush when he was president. And he said he went to a hog factory in North Carolina, and it was like, there were hogs, but there were no people. It was like there was an evacuation order that a hurricane was coming and no one was there. Very few people are tending to these animals. It's just production. And one of the terrible things is we genetically manipulated these animals for hyperproduction, for size, for fast growth. It it produces all sorts of problems. Just like for many of the dog breeds, when we inbreed them, they have genetic and hereditary proclivities for certain problems. Labrador retrievers, I love them. I had a lab growing up. they have tendencies to get 50 different diseases because of the genetic issues. So when we think about animal welfare, it's conditions, it's housing, and it's transport, and it's slaughter, but it's also the genetic health of these animals, and we need to do better in this regard also.
Let's take some calls. First-time caller Brad in Indiana. Hi, Brad. You're on with Wayne Pacelli. Welcome to Coast to Coast.
Hi, George. Thank you. Always enjoy your show. Don't mean to throw you a curveball here or anything like that, but I think it's always a good idea to have an honest discourse in regards to abuse towards animals, because I think it directly informs how we treat each other as human beings. But that said, I'm really curious if the several sexual harassment charges against Wayne Pacelli had anything to do with him stepping down from his last organization, the Humane Society, because it comes across as rather hypocritical that he's talking about stopping abuse towards animals when he has been accused of abusing several women that worked with him. I'd love to find out his response.
Okay. We've talked about it before on the program, but go ahead, Wayne.
Sure. Well, again, no abuse was alleged. There were when I was at the Humane Society, I had a complaint of hugging a woman or kissing her cheek in 2005, 13 years before I left, and salsa dancing with someone. I don't think that's abuse. I never accept the idea of harassment. The organizations that I work with today, we have anti-harassment policies. I helped put those policies in place when I was at the Humane Society. I think that harassment is terrible. It's unacceptable. I certainly deny the charges that I did any of that. The point is, I don't accept it on a go-forward basis. And what we're talking about with animal abuse is people who are accepting abuse on a go-forward basis, people who are cockfighting, people who are using gestation crates, people who are slaughtering horses. I'm not perfect. None of us is perfect. We're all sinners when it comes to animals. I think all of us can do better. I can do better. You can do better, caller. And I'm asking for everyone to do better. And when it comes to the treatment of any living being, we all should be doing better.
Wayne, I'll bet you get hit with that by these industries, that when you call them on the carpet, when you point out what they're doing, that's when they'll drag that up again.
Oh, yeah, of course. And, like I said, George, I'm not perfect. I'm sure I've done a lot of things that were less than completely thoughtful in my life. I've always been under scrutiny as a leader in animal welfare. The industry groups have always attacked me. They attack me for this or that, whatever it might be. And, that just comes with the territory. I really try to make a rational argument that human beings are smart. We're creative. We're innovative. We can figure out ways to live our lives and not victimize animals. And in terms of, workplace issues, I'm all for the best workplace treatment of everybody. I always have been. If I have fallen short here or there, I regret it, and I have always committed to doing better in the future.
Wildcard Todd in Bellevue, Washington. Hi, Todd. You're on with Wayne Pacelli.
Thank you, George and Wayne. Now, I'd like to thank Mr. Larry Hama for creating the wolf timber for G.I. Joe's Snake Eyes character. I think he is one of the greatest wolves in literature, and I'd like to see more G.I. Joe animals.
Do you have a question for Wayne Pacelli about animal welfare issues? I'll tell you what, Todd, we're going to move on. Thanks for the call. Bye. We're going to Walt in Allentown, Pennsylvania. Hi, Walt.
Hi, Mr. Knapp. I feel like I'm an old friend of Mr. Pacelli. He used to visit Pennsylvania to protest the live pigeon shoots, and I wrote a quasi-newspaper column years ago, and I sort of got into it. I don't know whether he'd recall my name. My name is Walt Swerchek, and I don't know if he remembers the old days back in the 90s. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. I just like to say that, in this country we have a cultural aversion to eating. We had Mr. Ed on TV and George and Roy Rogers Trigger and My Friend Flickin'. So I think we have a natural aversion to eating horse meat. But I was telling Donna the greatest demand for horse meat is Japan, and I would like to ask Wayne whether he would rather the Japanese eat horse meat than whale meat. because they had they just recently, in the last few years, from what I understand, they quit whaling. They were doing it under the guise of research, which was a total farcical on their
Walt,
part. So,
yeah, Walt, I don't think they quit whaling, but Wayne, you want to dive into that question?
Yeah, well, let me thank Walt for his work against the live pigeon shoots. That was a disgraceful activity to collect these pigeons, often from, parts outside of Pennsylvania, and bring them just for target shooting. And, we have inanimate objects we can shoot. We don't need to shoot live pigeons. And, George, I remember being out there protesting in Higgins, Pennsylvania, and, the birds would be flopping, and the shooters would have, kids going out and run out and twist the heads off the birds. I mean, it was just a very kind of numbing sort of event when it comes to cruelty, that you see this going on as a spectacle, and that's supposed to be okay. The Japanese are a problem on the whaling front. As you note, George, they didn't stop whaling. They used these explosive harpoons to kill the greatest animals in terms of physical mass that have ever lived on the planet. Many of them are endangered, and they're all remarkable. There's just no reason for it. The industrialized nations of the world have stopped. It's just 3 countries that continue to do this, and they shouldn't. Most young people in Japan have no interest in eating whales. Most people in Japan don't have an interest in eating horses either. And, we shouldn't have a circumstance where the appetites of a small set of people in 1 or 2 countries drive exploitation all over the world. And that's exactly what's happening with whales and horses.
Yeah, I guess the answer would be you don't want them eating horse meat or whales in Japan or anywhere else. We're going to Brendan in Austin, Texas on a wildcard line. Hey, Brendan.
Thank you so much, George and Wayne. Great show. I'll try to be fast here. I know we're waiting on time here. So I try to slide into the producer's DM sometime and send them some guest ideas. And Neil M. Pine from A Conscious Planet, really good guy to have on. And last February 15th, Dr. Defoe had the Food Toxin Show. They talked about the FDA, coal mining, and Big Pharma all colluding together. So I think this might be a little bit more organized, Wayne. And this is why ET doesn't contact us, all listeners. This is the reason. But our system is a system of exploitation, and capitalism has always been an exchange of oppression for money. And you mentioned in 1916 we started using animals. That's because we transitioned from immigrants and slave exploitation. And you're urging people to call the FDA just to ask permission to do the right thing. But we don't have an economic incentive to make them change their mind. And this is kind of calling the FDA, not that people shouldn't do that. I encourage everybody to do that. But it's kind of a Band-Aid because it doesn't address how we got to this point. The economic system that led to the animals and people being exploited, and that will just continue on to the planet.
I think you make a good point, Brendan. Yeah, you make a good point. We, when I've had Wayne on the show before, the last time, in fact, we talked about some of the successes and how he has changed. His organization has helped change the economic incentives, that there is profit to be made in being kind to animals. Wayne, you want to pick up on that and address what Brendan was asking about?
Yes, I mean, I think it's clear that, in capitalism, you can get abuses. There have to be some restraints. But I argue in The Humane Economy of the pro-capitalist book that really the key is an informed consumer base, that if we're conscious consumers, we can change the behavior of these companies. The companies don't want to get out of alignment with their customers. It's only things get out of alignment when consumers aren't paying attention. And if we're demanding that animals be treated humanely in the food system and in the pharmaceutical and drug development sector and in the fashion sector and in other domains, then we can exert that kind of influence. I don't think that we're doomed as a nation because we have capitalism when it comes to animals. We can figure out a better way.
I mean, some of the victories in negotiating with these gigantic food companies, McDonald's, fast food companies, where you negotiate with them and they pledge to buy humane eggs, buy products, include vegetarian options in their menus. Those are big victories.
They're big victories. It's not enough, but it's a start.
George, and I think for any of us involved in trying to make the world better for animals and better in general, you've got to celebrate gains and progress, and it shows the way. I mean, society looks very different now than it used to look. We have made progress in our society. You know, we have more literacy. We have fewer hungry people. We have, you know, women having the right to vote. We've got a lot of things that have happened in our society that have made the world better that all of us, whether we're Democrats, Independents, or Republicans, can agree upon. And kind treatment of animals who are sentient, who have feelings, who have a sense of past and future, who want to live their lives as much as we want to live our lives, is a social good. And I just believe that we humans can figure it out. We don't need fur coats. We've got plenty of options. We can eat more plant-based foods that'll be better for us and better for animals and better for the planet. We can do testing that relies on the most extraordinary insights of safety testing and don't need to use primates and beagles any longer. So I really have an optimistic view of our human capacity for change.
Well, I hope you're right. I know these are emotional issues. People get fired up. There's a lot of pushback when you're asking people to change. There's always pushback. Every time we've had you here, comes with the territory. Wayne Pacelle, Animal Wellness Action, thanks for being here.
Animals. Abby, Ghost, Shadow. I love animals. I am not an animal activist or a tree hugger. I just love animals, and I don't kill them. I'm a cat person, and so is my wife. As my wife and I were about to commence our great adventure together, it seems fate had determined that we were to begin this experience with the company of a feline friend. Ramona and I were married on the Las Vegas Strip. It was Saturday, August 4th. 1990 at about 1:15 on a very hot summer morning. We had just gotten off the air. I had from doing my radio program at KWN. Ramona's parents came to Las Vegas, and we had a beautiful wedding at a chapel on the Strip. If you've ever been on the Las Vegas Strip, you know it's not much different than a very busy highway with a lot of traffic all around the clock. The chances of a little kitten surviving are slim and none at best. Nevertheless, this little black waif of a kitten, scraggly fur sticking out everywhere, appeared just as we were having our wedding ceremony. Somebody opened the door, and it walked right in. Well, as far as I'm concerned, it was a miracle. I immediately knew that cat was our cat. When I saw it, I said, "That's our cat." Abby started off skinny and was practically starving to death when he first came into our lives. But the moment we had it was our wedding meal. It was roast beef, and I think it perverted him. I gave him a whole plate of it, and he ate that entire plate of roast beef. I've never seen a cat eat that much roast beef, and it gave him a taste for it. Well, Abby is now the flabby tabby, about 17 pounds in weight. This poor cat hates fish, loves beef. Abby's been in our company and has selfishly had us all to himself. He demands and gets attention whenever he wants it. That's how cats are. I said when he wants it. My cat story, though, does not end there. One day, Abby was behaving kind of oddly. He began running around the house, going into closets, going into every nook and cranny, just running around like a nut. Ramona and I knew something was up. Well, apparently we had a kitten under the house, hiding behind cinder blocks. We kept calling it kitty, 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 but it wouldn't come out. See, we had holes in the cinder blocks, and somehow this cat, being so small, managed to get in there and wouldn't come out. Well, I tried everything to get this cat out from under the house, including attempting to lure it out with various meats, fish, smoked Port Chatham tuna. If we left the food out, we discovered that it would be gone overnight. In other words, Ghost would come out, and that's how it got its name, Ghost, and eat during the dark hours when we couldn't see it. Well, a little thing crawled out from hiding, ate, disappeared. Thought what a pathetic, sad little life this little animal had. On the other hand, it was lucky to have found our place to live, because otherwise, poor thing would have been
coyote meat quickly. After about 2 weeks of trying to get this poor little cat out, it became more and more imperative that I capture this little thing for her own good. By now, I was calling the little waif ghost, because you could never see it. The next part of the odyssey involved catching the little stray under our house, so I devised a trap. But it did not work. There's a box with a stick, and I would wait for hours by the window, and finally, one day, this cat got under the box, and I pulled the string, and the cat's tail got caught in the box, and it backed out, and it got away. Anyway, each day that passed, I was going nuttier, getting frustrated, even more determined to catch this little cat. I put on protective clothing, a pair of gloves, and took a flashlight with me. I then went under the house. After much effort, crawling around under the house, bumping my head several times, becoming entangled with spider webs, I eventually stopped in my tracks because there was a supporting crossbeam that ran the length of our house. And I could see, with the flashlight at the other end of the house, there was Ghost all curled up, watching me. I thought I was going to lose my mind. Well, each night on my radio program, I'd give my listeners an update, mostly out of sheer frustration and possibly with the hope somebody might offer a solution. This went on for several more days, and eventually I received a call from a listener, a lady who worked for the Los Angeles SPCA, the Animal Control Department, who had my solution. She sent me a special cat trap called a Have-a-Heart trap. This is an ingenious trap made of metal mesh, and the cat walks into the trap, and when the cat steps on a metal plate at the bottom, which you cover with newspaper or something, the trap automatically shuts, and there you've got your cat. Well, I set the Have-a-Heart trap and waited for 2 days. First, I used Science Diet as bait, and then finally some smoked Port Chatham tuna. That did the trick. Much to my delight, surprise, and relief, Ghost got trapped. The next day, we took Ghost to the vet for a checkup and to get shots and so forth. Well, we received a call from the vet who told us that Ghost was dying from feline leukemia, fatal cat disease for which there is no cure. She would die quickly and in great pain. We were also told that Ghost had an injury to her hip, which the vet assumed was the result of the kitten being thrown from a moving car. I was devastated. Actually, I cried. So did my wife. We felt so sorry for this little Ghost. As an act of mercy, we had the vet put Ghost down. Not an easy decision, folks. That night I called Alan Corbett, president of the broadcast company, the network, explained to him what happened, told him I didn't think I could go on the air that evening. Being a cat man, he was sympathetic, simply said, Art, you do what you feel's best. After getting off the phone, I gave it some very serious thought. And I had told the audience all about ghosts, so I decided I'd go to the local animal shelter and I'd look for cats. Try to find a cat. My wife joined me, and we ended up spending most of the afternoon at the animal shelter looking at dozens of cats. We eventually found another kitten, who we would learn was healthy, and so we named our new cat Shadow, the shadow of Ghost, because Shadow followed Ghost. Shadow is now a part of our family. By the way, I found Shadow in the very last cattery that we went into. And Shadow ran up, jumped up on me, and hugged me. Put her little paws around my neck and hugged me. And so there was no question about it. Shadow was the cat. Anyhow, I went on the air that night and did so with a very heavy heart. I mourned Ghost's passing, but decided to tell my listeners the story and said, if you've got a couple of bucks you can rub together, send them to the Pahrump Valley Animal Shelter, and please don't tell them I asked you to do it. Much to the surprise of the animal shelter people and myself, the money came pouring in. Thousands of dollars were raised. Last count, over $8,000, about $1 or $2 at a time. The lady who ran the shelter found out, of course, that I had encouraged people to do it. She called me on the phone, and Well, actually, she was astounded at the response, and I told her the story of Ghost. With the money being raised, they are now erecting a new cat shelter. As a matter of fact, it's almost done. It will carry a plaque with the name of Ghost. Abby and Shadow get along very well, though it's funny to see that little Shadow is very domineering and tends to boss Abby around. It's actually a little embarrassing. It's good to know that I've brought Shadow into a better life. For my wife and I, that poor little pathetic waif of a kitten Ghost is going to linger in our memories forever. I have to put the whole thing into perspective in this way. At least we found Ghost, and she didn't die miserably. Ironically enough, her life amounted to good for other cats in the future.